What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we live and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. What if we stay here, pretend there's nothing else? I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. Yeah, my mind's at a different place. Hot trends don't make me chase. Too busy paving this way for you. My words have a different price. Exclusive, you can't subscribe. Save up if you want advice. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. We can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same? My eyes get a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into a higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that rain. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up. sack, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไปแม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัวบอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลองมีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่นความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะแต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้แม้เส้นทาง จะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรคบาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยันแต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็นว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
What's up, guys? I'm Ewok and I'm here on the ground in Bangkok, Thailand for Ascension. And today we'll be talking a little bit about prospects and up-and-coming players. Usually the most exciting part about Ascension for me is seeing who performs on that international stage. It's a different story to performing in your normal region and then going into playing other regions and see who steps up to the plate and who has what it takes to play in the Pacific League. So with this list, there will be new names that's joining on the list. Some of these names also might leave the list depending on their performances throughout Ascension. So I'm excited to add to this list some new guys, maybe some people we don't expect, and that's usually the most exciting part about Ascension. So we'll see how this list shapes up as the tournament continues. To start off our list, we'll be starting with Minimize. So on this list, I put quite a couple of IGLs just because I do feel like there's quite a shortage in Pacific for IGLs. I think they're very underappreciated and IGLs that can shoot back. As for Minimize, a big reason also why he's on this list is because of his flexibility. We've already seen him play Yoru here at this tournament, but he's kind of known more for his initiators in the past. But he's also played quite a couple of Sentinels. We've seen the Deadlock come out, so just a lot of flexibility is so important for teams to have. And next up we have Leviathan. A big reason why I put him on the list is because we talked to Potter from Full Sense and he said Leviathan has probably the best aim out of everyone in Ascension. I have been impressed with his flexibility and in terms of his team play. Quite excited to see a little bit more of that mechanic shining through because of how important that is to be really mechanically solid to be able to be successful in the Pacific League. Next, we have Damara, who's another new talent for Indonesia, another crazy duelist, loves running around with the neon. He reminds me a lot of Monyet, just a crazy kid, has some really good mechanics, and I think he's someone that's very exciting to watch, and as someone that's always following the Indonesian scene, I'm excited to watch Damara. Next, we have Styron continuing on the subject, the trend of IGLs. I think he's someone that is an extremely strong team player, and sometimes for that reason, potentially gets overlooked because of maybe he's not at the top ACS or top rating every time, but I think the value he brings is really important to every team. And just being flexible as well on the initiator role and then being able to call, I think his calling's been really impressive. So he definitely goes onto my list. And another one for the trend, Javi, a fragging IGL. He's definitely on this list because he's someone that should be on everyone else's list, in my opinion as well. I think he's been very impressive. In our interview, he did talk about he's had potential offers from Tier 1 and somehow it never worked out. So I'm really excited to be able to see him. Zexi is next up onto the list. For me, he's someone that's super exciting. He plays almost all of the duelists. He plays it like quite flashy and he loves the early engagement. I love that from a duelist. He's very aggressive. In some of the games, he doesn't care if he's losing some of them, he keeps going, which shows he doesn't have the lack of confidence. I'm hoping to see that continue in Ascension. He was a monster in their grand final and a big reason why they won that series. So I'm excited to see the firepower from him. Number one on the list is Wayne. I've been really impressed with him. And we also saw him, there's definitely some recency bias, but he was absolutely insane in the recent game versus E-King. Wayne shows that he can definitely play more than just Omen. I thought his operator skill was really good on the Yoru. I didn't expect the Yoru to come out. It was really impressive in terms of how he plays around. He's always in the right spot to be able to get a pick. The playstyle changes from when he plays the controller to when he plays the duelist. But I think he has a really good understanding of how that role changes and what is expected from him. He's someone that also, when he does play the controller, he puts himself in a position to kill, not only to support, which I do think is something that's undervalued. Sometimes people are too focused on util. So that's something I think having a fragging controller and someone that can flex is really important. All right, and that's my list. as of today. This list will be changing as the games go on. There will be other forms, short form content that will also be coming out. So make sure to stay tuned and let's see who goes up and down on this list, who leaves, who joins. We'll see.
Oh man, it's already over. I wanted to see more from Ewok. I want to see this whole episode. We should have a whole season of just Ewok doing wonderful content over there live in Bangkok. But no, now you're here with us, myself, Mika Fabs, and Big Time here on the Analyst Desk. Welcome to day 3 of VCT Ascension Pacific. Although it feels like we're kind of on day 7 or day 8, especially after the matches yesterday, Morgan. Especially after that final match yesterday.
Yeah, that was a long OT, but we got 3 more fantastic best of 3s heading into today, so plenty more Valorant. We're just getting started here at Ascension, and yeah, just some really big matchups today, so a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, there was a lot happening yesterday. So, if in case you guys need a refresher, basically everyone's pick'ems just like went out the door. Everybody has to redo everything because we had NAOS taking the win over Nongshim. We had Velocity showcasing their firepower as well, and then we had a really crazy series between NKT and with SLT. With SLT coming out on top, but in a very, very strange way. So there are surprises on that on those first 2 days. I'm eager to see a lot more, especially since we have, as you mentioned, an exciting schedule. It's a schedule of flashbacks from 2024 here that we have coming up today, Morgan. So it's gonna be really interesting for sure.
Yeah, huge matchups, big revenge games for a lot of people playing today. So I think a lot of these players, it's going to be personal. This isn't just about the group stage anymore. It's about revenge for these guys. We're taking a look here at the prize pool distribution as well. A lot to play for. And then, of course, those coveted places in VCT Pacific, which is the real goal here. This is what all the players and teams are truly after.
Right, and especially since we have our format, that is shifting also. So for a lot of these teams, for a lot of these players, they are treating this as potentially one of the last times that they can step up to this stage, that they can compete at this kind of level with this kind of motivation. So that's, I think, also why you're seeing a lot more push and like a lot more drive from these players, especially the first 2 days. Usually in the first 2 days, you'll see a lot of these teams kind of like warming up, but we're seeing a lot really take that spotlight and run with it and say, look at me, Ewok, I should be on that #1 spot for you.
Yeah, everyone's coming out swinging, and as we say, we've had some surprises already, especially when we look across the group. Omega, Full Sense, and Nongshim down at the bottom, and they play again today. One of these teams is going to be 0-2 to start their group stage run, which I don't think many people would have guessed heading into this, so who knows where we're going to be at by this time tomorrow.
Look, when you kind of look back at us on the Pacific desk, and we were kind of glossing over like what could happen in Ascension, we were already kind of saying, okay, so probably Boom and Nongshim, and we're gonna see them again, and this is probably gonna be our grand finals because they were looking incredible last year, and with all the Pacific experience, they're probably gonna look a lot better. And then we had yesterday, wherein you had Nongshim not looking like themselves at all. There are big question marks up in the air, and for a lot of these teams, as we were talking yesterday, they're suddenly wondering, like, if Nongshim's performing in this way, does this mean that we could take it? And I feel like there's like a lot more hunger then. They're sensing that there's an opening, so they're like, we should go for this. We should go full out on this. And for Boom Esports too, they will be up first in the series. They're suddenly thinking like, oh wait, we could run away with this.
I mean, I think this whole tournament has been cracked wide open. I think everybody's shown that anyone can beat anyone in this tournament. I really think both of those spots are up for grabs. I think a lot of people thought Nongshim were going to absolutely walk their way through this tournament after a great showing in Pacific, but they're beatable. The Giants can bleed, so anything can happen in this tournament. And yeah, I think a lot of the players, a lot of the younger players, super hungry for that spot, now really feel like this is their chance to steal that away.
Yeah, look, we knew that Nongshim wasn't entirely invincible, but we didn't think that we'd see them in this position where they'd be dead last. And yes, it is early, but we didn't think we'd ever see them in that position. You know, they probably fluctuate a little bit between the top 3, top 4 spots, but not in this way. So as you mentioned, it's wide open at this point, which makes it very, very exciting to watch Ascension Pacific. Thank you also to our sponsors for making all of these wonderful games so possible. Thank you to Acer Predator, to Intel, to Zowie, Imperial World, TT Racing, and to Syndem for making this all possible. Now we have such banger matches for you today, and the rest, of course, of Ascension. Today, though, as we mentioned, it's sort of a rematch day for us. You have a lot of these storylines from 2024 that are going to be revisiting. It's kind of like a flashback episode, so to say. If you're like watching a series and you have those kind of like recall moments in an episode, you're having that today. And we are starting with Boom Esports and Motive. And the reason why this is a sort of rematch is because they have, first of all, it is Southeast Asia, and because you also have, this is the former DSG roster that went up against Boom as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a lot of these guys on Motive, they will remember that game very, very vividly from last year. Boom, of course, managing to make it to Pacific after beating that Disguise team. So there's a lot of revenge here. And for this Boom team, I think a lot of people weren't sure what to expect as they headed into Ascension. They're making these roster changes. Things are a little bit more up in the air. They didn't have the best run in Pacific Stage 2, but I think they had a very, very strong showing day 1 against NKT. And I think they put a lot of those nerves to bed. So I think they're just going to want to carry that forward. And I would say I would probably have them as the favorites now heading into today, into this matchup against Motive, just because of that experience. We saw how that played out, that core that were here last year, really stepping up when it mattered most and really able to convert.
I hear that question mark though at the end when you say I probably have them as the favorites now. I think there is a question mark also for everybody, right?
I feel bad. I feel like I can't call any team the favorites or they're destined to lose at this point. So you do have to be careful.
That's the weird thing about being on desk, right? There is some kind of power here on the desk. And also because you have Boom with a bit of an adjustment, right? Just like Nongshim, they are adjusting to a little bit of a roster shuffle. They're looking like they're enjoying a bit more success with the addition of Nats and with Whitecat. But I think, having DOS9 and Famous out of the roster, they brought such veterancy to Boom, is something that they still have to adjust to. Of course, you still have Berserks there, one of the players of Boom that have been on this roster for a really long while, and of course he has competed on the biggest stages as well, and with him there and with Shiro there calling, you have Boom Esports that are pretty much set to take this tournament if everything goes according to their plan.
Yeah, I mean, that is their plan, but who knows how it's going to happen. Berserk's, as you say, so experienced on every single stage in Valorant right now. So, I mean, I think he's leading from the front from that Sentinel role. He's had really bright moments already this tournament. So, yeah, I think it's just about him using that experience, settling in these younger players around him, and making sure that across the board, this Boom team are incredibly solid.
Yeah, but of course they are up against Motive, which this is again the core of that DSG roster that did go up against Boom, that were quite dominant in the SEA region for a while. They have such heavy hitters, they have such talented players, and I can't help but root for this roster just because you have players like Wayne, for example, like Styron, who made Ewok's top 8 list there, by the way. But when you see them on the server, when you see them play, it's hard not to believe in this team. It's hard not to root for this team. You also have a veteran like Sushi Boys that brings that X factor to this roster, and of course you have your favorite guys, Morgan. You have Spin and you have Benkai in the coaching staff too. So there's a lot of experience coming in here from Motive.
Yeah, I mean, this is a coaching staff I personally rate very highly. I think they brought a lot of strong structure to this team that was already very experienced and already playing very good Valorant. I think what's impressed me the most is we saw big games from several different players all across that game against Eking, flaring, really stepping up on the Viper, and of course Wayne going crazy on the Yoru. This is also a very experienced team, also touted as one of the favorites heading into this tournament. So this matchup is massive for where both of these teams will end up in their group stage run, because you got to remember, you want to finish top 2. If you finish 3rd, you're going to be starting down in that lower bracket, and 4th and 5th where you simply just don't make the cut.
Yeah, you want to get those victories in early and you want to keep them consistent. And when you look at a player like Wayne, who was number one on like Ewok's pick, right? It's easy to see why he's number one. He's so consistent. And if you look at the stats, right, his headshot percentage is out of this world. He is so consistent. He's always topping it. It's kind of scary at this point. So Master Wayne really topping the boards there, and one of the players to look out for, not just on Motive, but in this entire tournament. That's why I say it's hard not to root for these players, because they are just so naturally good. But you look at the side of Boom Esports, and they have a player, for example, like White Cat. White Cat did do some damage to the Motive squad when he was on Team Secret Academy too. So they do have players that can cause a dent to the armor of Motive.
Yeah, I mean, he'll know them very well. They've been playing all year, so I do think it's about what has he learned from that time in Challengers SCA. How can he bring that experience, that unique experience, into this Boom squad to help shore up those gaps? But we have to highlight Wayne here. I mean, on these agents, you can see he's been playing Omen, Brimstone, Sage. This is all in Challengers SCA, and then he breaks out this Yoru that we saw on day one of the tournament. And my goodness, Mika, it was absolutely insane.
No, Wayne is frightening. And I mean that in a really, really good way. As you mentioned, like his shots are always on point. And when you look at the transition of like, you know, the kind of hybrid duelist controllers that we've been seeing all throughout Pacific, even all throughout the VCT circuit, you have Wayne as that kind of like aggressive and a controller that's not afraid to take fights. And even if he's alone on the side, he is strong enough to actually handle everything. And we're looking at the map vetoes right now. This is going to be very, very important. As we mentioned, we have two very veteran teams. We're not seeing Lotus and Ascent here.
I mean, that's crazy. You know, heading into today, we've mostly seen Lotus and Ascent. And both of these teams decided to pick Lotus in their opening matches. So for Motive to ban that out instantly means they want to take this veto in a different direction. Motive picking up Haven and Boom selecting Corrode. We will definitely get to see Corrode today for the first time at this Ascension. Now, this is a much more fun map veto. This is what I'm talking about. No Lotus, no Ascent. Let's have it. Come on.
You don't want to see another Ascent B-side execute? Come on.
No.
You don't want to see a little bit more, maybe? But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is going to be very, very exciting. I absolutely love seeing Corrode in there, and for Boom and Motive to be able to do it too. I'm really excited to see what these players have planned for Corrode. We are moving into Haven first, though, and I would say that for Haven, there's a lot working here on the side of Motive. There's a lot that they can do here. They have been bringing it out, of course, in the tournaments past. But for Boom, we do need to see, I think, a little bit of innovation, especially in integrating Nats and White Cat into the roster. But of course, before we get started, we will once again thank all of our sponsors here. Before we get into the matches, we need to thank Acer Predator. We need to thank Intel, Zowie, Imperial World, TT Racing, and Syndom for making this all possible, for making getting into these matches possible. And of course, we saw the map veto earlier, right? And we are very excited about Corrode and Sunset coming in. But what are we thinking about with Haven here with Boom and Motive?
I mean, it's interesting. So Motive have been playing this Gen G comp with the Viper. You know, we saw SLT run that. More and more teams adopting that style. And I do think that could fit them quite well. But ultimately on day one, we saw them have their most success when they were running this double duelist, when they were playing Yoru Waylay with Wayne on that Yoru. So I'm very curious if it's going to turn out that double duelist style is just a better fit for them. And I'm also going to see, have they decided to make some changes for Haven? Because I just think that maybe they could take their comps in a different direction that might be that little bit more effective. But, you know, credit to them, since they swapped to this Viper comp and Challengers SCA, they have been flawless in Haven, so they will be feeling totally fine about this map, and there's a clear reason why they will have picked it. I think the question mark is much more on the Boom side. We haven't seen them play this map in a very long time. When we did, I think it was stage 1 of Pacific, and they were running the ISO, and so it's more about what have Boom got cooked up, but Boom get to be the ones that are a bit more surprising here. You know, we've seen that work for teams. Look at Velocity yesterday, able to try something different on a map and get that win. So I would like to see Boom take a little bit more risks, see how they're going to use these newer, younger players that they've added to the squad, and ultimately, what is their prep like for Motive's Viper comp if they do indeed play that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a big question mark for Boom. We haven't seen this going back all through the record. We haven't seen this since April 12th against DRX in stage 1. So big question mark on the side of Boom. And you brought up the double duelist working really well for Motive. I wonder though if they can do a technique like that against Boom, because Boom is also that kind. They've been so well practiced against this kind of meta. So I feel like Boom, in terms of that kind fighting against that kind of strategy, they've pretty much seen every page in the book at this point. So I wonder if Motive are thinking, should we change it up at this point? Should we still run with it, or should we show something entirely different to Boom, because they know that Boom is going to show something entirely different to everybody?
Yeah, I mean, they've had time to make changes. I think almost everybody has heading into this tournament. And that's probably the most crucial part, especially for the coaching staff, where that's your real time. That's your official, in a sense, where it's all about how can you make these changes? How can you throw off your opponents? How can you disrupt their preparation so that you can come into games like this and be surprising? I think they've already come in with a surprise with that veto. First banning out Lotus after choosing to pick it in their opening map. That's sending a message of, hey, we can do whatever we want. You can't control us.
Definitely. It's going to be so exciting. It is rematch day for many of our teams here at VCT Ascension Pacific. So let's get started. We're going to start off with Boom and Motive.
Winning always feels good, but we never forget what we are really after. And here, we found what we've been looking for.
過去にとらわれずに、今この瞬間に集中する。戦いで負った痛みも傷も。だから俺たちは強くなれた.
아무도 우리를 막을 수 없습니다. 수많은 시험들이 있었지만 우린 늘 앞으로 나아갔습니다. 이제 우리의 시간이 왔기 때문입니다.
อาจจะไม่มีใครพูดถึงเรา พวกเราไม่ได้มาเพื่อเป็นแค่ตัวประกอบ พวกเราจะทำให้ทุกคนเห็นว่าเราไม่เป็นรองใคร
ปีที่แล้วเราได้เรียนรู้อะไรมากมายทุกแมตช์คือบทเรียนและทุกบทเรียนทำให้เราแข็งแกร่งขึ้น ตอนนี้เราจะแสดงให้เห็นว่าประเทศไทยคือบ้านของเรา
Quite far forward. Paranoia going to be sent berserk to try to keep his team in this one. Swinging right into it for berserks.
A team like ours isn't built on luck, only on sweat and belief. We have trained together, driven by the same goal, and will win with what we have built with our own hands.
ผมมาที่นี่เพื่อไล่ตามเป้าหมายที่ผมไม่มีทางทำสำเร็จได้คนเดียว นี่คือบ้านของผมและเราจะร่วมมือกันเพื่อสร้างประวัติศาสตร์
We're not the favorites, but we're not afraid of anyone. Underdogs like us don't wait for chances. We create them ourselves.
Our team is ready to climb back to the top. This is the path we've chosen, and we'll take it all the way.
우린 이 대회를 이미 제패해봤습니다. 그러니까 이번에도 못할 이유가 없죠.
Motive Esports.
Count that big bang.
Boom Esports.
We've got Boom Esports and Motive starting off this 3-series day for us, Morgan. And we see for both of these teams, it means so much, especially for Boom. It's not often you get a second chance at a tournament like this, but this is a second life for Boom, and it looks as though with Nongshim's recent performance, they could take this tournament all the way.
Yeah, they'll be feeling great after watching Nongshim. They start off with a win, Nongshim didn't, coming back down to Ascension, and they know that they have the skill to take this all the way. On the other side, we have Motive. This core of, Vera, Styron, Wayne were knocked out by Boom last year, preventing them from getting top 4. These players know each other very well. They've played many times. This is a huge revenge match, but ultimately these are two heavy hitters, two favorites coming into this tournament, and they're looking to move to 2-0 in this group stage.
And all smiles from Benkai there that you see on Motive, and he's part of the, he's part of why Motive is so easy to root for too, because you know that the coaching staff is pretty solid. I think Spin's pretty happy with his assistant coach, probably better than his former assistant coach, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, the old guys are flawed, very much so. Moving into Agent Select, no changes on the side of Motive, running this Gen G style comp that we've seen so many teams adopt. On the side of Boom, this is a little bit of a change since we last saw it, but we've not seen Haven from them in a very long time. They're bringing out double duelist here with Shiro on the Yoru and Whitecat on that Neon. So very exciting clash of styles here, and a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, I can't wait. You have Shiro here, IGL here, going for that double duelist. We've been seeing that kind of trend, happening quite a while. Exactly. And for the side of Motive, it's more comfort. It's something familiar to them. So perhaps they're gonna rely on their individuality. They're gonna rely on that firepower that they're so well known for. And hey, if it's worked for them wonderfully in the past, why do we need to change it? I think they'll be fine.
Everybody in Motive very, very comfortable on these agents. Have to highlight flaring on the Viper. On Bind especially, he was fantastic. A true expert on that agent.
We're gonna see how many experts we have here on the server, but what's certain is that we have 2 experts on the call right now. We have Azurai and Dax to take us into Haven.
Come on, guys. You don't need to throw it that way to us. Humble Kings here. But thank you so much to Mika and Morgan for that incredible intro. So much on the line has been set. And today of all days, it's already established, right? It's a remix, it's a redo, and it's a bunch of rematches from last year's Ascension. First things first, though, my name's Dax. I'm joined here by Azurai. And Azurai, this is a huge one. Boom in pole position, coming in from Pacific back into Ascension. But on the other hand, they're against the top seed of Southeast Asia in Motive Esports.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is going to be an incredible game to get the day started. Like you mentioned, there's so much happening right now, and Mika and Big Time were discussing it as well that Morgan.
Come on, we went through this, and we're gonna go with Morgan for the whole broadcast.
Yeah,
here.
but there is a lot on the line here, right? A second chance for Boom to get back into Pacific with having 2 months of hiatus for them, and them showing that there's still a team to be reckoned with. Very much a lot to look forward to. As now again, Motive starting with the pistol round on attack, looking to start on C.
Yeah, and Shiro actually on Yoru. Haven't seen him play this one in official competition, but Shiro actually with the pick onto Vera to begin with. In and out pretty quickly. Our analyst did mention a while ago, Boom still playing that double duelist like they did back in Split 1 Pacifics. But then again, it is the Neon rather than the ISO. So a pick here for Boom to start with, and they're controlling the tempo of Motive for now.
Yeah, Sushi Boys is getting that mid control, as you can see. Oh, positioning from that. The wall. There it is, contact, but Flaring is just so prepared for it. Gets the kill. Gonna be easy for him. The rotation, kind of awkward from Sushi Boy, so Shiro's gonna get that free kill, nab it for himself. NC Slasher holding this site, beautifully executing with 2 kills, and leaving Wayne in a 1 versus 4. This pistol is already getting heated, and Boom is setting the pace. Oh, wait, no. Okay, there we go. A couple of shots, and he will go down. Still, Boom takes it first.
Yeah. Boom Esports, they just handled all the angles well, and especially Shiro, right? Just repositioning into safer angles, resetting towards the garage, and one by one, you'll find this kind of opportunity. Great kicks from the IGL and NC Slasher also anchoring towards that A side. If they can keep Motive from really running it down, and it's one thing our panel did mention from the first time we saw Motive. They were so strong running the double duelist, going for these hard executes, going for these hard retakes. But when it's a little bit more tempered, that's where Motive does look a bit weaker. And right now, boom, onto the anti-eco. They're putting pressure into mid, and Vera's already hobbling with 10 HP.
Oh my goodness, White Cat. You know, they did discuss that White Cat was, you know, slow to start, but explosive once he got that rhythm. Now it's gonna be put onto him. He's on his backside by himself. That's the first pick. Throws out the relay bolt, repositions, charges right out, and no fear. Already gets 4 kills. We're down to the 1. Styron is gonna get the ace first for the day. There's that smoke that dissipates, or at least just separates them. Gets the kill. There you go. Easy for White Cat.
Easy pickings, and that's something everyone's been talking about. The newest addition to this Boom roster on loan from Team Secret Academy. And a very young player getting an ace on the biggest stage that he's played so far. It is an anti-eco, but there's no slow start here for White Cat or Boom whatsoever. Perfect blind courtesy of the Omen. Set up well here by Boom, and from that point on, White Cat collects, and that gives him so much progress for the upcoming overdrive.
Yeah. Again, this also just maybe puts a bit more I don't know, pressure on Motive on how they're going to be approaching this gun round of theirs. Seems like they do want to maybe challenge mid with this 3-peak. I don't know if this is going to happen with the White Cat and Shiro already on the contact. They drop right down. Oh. Vera's already down to 10. Yeah. It's the same thing that happened last round, Dax.
It's a bit of deja vu, and Vera one more time crippled at the beginning. White Cat, he's also 1 kill away from that ultimate. Could surprise Motive at a moment's notice. Take flight. Stave off the execute for the time being. Shiro yet again trying to dip in with this outlaw. And looking at Motive right now. It's really flaring the one light armor. The rest of the team here with heavy. Wayne breaks the fake out, and Motive forced to play the default early on here.
Yeah, you can see that they put a lot of bodies on mid just to put that pressure, clear the utility from Berserks on Garage. But since they do have this Viper wall, gonna start working their way through short here. Nats is in a very tricky spot here. Once that drops, once Motive realize they can go for a long, this is gonna be a tricky situation. But Nats is up forward par as he almost gets 2 kills. Styron down to 32, but now they have an avenue potentially to get into the A site.
Yeah, Motive's wounded here, and they're running out of time. Still, possible rotations as Sushi Boys leading the lurk already into Garage.
30 seconds
Wayne and the
left.
rest of the team understanding that, so Styron with the calls here. And all in all, Boom, they would be forced to play the retake at this rate, but still Shiro. He's getting in position. They throw out the dark cover to block out the link area. And Motive, they find C right for the taking for now.
10 seconds
That's
left.
gonna be the plant. Oh, White Cat blinded. Wayne chasing, just pushes through the wall, no fear whatsoever. That does give a bit of momentum here for Motive. The peek out from Shiro, only gets the 1. Here comes Berserks as well. Challenges and fights, and he will get the kill there, the shutdown as well. And finally, another point here for Boom. Ooh.
Yeah, bonus win for Boom, by the way. We all expected that they'd let that spike get planted, but White Cat throws such a big wrench into those plants with the fast lane. And Shiro has just been incredible here for the past 3 rounds. Haven't seen him much on this agent, but he's just proving so much mastery with it. Getting in and out of action, getting some great angles there with the outlaw. From that point on, really, Berserks comes to collect. We're saying it, they're the team from Pacific. They had that very shaky form in Stage 2. But hey, this is a new look. This is a new beginning here in Ascension yet again for Boom Esports, and they're off to the races with a 3-0 lead as Motive has to call for the timeout.
Yeah, very quick call on that timeout as well, but I think it just makes a lot of sense. They don't want this momentum from Boom to spiral out of control. They want to figure out how to utilize, you know, this double duelist that Motive like to use, but so far it hasn't really gotten that that leeway, you know, or excuse me, that control for Vera. So unfortunately, it hasn't been so clear cut for them. So at least having this talk over, much better.
Yeah, we've been talking about the prep work really coming into this one, and Motive did have that big adjustment back in Challengers SEA. They had many struggles actually in the last split of it, especially here on Haven, swapped over to the Genji comp, as Morgan did mention a while ago with the Viper. But it's now been, of course, put to the test especially with the Vietnam LAN, how they won the championship for SCA to begin with. It's something Boom has studied and understood so far, and it's been working so well. Overdrive available, 2 Outlaws as well, here for Boom to punish Motive if they peek the long angles.
Oh my goodness. Just gonna go straight for the peak here. Shiro, ooh, what a crack on the shot. Vera might, once he hears that TP though, might actually just go straight for the site already. Sliding, charging, but Berserks is so prepared for that fight. White Cat is always also here, and this is just difficult for Motive to get into things. They still have control of that spike, but as you can see in the blink of an eye, 2 players are the only ones to remain, and Nats is already on the flank.
Yeah, Shiro just doesn't miss at all. Boom Esports in position now to get the crunch going, and Flaring and Wayne, they're gonna need a miracle to get out of this one. But yeah, Nats knows this is a freebie. Wayne all alone here with the Bucky on hand. And we've seen how shotties have been strong all throughout the map. Game Changer Pacific here as well into the corner for Wayne. But all in all, just Boom putting a stop to anything Motive's trying to do here. And especially when they get these first kills so early on into the round.
It's so problematic as well, because it feels like Boom is just allowed to do things like this. Granted, it was just, you know, an eco for Motive, right? It was a slower pace for them. They were just trying to find maybe a chink in the armor, but things like this from Shiro should, I don't know, be punished or at least be read. Because if not, it is going to be, I think, a very quick first half favoring the Boom roster.
I mean, you say that, but Boom also has different players in position. White Cat's rotations have been quick, and you also saw there Berserks was ready to play within the backside just in case someone went for the chase. And that's exactly what happens. Bera wanted to punish Hero, couldn't even find where the gate crash was at. Boom right now, setting the pace yet again. Overdrive into play. Sushi Boy still with the pick onto Nats. The great snake fight to keep the Neon at bay. It's Motive here with the man advantage. They see an opening towards C. Vera wants to go for the push.
Yeah, he doesn't want to waste any time whatsoever. Goes straight for Garage here as Shiro is by himself. Does have a TP all the way through the A side to the timing. They're not even peeking him. Gets 2 kills and Shiro. Now he gets out, but he's equalized the numbers, Dax. 2-2. They will have to walk all the way back, but they do have time just as the spike gets planted. Shiro already uses, just in the face of him, throws out the flash. I love it. White Cat gets it, and Shiro with the jugular, 3 kills, and an amazing, amazing play to get them 5th.
You know, it's a ball of a flash and you throw it straight at someone's face. That's gonna leave a mark, and Shiro has left his mark in this game so far. Absolutely the standard here with these positions, and you said it, just left unchecked. Gets these opportunities. That double from Logs was huge to allow Boom to keep the tempo going, and honestly, a bit of a blunder from such seasoned players like Wayne and Flaring, who check that 9 times out of 10. All in all, sharp shooting from Boom. No slow starts at all. And this is just a commanding first half of a first half so far. Look at the score here, Asarai. It's 5-0, and there have been no answers from Motive at all. That could be big, though, from Flaring.
Oh, that was huge. Still, there is some A-long. Oh, wait. Hold on. NC Slasher. Okay. Good positioning. Doesn't get punished. While Shiro is already at A-long. Now knows that Flaring is in a bit of a pinch here. If Sushi Boys does not help, it's all down to Flaring to make this possible. The push out as well. The alarm bot does stop Shiro from going for the pinch. But NC Slasher makes it a quick endeavor. But Berserks everywhere around the map. It seems like Boom are just winning battle after battle, and this is dwindling the options available for Motive to do anything in these rounds.
Yeah, Phantom Spray from that distance. Berserks, brilliant again, holding from backside. But you said it, Boom Esports just taking away the options here for Motive. This is a 3-site map, but it does feel like Motive's the one who's stuck in these narrow corridors. Now then, Shiro looking to continue where he left off, gets the blind onto 2. Insel as well now, so they know the survivors of Motive trying to play into the A side. One more chance, not gonna happen. Hunter's Fury though, pressure's on again, gets the tag, gets the kill, Anti-Slasher delivers again, and it's Boom Esports up to 6.
Wow, that is just quick adaptation, right? You lose your Yoru, and the immediate answer back from Boom here is just to throw out a Recon Dart and a Hunter's Fury just to stop them, because they know that you were just pushing on A-long. It's an easy stall, and it was just a great cleanup from Boom altogether. Oh, there it is. That was beautiful.
And you wonder, right? Can they bounce back from their lows in Pacific here in Ascension? It is a resounding yes so far, especially in the map. And remember, 2 players coming in from Academy squads. Doesn't matter for the veterans though. Shiro again, consistent on the shot. Wildcat in position, flaring now with a shutdown, but Shiro's not done. Any gun you give him, he won't miss. And here by the platform, he controls the action. Spotlight's on. Shiro yet again sees another, gets another. It's 3 for Shiro here, and he's leading by example. 7-0 now.
My goodness, this is an immovable object. He held his entire round on platform. Sure, he TP'd a little bit, you know, back to the back of the site, but look at this. It felt like free kills. He got tagged by the drone. No one was marking him. He got tagged by another thing, and he keeps getting these shots. It's insane from Shiro. Unstoppable. And I don't know, man, what's happening for Motive here. They're not finding that opening that they want. They're not finding that counter against Shiro that they want. Sure, they're trying to flash him. They're trying to ping him, whatever. Nothing is shaking this Opper's determination. This Opper's, I don't know, steady control of the site.
Yeah, speaking of the op, it's all the way on the other side of the map. Here comes the pressure. Oh my god. Already in position. Wait's gonna be gone. Hunter's Fury gonna get a response here from Motive. And they're on site, but Berserks is still around. Big kill from Berserks, so at least stem the tie. Vera able to turn it all around. And finally, Motive, a chance here to play the post plant with the advantage.
Oh, shot dart though. Might get hit. Gotta be careful. Vera tried. Oh, what a shot from Vera! NC Slasher gonna take the risk, pushing through the toxic smoke. He will get taken down, and that is gonna be the first point for Motive. A much needed one. And Vera, he served it on a platter here for his teammates.
I mean, Vera's been trying to serve here, but all the tables been filled with food for so long. Finally, we get their due, we get the speed that Motive has wanted all throughout. They get some great kills along the way, but it wasn't easy at all because Boom had backside still under control. When they finally get the overrun, that's where Motive gets the decisive blow. But keep an eye out for those C-takes. If Boom can still stabilize around players like Berserks in that area, it's gonna be tough for Motive to do that again. And now we head over towards A.
Okay, they're gonna use the lockdown to start pushing everybody back. There's a small portion, or somewhat of a portion of this A side that is still going to be controlled. Shiro is being thrown the entire kitchen sink just to flush him out of the back of the site. Let's see how this works out, because NC Slasher is the turret on Heaven. Hits the shot on Sushi Boys through the smoke. Works out well for him. Viper Spit going to be used to block out a lot more vision. But now look at this 2-man flank coming in from Boom. This is going to be such a pinch for Motive, and they have to hold their position as long as they possibly can.
That utility knocked him when Sushi Boy's going down, and it lets White Cat slip in again. Never leave the door open, because White Cat will come to collect. Here comes Boom right now with the advantage. Viper Spit Flare tries to play in and out of it. Flaring, dancing, but it's Boom who leads the tango. And it's 8-1 as Boom are back to winning ways.
Oh my goodness. That was just unfortunate. Losing your anti-flank at the most awkward of times, allowing
from the spam, Boom
to,
basically.
yeah, exactly, right through the spam as well, and it just allowed Boom to go for the flank. This Viper's Pit would have been great if, you know, his opponents were just coming in from one direction, but everywhere it kind of turns on you, right? It turns against you, excuse me.
Yeah. NC Slash has been lighting up this world like nobody else towards A. He's just so good at finding these angles towards A-Long, towards Heaven, as we've seen. And truthfully, he's been a big reason why it's just a big shutdown for Motive to go in that direction. Here we go again. Nats coming in from RQ Academy, most experienced player from that roster here in Boom now. And Motive again. We saw how strong their execute was when they got the tempo, then they got the speed, but back to the defaults. They're trying to find a pick here, but Boom's the one holding the angles with the operator too.
Wow, that was felt like a very defensive Nano Swarm. Nats though,
he's out.
Oh, gets away. Let's get a shot off from Shiro, and okay, operator on attack.
Yeah,
have to see it.
It's very signature. He loves to run that gun, and he's not gonna be afraid to slide in and go for the scope. But speaking of the scope right here, Asarai, Shiro again, just unbeatable so far.
Yeah, that just flushes down the impact that Vera had just moments ago. Flaring now slowly approaching onto short here. I think he has an inkling that NC Slasher might just be right in front of him. And then I say that and he just drops his weapon. Unfortunate timing for Motive here. Here comes the out-of-dimensional drift, and it is just a wipeout once again, 9-1. And boom. To their namesake, they are just booming all over Haven here with just incredible output.
Yeah, hey, it's a one big boom so far, and with one big lead, it is a statement. It's already shades of the past here for Motive. And honestly, the timings, corners, left uncleared at all. And you know that NC Slasher is gonna play around that A angle as much as he would like and tuck the way into short. Opportunity yet again here for Boom. Remember, Boom's the squad that eliminated this guys last year, Asarai. And Motive has that core right now. It's even tougher here as they lose one early on again.
I love just looking at how snappy White Cat's flicking has been.
At this point,
yeah.
How many first kills do Boom have in this half alone? Too many! Because NC Slasher will add one more to the equation! And somehow he's still alive! White Cat again! Ready for reinforcement! He's always in action, he's always in position, and White Cat is fitting in like a glove here with the Boom roster. Sushi Boys in the smoke though. Trying to go for the shot. Shiro again with the shorty! And Boom are already at double digits!
So that's why he was just right there. You mentioned White Cat being there as well, and then, and then the cyber cage that just kept NC Slasher safe. That's just how I think in tune the entire Boom roster has been. And Motive, it doesn't look. It feels like they're just kind of stretching themselves thin because that's the only option that they might have at this point, right? Trying to pressure every point that's available to pressure, but there's nothing that's really shaking the hold of Boom. Last round we go, and it seems like they're just gonna go for a straight shot into the C site. There's still a trap there. Could be a kill for Zerx here, but he will get punished as he does get spotted out by that alarm bot.
Oh, Vera does go down. It was a great alarm bot, as you mentioned. And here comes the fight versus Flaring, but the aim's just not there. NC Slash instead gets in position, and immediately, Boom already here for the retake. Time ticking. Motive looking to push twice into the garage. Wayne over onto the corner, setting up the smokes as well, timing everything. And Styron has come to collect a big double here, but Boom responds in kind. It's up to Styron to try and find the clutch. He's gotten two. He needs two more here, and now no chance to really play the Hunter's Fury. Up close, NC Slasher will cleave him down with the shotgun. And Boom Esports, it's a statement to begin the day. 11-1 to end the first half, by the way.
Here comes the Boom. Yeah, there you go. That's a statement right there.
That's it. No words, just Boom. And all in all, any kind of issues from their first series, any kind of slow starts, about White Cat fitting in, about wow, Shiro on the Yoru while IGLing, NC Slasher consistency also. Just no answers from Motive at all, and you can feel the frustration in the Motive camp now. In case, quick little halftime break here, guys. We'll be right back after this.
And we are back. You know, I finally took it. I finally was able to catch it.
What?
Took the mantle of getting back from the break from you.
Yeah,
the pistol starts.
It's a great introduction, and who had the greatest introduction in the first half? It's just Boom Esports. And
oh my goodness.
What? Where? NC Slasher, you can't be doing this. There's no way. You're just finding these angles and hitting these shots from afar, and not even Styron.
Knife,
I'm so
knife,
sorry,
knife.
Styron. I'm so sorry about this. The knife to the back. Nats will get the takedown. Wayne though left unchecked, but you know Boom's gonna go for A here already. It's up to Wayne to try and hold him off with the smokes. White Cat getting in position. His Frenzy trying to do some damage, but no, it's not gonna happen. Bear as well. Big shots too. Sushi Boys finds the lurk, but it's 2v1 now.
Yeah, but Shiro does get the kill, or rather, Sushi Bush does get the kill on Shiro. Gives the information for Boom in this 2 versus 1. It is going to be maybe a mid-rotation. Whatever happens, they do have the timing on where he's going to approach, and that spike is planted out in the open. No smokes for Sushi Boys. Does have that turret, sure. Maybe it can help out, but he has to find some contact first. Give him a little bit more of some kind of inkling. There we go.
Spotted.
Slash is spotted out.
Oh. Boys, looking for the opportunity. NC Slasher in
Charging
the
out.
corner for time, running out, and NC Slasher. There's just no beating this guy. You have two big bosses on Boom Esports right now. Shiro from the first half, NC Slasher here in the second pistol, and immediately, you know what the score is? It's already map point.
Insanely fast.
And just doing so dirty there too.
Yeah.
Compared to like yesterday?
Yesterday, I know. Where it got, what, 5 overtimes, was it?
Yeah, I don't know.
6
I
overtimes?
honestly lost count watching that Ascent game between NKT and SKG. SLT rather. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Force buy from Motive. Can't really do anything else other than that, but you can see that Boom's just prepared for it. Whitecat not really deciding to go through C. And through that Toxic Smoke, Poison Orb. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Rotating, though. Oh, the catch on Tavera. That is making A a very, very juicy, tempting site to now start pushing in, knowing that that wall is not going to be there as well. Styron took a bunch of damage as well, down to 10. And oh boy, this is starting to be very stressful. Once more.
It's not starting, it's already ending at this point.
Continually stressful for Motive.
Yeah, it's tough. Motive Esports could
end
up having to go for the go next. Shiro though, they don't check the corner! They don't check the corner! And Wayne's opportunity, but Whitecat able to get the double anyway. Boom, back in position. And remember, this is Motive's map pick. And this is a dominating score. Final countdown perhaps. Boom Esports positions all across the A site. The crossfire is just so powerful here. And Cyber Cage gets the intel too, and that's already with pre-fire. Whitecat on the other corner. And Motive, it's time to accept your fate or try to defy it. They go for the snake bite. Here's double peek, and immediately the trades come in to allow Boom to get the win. 13-1. What a start here for Boom Esports.
That was incredible. Every single thing that Motive wanted to do, it felt so simple for Boom. Counter here, peek there. You have a Yoru that just walks up onto C-Long, hits a shot. Motive panics, tries to maybe overcompensate. Maybe that's the theme that they were kind of forced to play on map 1, which is to always try to just hit shots, but again, try to just overdo things. It was not working at all.
Yeah, losses like that, you just have to shake it off if you're Motive Esports, as from start to finish, it's Boom who deliver. And it all began with a single pick of an agent. Shiro on the Yoru, and suddenly it was kill after kill from the beginning. Multiple times, it was a 5v4 from the first 5 to 10 seconds in favor of Boom Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And man, things like this, man, where Shiro was just not spotted whatsoever by the team. Felt like Motive had a lot of things missing with their execution like this. No one was holding a portion of that angle to approach the site. It felt slow, it felt jittery, it just did not look like the Motive that we were used to, casting them during Ascension. Or excuse me, casting them during the Challenger League.
No, exactly. Even Ascension back in DSG, right? With that confidence in that core when they would go for these heavy executes, but they would overwhelm and outpower the opposition. It's exactly what we witnessed as well when they played in the Vietnam LAN for Challengers SCA. But where is it now here in Bangkok, right? They had that one good round where they got that seaside execute going, courtesy of Vera. And speaking of Vera, I can't really put so much blame in the guy in the first place because there were so many rounds where he would either be dead or at 10 HP from the get-go. How do you have any confidence as a duelist to play that execute when you're that low thanks to the hands of Boom, right? And this was just altogether a Boom experience from start to finish. Some moments sure from Motive, but honestly, just crumbs on the table. It was Boom who feasted. The Wolves are hunting already this early on into the day. And a 13-1 statement says it all. 11 first kills as well, double digits on that side. But we'll throw it over to the panel to, of course, talk about how Boom took that.
I'm kind of speechless here, Morgan. We were expecting something a lot closer. I was not expecting a 13-1, just one round out of just decimation on the side of Boom. Dax mentioned it. The Wolves are hungry. The Beasts are hungry. The Wolves are out hunting. This is Boom in full force.
I mean, there's no other way we can describe this other than dominant. Boom really showing up. I mean, I felt like Motive just could not get any momentum. It felt like they were losing every duel. They're losing every first kill. And this can be the problem when you run this Viper comp into the double duelist. When you have Shiro popping up on the operator like that, you just don't have a lot of util to deal with it. You don't have the tools to handle all these layers that Boom were able to build on their defensive side. But I mean, Shiro IGLing on this Yoru, on the operator. I mean, just fantastic, Mika.
Yeah, I mean, Ewok in that content piece earlier said that, you know, there's a lot of attention right now with IGLs who can not only call, not only quick to adapt, but can also frag.
Yeah.
And Shiro was just all of that in this map. This was incredible on the Yoru, and we had question marks in our heads here, Morgan.
Yeah.
You know, earlier, and now I think like, okay, there shouldn't be any doubt at this point when it comes to Shiro and these kind of numbers.
Yeah, gosh, Shiro, I was not familiar with your game. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't know you had it like that. I mean, he was absolutely cooking them. We saw him bring out the Outlaw, the Operator, just hitting shot after shot, but also so clean with his flashes and the util. I felt like they looked so well drilled on this map. But I mean, this was Motive's map pick. Motive's map pick, and you're getting one round. I mean, that's a tilter. It's got to be tough now. We need to see a big reset as we move towards Corrode. But ultimately, that's the choice of Boom. So they have all the momentum, and they'll be feeling great moving forward with the series.
And that's therein is the double-edged blade when you pick a map that you don't exactly know what your opponents are going to bring out. If they haven't played it in a while, you know, it could work very well for you. But in the side on the side of Motive, it did not work out well for them at all. They might have thought, hey, we have a one-up on Boom because they haven't played this in a while. But sometimes you don't know what you're asking for at this point. You don't know if Shiro's going to come in your face with an operator or an outlaw and everything. So this was definitely a surprise, pleasant surprise on the side of Boom. We are going into Corrode next, and I think this is going to be a lot more interesting. I'm hoping we see a lot more from Motive because it felt like there was a lot of panic on their side. They were forgetting a lot of the little things that you would usually do if you have a lot of confidence going into a map. So we're going to see if they can bring some of that confidence back going into map number 2 right after this very quick break. Welcome back to Ascension Pacific, and we just saw Boom Esports, a 13-1 versus Motive. This is not at all what we were expecting from Motive.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they can come back on map number 2. It is going to be Corrode, and for both teams, they don't exactly have a lot of experience on this. Yes, Motive was able to take this from Full Sense, I believe, but that was just like the one and only time that they played Corrode in an official. And for Boom Esports, they've only played it 3 times, and this was, you know, way back when it's stage 2.
Yeah.
So it's still question marks up in the air here, Morgan.
Yeah, Boom never won on this map in an official. We've seen it 3 times from them, like you say, and they've played a different comp all 3 times, but now they're choosing to pick it. So I really do wonder what they've got cooked up, and if we're going to be seeing that Shiro Yoru once again on the side of Motive. Last time we saw them play this, they were also running that Viper, that similar style, but we just saw how that went for them over in Haven, and it wasn't too effective. But I mean, I think the big thing is with Motive, we see them have these maps. I think when they're switched on, they're very on and they look like world beaters, but they have these maps, they have these matches where it just entirely falls apart for them and they really are not able to get themselves into the game. So I need to see a big reset from them. I mean, 13-1 is an incredibly dominant scoreline for Boom moving towards their map pick, so it's kind of a mountain to climb here for Motive.
No, definitely. Like we were talking earlier about how Motive looked like they were panicking at some point. Motive looked like they weren't themselves. They were making these very small mistakes that kept cascading, that kept on, transforming into bigger mistakes, and it just kept snowballing on their side. They just couldn't get, they just couldn't get that momentum. They couldn't get that, that kind of energy back on their side. And for Boom, they just took it and they ran with it. And especially for a tournament of this kind of importance, with this kind of history on the side of Boom too, I know that they're feeling that, the storyline is favoring them at this point, Morgan.
Oh, absolutely. They're feeling great. And like you say, this core has already got a win over this Motive core. Last year, they knocked them out of the tournament. So they know that they can win this game. They know they have the skill. Now we have the Agent Select coming in, and yet another composition coming in here from Boom. This time, Shiro's going to be on that battle stage, so we have to watch out for that after his map 1 performance. On the side of Motive though, no changes from what we would expect from him here. They've ran this composition before, and we are going to be seeing flaring once again on that Viper. So I do think Boom playing a little bit of a slower style here. So I think this matchup might work a little bit better for Motive, but ultimately still Boom's map pick. They're still going to be favorites heading into this map too.
Yeah, they've had a lot more time to work through whatever they want to do on this map, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned it earlier. They've been running different comps back in Pacific. They were kind of, what exactly should we do on this map? What feels comfortable for us? By this time, I'm feeling, especially with Shiro's performance earlier, now I'm thinking, okay, I think they're onto something here. I'm eager to see more of it. So we're gonna get into Corrode with Dax and Aserai.
Game number 2 here, folks, and Boom Esports with the statement there on Haven. Coming into Corrode, though, our panel did mention it. This is a map that has been a lot of experimentation, I'd say, Aserai, right? From the Pacific run, no real wins there versus Zeta, DFM, or T1 with different comps, and we're gonna see a new look yet again. But if they do really want to redeem themselves here in Ascension, get back into Pacific, this 4th comp this year, this battle stage on Shiro, as Morgan has mentioned, it has to work for them to get the sweep. Can Motive bounce back at this point?
Yeah, I like how for Motive, it's the same comp that they used the one time, right, way back in Challengers, and here for Boom, it's almost a complete overhaul, to be honest. And it seems like Motive, oh, they're hot on the start, immediately going for a fight here outside of A main, while the rest of Boom is starting to work their way through mid. You do see that Shiro is on that battle stage, holding control here on B main as the rest of his teammates come in through Link. This will force out flaring, and now that is just complete control for Boom here. They have left a one. That is going to be Nats on the corner, trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but will get taken down by the rest of Motive. Still, this is the full force of the defending team, and it seems like Boom he's not going to connect any shots. It's looking a little bit messy here, Dax. Shiro will get taken down. It's all down to Berserks. 1 versus 1. He does not have any more of his stings. Slow the pace down for Wayne as he gives himself a bit of that smoke coverage to start defusing the spike.
Yeah, Wayne, he's just sticking it. Can he get away with it? Wayne! Already! Just holds it down, gets it done, and who needs to fight when you can get the defuse there? Both players also really low HP. They call it a day, but it's Motive with the win.
But, okay, chaotic as can be. Yeah, I know. Alright, let's look at that replay. This was beautiful, though. You kind of see what was going in the heads of both of our both of the teams here, right? Where Motive, or excuse me, Boom was trying to be devil's advocate there, just having layers and layers of people delaying things for that post plant, and then Motive just came out of nowhere, just straight up walked. Wayne just said, "Yeah, I'm just gonna, defuse it. See what you can do. Pros don't fake. It works."
The map control for Motive is so strong. Morgan mentioned it with flaring back on the Viper. That smoke will be a big factor moving forward. The trade comes on in, and the Stinger is actually overrun by the Classic. This is doable here for Boom. They're scrounging some guns along the way onto A.
Felt a little bit too ambitious for Wayne to, kind of just back away from that location or around the corner and then just get completely chased by White Cat. Here comes Shiro holding the fort, slowing it down with the orb. And now they know there's a bit of... Oh, is that reaching him? No, he's safe.
No,
he's good.
He's alive. He has a corner, but the floor is lava. The sun comes on out. Here comes Flaring with the swing. Still gets hit by the vulnerable though. Opportunity for Berserks to get the kill. And Berserks! Brilliant shots at the end for the Zowie clutch on the eco, by the way. Boom Esports turns it around and tie it up already.
I mean, Berserks has just been consistent from what we saw with his Cypher now to this. Look at this. Viper, bang, bang. He even changed targets midway through the fight. Just because he knew that it was the better route to go. Did he just say very good?
Very good. Very good indeed. Lots of affirmation for Boom right now after that one. And you said just a little too forced by Motive early on. And now the Odin is out. Get the Brock experience going as Boom Esports are bringing in basically the bang. And speaking of that one, the wall banks are strong. It stops Motive from contesting mid the way that they would like. Shiro's well elevated with the barrier orb, gets the pressure going. All in all, even through the smoke, Shiro knows where to spam. Another target coming his way, and Shiro has come to collect some heads.
No way that they're just allowing him to do this. They keep walking up one by one and they challenge what is, I don't know, this series' GOAT?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he's been the
Yeah.
Got a guy to beat. What? You mess with the horns?
No, you mess with the goat, you get the horns.
let me just like squeeze in that saying for you real quick, and you gotta get it. And it's something you mentioned in the last round. Motive here, kind of just going one by one at these angles. Sure, it's an eco, but as of now, boom. They know where to look. They know where to pre-aim, and Nats versus Flaring, trying to get a pick. Beautiful shot by Flaring at the very least. But he knows this round is done. 1 HP. You're giving a fighting chance. No chance against White Cat here. And a second round for Boom Esports.
Yeah, that's just pretty clean, honestly, for the team. And it feels like Corrode is the new Ascent. So many walls that you can just, again, monopolize.
Just say your line. Just say your line. You know what we want to say.
Every wall is bangable in Corrode, not as Ascent anymore.
Yeah, because they reinforced that whole B main angle, right?
Yeah,
But
anyways,
exactly that.
yeah.
Paper thin walls on the site, paper thin walls towards mid. You have a smoke here for Boom to also control the pace, and it's really that with Berserks sitting on his own toxic screen. It's Boom who can just keep spamming those bullets on the opposite end. Odd comes out, and here we go again. Boom, unrelenting on the mid push.
Yeah. Sushi Boys does have his own Odin all the way through A, though, but that's not going to help out this mid angle for sure. Styron. Oh, he got spotted. Oh, that paranoia right in front of his face, but Flaring is here to defend his teammate. It's good enough. He'll get 2. He does save him for the meantime, but Berserks is unrelenting, unstoppable. Nats, though, does get picked off by Wayne, and that will drop the spike. Has to get picked up by Shiro and Berserks. But here's the thing. If Shiro gets a kill, he will have his res up and running. So Wayne has to hold this as much as he can. He gets the boost on top of the wall. It's a little bit tricky. They don't want to go through the meat grinder of that Odin. And they try to go through it, and the wall was just ineffective. Beautiful stuff from Wayne. What a clutch.
It shattered immediately, right? Because the Odin was scrounged there by Motive. But it all started with Flaring's cover. Just that single second of desync, really, from Boom. No pressure coming in from main. Flaring was able to hold together, protect his teammate into the corner of mid, and from that point on, Motive able to stem the tide. Some accurate play, gonna be huge here for Motive on the defense. We barely saw that there on Haven in the last map, and Flaring, 7 kills already, a better sign for Motive moving forward.
Face your fear!
Look at this complete evacuation of A main from the defenders. Nats coming from the backstab with the from the shadows. Beautiful stuff that pinches the site, but here comes Wayne and Vera in the middle, holding, controlling. The wall will stop them from at least maybe trying to get in kills. And a bit of saving from Shiro, but the flank did nothing. Timing is beautiful from Berserks, but only good for the one, as still Styron and Wayne holding true on the connector as they, again, fell their opponents.
Yeah, they're so quick here on the rotation for Motive. They're immediately in action, playing towards mid, wanting to crunch over onto a main. And they also have these faster actions versus what the Sage can do. Sure, it was a good try there from Nats to play the flag, but I think this was the better play here for Motive. They see the barrier orb, they break it immediately. The res comes on in, it forces Shiro to peek, and these are the fights that a team like Motive thrive in. Just some chaos like they are accustomed to in Southeast Asia. They get the wins there.
Now they're willing to challenge this mid control. The peek out. Oh my goodness! The stun! Vera still somehow manages to get the kill onto White Cat. Insane in the membrane. He goes up, spots it. Vera. He's okay. He's feeling the confidence.
Yeah.
He's absolutely locked in. Out in just that longer fight, he wins the duel against NC Slasher, and Shiro forced back into a corner, down 37. The Sheriff. He's got the aim. He's got the angle. He's making it expensive. One by one. Take it a little bit slower from the looks of things. And, I mean, if he holds on for just maybe half a minute, he'll have his heal back up as well.
For what? How much HP? Barely half, really, here for Shiro. And you said it. One by one again for Motive. They do coalesce with one another. Just stick together as a group and look to go for the whole. This round, though, defined by the speed of Vera. You love to see it when you're a Motive fan. He's just able to cause so much disruption. And all in all, right, a healthy Vera is a strong Vera. He had no fear in that initial fight. He got so awkward with the neon in his face. But right now, Sushi has the Odin, has the gun. Will take down Shiro to confirm it. Motive now up to 4.
Boom. Completely taken aback by that I guess, bravado, if we can call it, from Vera, just charging out on mid. And I guess a taste of their own medicine. You know, this is how Boom was playing on that Haven map, where they were catching Motive as they were still setting up. And it's the same thing here on that mid control. Boom's got to adjust if they want to match up against this tempo. And it seems like it is going to be a quick timeout from them just to mull things over.
I think partially I would agree with you. It's really Motive's game plan to play aggressive on the defense. And we've seen that from the initial pistol. It's pretty clear-cut from Motive, given that they have that Viper. And it's very standard, really, to scare off players from going to B main, going into mid with the initial Viper wall. They're clearing out angles like A main, like we saw towards pistol. This time, just a heavy hand towards mid, because once they can really get the crunch going, Boom's the ones who's gonna get trapped here, and that's why they're gonna go for a timeout right now, because Boom can't really get the space despite having things like the barrier orb and the slow orb to really section off some quadrants of the map here.
Could be also because, you know, there could be some assistance to that because of the weaker weapons that Boom also brought to that particular round. But yeah, the
I mean, that
strategy,
last round, but
for sure, yeah. But the strategy is there for Motive. Yeah,
it's dicey because we saw that round where suddenly it was Motive who pick up the Odin, and now Sushi Boys is just still sticking with it. NC Slasher will do the same. Big guns out coming into this round here, Asarai.
About 3 seconds. We're gonna see if Vera's gonna do the same thing again on mid. Feels like he just wants to just corral and fight them.
It forces such a response. Look, just because they know Vera wants to play into mid, fast lane immediately expended. A stun as well, I believe, here for Whitecat. No, he still has the relay ball, but in any case, Boom committing utility. They throw out the haunt as well, and now they have the mid control.
Yeah. You can see that there's a double stack between Vera and Styron. Styron having... Oh, I was about to say he had the Odin, no, but you're right. It was actually in the hands of Sushi Boys. It's still a double stack. Now that they don't get a catch onto anything, look at the Prowler, though. They start moving in onto mid. That's going to be big, though. That means that if Boom is slow at all in this A push, they're going to get backstabbed. They're going to get sandwiched by the rest of Motive. Sushi Boys holding the position. Will get stunned out. There's the push. 1-for-1 trade. Wayne slows it down. Has the paranoia, but has to get away because of the haunt. Someone manages to use as a shrouded step to get out of harm's way. Spike will get planted, though. But this is going to be a very dicey post-plan scenario as everything, all hell is breaking loose. So many angles of attack. Vera charging in, falls down to the opponent. There's NC Slasher getting the refrag. It's a 2 versus 3 as the dust settles for just a slight or a split second. We're not done. Here comes Vera, or excuse me, Flurry and Wayne. The spam, Flame gets the shot. Beautiful. That Spike out of the Viper Spit. This could be tricky though for Boom as they start moving in, but the decay is strong. Flaring. Oh, gets thrown out the snake bite. He's gonna throw on his own. Love to see that 1-for-1. It drops down, and as it drops down, the curtain calls, and that will be Berserks winning the duel and winning the round for Boom.
Yeah, they got the space, and you were saying it's a pinch possible from Motive, and Boom had that angled check by Shiro. I was watching the Sage the whole time, watching the flank, making sure it wouldn't be suddenly Vera popping out once they go for the execute. Big pick though from Whitecat. He's had struggles here in the second map, but he delivers the single kill that his team needed, that Boom needed to go onto the site. And then you compound it by the fact that Berserks had the elbow angle to set up the Viper Spit. It was just pressure on all fronts, and Motive couldn't keep up this time.
Absolutely. Again? Vera? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so risky. He threw out the relay bolt at the most awkward possible time. Boom, just took the free kill.
They bumped heads so many times in the most literal fashion in that corner. And exactly that. Throws the stun in the face of adversity, and he's the one punished. And in the case, Boom, they know that the mid contest isn't done. Wayne over onto the corner. You got Nats trying to spam that one down. And given that they've lost both Neons into play here already, I'm actually watching for Shiro. He's 1 away from the res. But that corpse is just so far on away, and Motive are looking to clear here in mid. Not really a resable angle. Instead, they have to walk into the lair of Flaring here.
Flaring now gonna be holding the site for the meantime. Gets spotted by the Haunt. Paranoia as well, just making it so difficult. Wayne does get the pick off onto Nats here.
Spike planted.
Now as he slowly approaches. Okay, let's see how this goes. Smoke gives him access. Shrouded step used. Shiro now still holding the crosshair because Sushi Boys can't really go for the swing. What a shot. Sushi Boy's down to 14. This is so difficult for him to approach, and he's got to have to back away. He knows just better save the weapon for the next round.
Yeah, you have 100 bullets in the clip, but a single bullet will just do you in, and Sushi Boys will have to give that one up. Good tier 4, Boom. They really assess that, okay, going back for mid, it's just so risky. They'll just deal with Flaring's Viper when they got there, and they had the numbers to go for the overrun here, so we're gonna see it all tied up. I'm just always curious about how that mid contest is gonna go. White Cat versus Vera, and oh, Sheer actually dying to the spike. Interesting. But yeah, besides that, it's really that initial Neon contest that kind of defines some of how these rounds go in a way.
Oh. That was so awkward.
Bro, they've literally been playing Among Us from the get-go. There's always an imposter. It's like, oh, it's another Neon. Who's the real one? Who's on your team? I don't know anymore.
The Spider-Man meme. Just pointing at each other.
Even the coaching is laughing at it. Just like, how do we always begin the rounds this way?
It's because, I don't know, Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, right? Looking for different results. And White Cat, oh! White Cat! The claw's not sharp enough, but his teammates will have such pointy, I don't know, this pointy approach onto that A site.
Spiky stuff? Okay.
Yeah, sure. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Gets the intel. The Nightfall also did get a lot of information here for Boom. And a clear-cut approach onto a Prowler right now in response from Motive. They've been trying to use Link as a position for the retake here, but Berserks plus the timing from Nats. The off angles are strong here from Boom. And perhaps Motive will have to go for the save yet again. No entry at all. Styron even hit by the spam. And this is just Boom covering their bases into the post plant. Incredible angle. Spike shot from Vera. Traded immediately. And it's Boom now with the lead.
Yeah, it's about as far as it'll go. Now, you can see Boom starting to get a little bit more smiles. I think we didn't see that too much once Motive was just, again, controlling so much of that mid. But this is, I think, Boom figuring out that aggression that their opponents wants to take, and they are flipping it over their heads. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It's the
right now.
Yeah, words of affirmation.
Yeah, I mean, the vibes have been good. And it's something we've really mentioned throughout the month here on stage. These players able to just coordinate one another. Lots of experience, especially for Boom, given their run within the Tier 1 scene. But slow start here this time. And the Haunt does confirm their presence towards B main. 2-stack here from Flaring alongside Styron. And immediately the response from Motive. They want to shut this down, but Flaring too close to the action, and Berserks gets the hit here. Nightfall comes into play. Boom already with the man advantage, and they even add one more to the equation with the Resurrection. It's 5v3. It's looking strong here for Boom. They have the resources and the angles. White Cat, a little dangerous to peek out given the utility on the other side. But hey, Motive trying to find the angles here, and Vera's knocking.
Yeah, you're saying about seeing the angles, but there's so much plug up on the entryways onto the site. There's nothing that Wayne and teammates can really do, and they're getting chased down by Boom. Relentless, unrelenting. As you can see that, I just gotta say that catch that we saw on the Viper on Flaring was so oppressive. They knew once they heard that there you go, the Viper spit come out, they just charged him. No care in the world. They had the resurrection, excuse me.
No, not even that. It's just way too close. The Viper Spit is inflating in your eyes. You have a Neon that can slide, and we've seen White Cat do that on both sides of the map here, Asarai. He's done that towards A. He's done that now towards B. And that extra bit of opportunity, right? That extra bit of proactivity from Boom, that's given them this advantage for good reason. Timeout right now for Motive because they're playing too danger close and not responding in kind.
Absolutely. It just feels like, I don't know, maybe it's because they were feeling, or there was such a different tempo from Boom that approach on B wasn't what they were wasn't what Motive was expecting. I don't know, maybe that's one thing. Boom mixing up, whatever, but you're absolutely right. There was no help for Flaring whatsoever. They might have been, with the Nightfall, but it was just too little too late at that point, and it was still just the Fade fighting against the 5 players of Boom. It was just Styron by himself, who again has been struggling in that fragging department, at least here for this second map.
Yeah, and once we get into post-plant, Boom Esports, they've really done a good job to cover so many corners. I love the fact that we look at Vera try to play the entry on the retake, and then suddenly he just gets hit by a rubber band and sprung out as a corpse. We'll see now if Boom can continue on. Mid again, investment here from Boom Esports. A little bit different this time though from Berserks. Onto the corner of main. They know that Motive, they love to push this angle, and here by lobby, Berserks, receptionist, shadows for now, Asteroid, but once Motive comes into this angle, it's so close, it's so silent here from Motive. Really has to be faster actions from Boom Esports.
The thing is, Berserks could get pinched here. That wall is... Oh, he's about to drop. Timing. Oh, he just spots him too! Unfortunate, but that could be the trigger point for Boom to start working in, but Berserk's looking up the other direction! What timing for Motive here! Through the through the weaker weapons to the eco as well. This gives them the numbers advantage, and they are using it to utmost fruition. Dax, NC Slasher panicking as he gets hit by the paranoia, and Motive, from sheer timing and sheer force of will, clutch the round. Oh my goodness.
What a thrifty, what a trap play, really by Motive. They have control of the mid wall. And as soon as that drops, Flaring hits an immediate shot. The response comes in right from the lurking Berserks, who was waiting from the push from lobby. But on that off timing, you said it, suddenly Motive, they spring to action. They get the kills, now they pick up the guns, and you can hear it in the comms. Incredible work, and they're one away from tying it up here in the first half.
This is what they're looking for. Equalize things against their opponents. Whitecat. Oh, Styron. There's Shiro. Getting himself the revenge. Nats spots it out. Not this time. He did it last time. It's not gonna work. They've learned. All right, that's a 1-for-2 trade. It's numbers favoring the Motive roster. Spike has been planted. Oh, it's too close. Wayne charging in. The shorty to connect. Berserks helping out. Defuse. Oh, this is going to be very tricky. Berserks has to go for the challenge here, but they haven't started defusing it. They know that they have time. They know that they can flush him out, which they did, and they clutch out the round, and that's going to end our half 6-6.
Yeah, I do believe they tapped it just to kind of bait out Berserks there earlier on. That's why he swung, thinking it would be a halfway defuse. All in all, great response here from Motive. And you said it, just some conditioning at this point applied. They understand what angles Boom love to try and go. It's obviously a set play at this point to use that from the shadows to go for the flank from spawn. And it's Motive who show that they're here to fight in this series. 6-6, a closer affair this time in map number 2, and we will go for our halftime break. Back and forths in the first half. And while Boom did rack up a good 4-round streak there near the end of the first half itself, Motive found the answers, found that pinch play, We're seeing a more complete game here from Motive. Now on the attack, eyes on Vera to do what needs to be done here. Again, always the entry point here for Motive. Shiro now, barrier orb, to just wall off the pocket, and it does funnel Motive in a single direction here towards A.
Vera's gone through, already in the site. Shiro. Oh, Snappy with the classic. Oh, he hits another shot. That could have been a second kill as well. Finally, Wayne has the answer. It's a 4-4. Spike's gonna get planted here. Majority, no, the remaining players of Boom are gonna be coming through. Link here.
Backside plant.
Yeah, Prowler's gonna be used. They're gonna be at least finding a tricky spot. That is a beautiful seize. I think it hits both Nats and Whitecat as well. That's gonna considerably slow down the pace of the defenders from retaking the site potentially. And here comes the rest of Motive challenging. Again, just slowly whittling away at the defenses. It's a 1-to-1. Flaring is so low, but it does not matter as he hits the necessary headshot. Oh, he even stands up from the hype. Love it. Pistol round secured.
Yeah, that was huge for Flaring, and just Berserk's unable to reset his aim as he stepped into frame. All in all, I do like how Boom did try to play that post plant. They understood that it would be that huge flank from mid again, courtesy of the opposition. And then they tried to play the box, they round the corner, but Motive with the shots. Despite the good utility from Boom, it's still Motive with the win.
Love to see it. Flaring was struggling so much in that first map. Completely different here.
You can say that for the whole Motive squad, honestly.
That's fair, that's fair. Nats though, oh, he triggered it. Now they know something's up. How far did the defenders go? Oh, the smoke up once again on mid.
Keeps Omen alive at the very least, so some good heads up here from Boom. Motive with the gun advantage, of course. 3 stingers ready to go rampant onto B site. And Boom's trying to play that cheeky little corner within Doc screen, so NC Slasher, they need to check that. It's really a discipline check at this point. If you go into a map like Corrode and you don't clear this corner knowing there's a Viper on the other side, you'll be punished. I like the rotation so from Motive. They're really just trying to psych out Boom here, and honestly, Boom fall for it with a B stack here.
Yeah, especially with, I think, the wall on B. Right, they're like, nah, we don't want to take this fight because we're going to take close angle fights. We're going to get decayed. It's going to give a chance for Boom to maybe get a couple of kills. Now we're taking the other route here. And I think this is incredible read here for the Motive squad. Spots out nothing. And yeah, they're going to be happy with this one. Planning down the spike, 5 versus 5. They have the longer ranges. Sure, Boom has the 5 stack, but... Oh. Yeah.
I mean, they know it's gonna be Link again. And because of that initial wall, it does keep Boom posted over onto mid itself. That's why you had Whitecat in position for such a long time. All in all, are you ready to see what a gun can do versus an eco? Because Wayne, this is an outlaw. Paranoia being prime. Vera, happy to peek alongside it, but Whitecat actually hits a good shot. Boom now, looking for exits along the way. And mow down from the Stinger to spam through the smoke. Styron gets his one, but not really much value from the rest of the engagement. Boom will accept their fate, and Motive starting to pull away. 2 rounds to gap here.
Beautiful stuff. That's what you just want from Motive there. Controlling, reading the situation. Again, it was a bonus for the Boom roster, but you can see how well Motive was able to time, space, and reality, basically do everything. Wow, just calling out all the stones.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Wayne's bringing out the Outlaw once again. A bunch of stingers though, so you know that they're gonna just utilize that smoke once again to play the CQC.
Here.
Close quarter combat and just overwhelm the defenses once again.
They just bring whatever guns they had coming into the bonus, right? Motive. It's not a full commit though. You'd expect with these 3 stingers, they just send Vera in and they just rush down the site. Spike left behind for now. They're trying to sell the presence towards B main with both the Prowler and the Sheer. The Sheero's watching the angle well. Gets the contact. Vera will have to back away. Chipped HP. Whitecat also at the same time playing towards mid. Similar to what Vera has been doing throughout this game.
so far, it just has been a more quiet approach. And this is where, having that power point around the map gives you so much information, even without spotting anybody. 40 seconds on to the timer. It seems like Motive are trying to still feel out the defense of Boom here. They can go for a fast rotation because they did that action outside of A. 40 seconds remaining. They still have time to rotate all the way, on B, and they can still rotate on this A site.
They do, but Shiro had the slow orb to use, and I do believe he threw it down towards main already. Time is running out. Shiro and Naps stressing. This is huge here for Boom if they can keep the tempo in check. NC Slasher and Naps already on the board. It's all Boom here. Across the score so far.
Where's Spike?
With 5 seconds remaining, they get the spike. They have to commit. And Whitecat trying to disrupt. He's gotten the kill on the flaring. Here comes NC Slasher to get the final trade. And Boom Esports. It's a good round for them to get back on the board here in the second half.
Ooh, that was so close between the two of them. Great hold on the site for Boom. It took a incredibly long time. Yeah, Nats was just hitting shots. This was, that 2 kills with the Guardian. Beautiful stuff. And then they just clean it up. But still, that was a very risky maneuver that Motive also took just to plant the spike on A.
No, it just barely had choices. Thanks to the hold towards B. And then you also compound the fact that Boom had utility kept in check. They weren't just throwing the barrier orbs and slow orbs willy-nilly. They had these players posted up for good reason. And that one slow orb, I'm telling you, disruption on the main, stopping the tide, making it so tough on the timer. Now then, even worse, Whitecat, they spot out the player in the corner. Wayne's already gone in action. And as Vera tries to at least find some recompense here, it's not gonna happen. It's all across the board. Boom again.
Still some control on mid for the attackers, but Shiro's already here. He's gone for the mix. You can't see the beta for Whitecat. Jumping up and down for his teammates. All down to Sushi Boys.
I'm sorry, but what control? You had Shiro into the corner for so long. You peek out into mid. You're gonna go straight into the Boom crossfire. And this is exactly what Boom are looking to do with their composition. We look at the difference, right, where both sides playing the double controller. It's really that sentinel difference, but you're a bit more active around the map with the Sage because Shiro has been willing to play the Battle Euro into the Battle Sage throughout this series. And speaking of him, 18 on the board, trying to see if Sushi Boys will come his way. If this orb's taken, it's a big tell.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. He doesn't want to do that just because if he survives, sure, he could just get 1 kill. Ultimate's going to be available next round. If he gets taken down, it'll be available next round. If he gets a kill himself, it'll be available next round. So no real need for that. Save the weapon is probably the better choice here. Not sure about the economy. Yeah, the economy.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
He'll give it up so he can get that steel gun. Because he survives, he's not going to get it. So
fair
we're
enough.
good. All tied up.
8-8. At least now, like you mentioned, they will have a whole bunch to throw in terms of ultimates. But look at this. No visuals, and still get kills. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There was no control on
There's
mid.
no control.
It was the illusion of control for Motive on mid.
Well, you may see something. Now you see it. Now you don't. It's magical for Boom. And you said it. Onto the corner. They're actually pinging it again. They've been checking those corners close to top mid with the utility, with the relay bolt, with the prowler. Go out haunt from time to time. It's up to Motive to change the pace. They're looking to pressure B site this time. And it's Berserks again. Happy to receive into the corner.
Yeah. He does have a snake bite to utilize. Man, 1 relay bolt, 1 something. Ver's just gonna be pushing into this. I think he's aware as well, but yeah, that toxic screen is beautifully placed by Berserks. Where did Whitecat get the kill as well? That's 3 already. Styron and Wayne. Pressure is on Whitecat. Zooming past, still gets the kill onto Wayne. And now we're down to Styron. 1 versus 4 against the world, against the onslaught of here comes the Boom Esports into the B site. They'll have their advantage, 8-9. It's still a close fight, but what a hold from what we saw there, courtesy of Berserks.
You know, at this point, you think Whitecat isn't playing on the PC. He's on a sim racing pod. with the speed that he's doing. And you were looking for the kill. It was that mid lurk cleared effectively by Whitecat, who was holding the angle. Honestly, it's Motive who are jumping the gun here. Boom's just watching these corners, playing the corners themselves. As soon as you see Motive walk into frame, I think really that's the blunders right now here for Motive. We were saying a while ago how important that corner on B needs to be checked, right? How it's a discipline check for a team coming into the site. And that's what happens when you get punished. It's a strong one and done, but that will send ripples to Motive. And because of it, they're going to call for the timeout.
I love how you just described it, right? It's the way that Boom have been playing on this defense is quick reaction to stimuli, right? Berserk spots out one, throws out the utility. They can't really answer back because they have no vision. Sure, maybe they can hit a shot through the smoke and hope that it gets a kill, but then he gets two. And then you're like, what to do next? Keep pressing in. Are we going to try to adjust on mid where we saw Whitecat get another kill? What's up? And then it felt like there's just not really a lot of time to reevaluate things. You just go in and just hope that it's enough.
Sounds like you loved biology back in high school, huh?
The mitochondria is the powerhouse
of the cell. And right now, the powerhouse of this defense has been Boom. Still, it's that double stack towards top mid, pinging mid one more time. Always an active defense here from Boom Esports.
Wow.
And off the timeout, Motive are ready to speed up the pace. Immediately, Vera going for the clear. Nats and Flaring actually gets some trades going, but Whitecat with the gun advantage, using that range. And Shiro again! A power position to do incredible damage. Brings Nats back from the grave. It just looks like Boom didn't even lose a single player at all. Finally, a casualty inflicted permanently by Styron, but the damage has been done.
And he still has a Stinger in hand. Any upgrade that he would want is going to be all stacked up on mid, and you can see that Boom have also gone and had a similar idea. They can hold this, stop him from getting the upgrades. He's not really too big of a threat at the moment in a 1 versus 4. If he plants a spike on B, so what? We're just going to go back into the site and fight for it once again. Whatever, right? Berserk's holding the corridor here on the B link. Yeah, whatever weapon he picks up, it's still going to be a Stinger, so... Yeah, how is Styron going to approach this? That's the question. Oh my god! Long range! Okay! I'm a believer now. Long range Stinger.
We saw that. We saw that the first time around for Motive, if I remember correctly, back on Ascent with Wayne. I want to say, but if Siren can replicate that, it will be an incredible clip, an incredible moment. Now then, just not enough bullets. 100 on one side, 30 on the other. Quantity beats the single. And Boom Esports, double digits established.
There you have it. Still, it was a weaker buy for Motive, so it also just lowered the power output that they could at least fight the Boom roster against with. And oh wow, that is interesting. Just charging through the wall and, you know, wanting to use those numbers against you. But when Boom is this snappy with how they just keep flicking and hitting shots, it feels like they can just swat away all of this nuisance on mid, you know?
Yeah, no, exactly that. They have mid control for so long of the round, and you can see why players like Whitecat, they were happy to play at the angle there. Just let Motive get a bit of space on the side. Now we're gonna get at least the cluster going. Whitecat, despite the blind, he gets the tap onto Vera. Wayne trade, sure. Here comes the flank. Sushi Boys actually catching the advance. This is a big moment here for Motive. Now they have the numbers advantage moving forward.
And now they have the options back in their hands. They got that 4 versus 3 like you mentioned. They don't really have that good map control for now, but they are trying to at least compensate by slowing down. They still have the time and start working their way back into the middle portion of the map. As you can see here, Shiro, maybe a pop shot gets him down. Nope. Okay, he's back. He's gone. He's good.
He wasn't spotted crossing, but this is the thing. Motive are aware that Boom could have pushed up. Berserk's here, immediately stopped by Styron. And any round where Motive see that there's a From the Shadows from Nats, they're so aware of the flank possibility. They're watching these corners, they're watching the rear, and right now, We witness Shiro stop the plant dead in his tracks, and Shiro's not done! Balancing truly, he's doing it all! Wayne finally able to shut him down, but the damage has been done. We're down to a 1v1.
That's insane. All right, let's see how this works out. Wayne's has used his Shrouded Step. There's no more smoke for NC Slasher. He does have the Haunt, so he can maybe throw it out. He's unaware. He's looking towards window, which is where obviously Wayne is not. Oh, but the wall, the timing. He's just gonna spot it out, gets the hit. That will be insane clutch from Wayne here, but it was closer than it had to be for sure.
Cool, calm, collected. For the hero that Motive needed there. When you said it was a lot closer than expected thanks to the efforts of Shiro. But you see the difference when Motive has the initial numbers advantage. They also respond onto the Boom aggression. It was a cheeky round from Boom, don't get me wrong, and that's why the coaches are laughing. If Nats can keep pressuring them from the rear effectively once he has that ultimate, it's really up to Motive to slow down their own pace, and that was the great response they had in the last round.
Shiro completely stopped by the Poison Orb. Here comes Vera charging in. He's very quick to this, but he does get hit by the relay bolt, so that will slow him down a bit here. There's a smidge. Oh, Shiro, though, having a pixel angle with his wall. Beautiful stuff. He's going to be holding at least that portion of the A site, and he's going to be holding it great, as there is just no response whatsoever from Motive. What is happening? Flaring and Wayne still stuck on A main here, haven't gotten inside the site, and now Boom, they've all corralled around A. Flaring now wanting to get an opening. Beautiful first shot, but NC Slasher immediately gets the revenge for his teammate. Wayne wrapping around as well. Berserks does not allow it, and that is going to put Boom 2 rounds ahead of the opposition.
You gotta wonder, where's the respect for Shiro, man? He's just getting away with these corners, left unchecked, uncontested. Yes, he does get a siren, but suddenly the opportunity when Boom are causing so many distractions around the map. I was wondering, and I was worried for White Cat. He tucked himself into the corner, had to use the fast lane to just get on out. But those are the opportunities Boom are setting up on the defense. They're really trapping Motive into these open angles. And with 27 on the board, that's right. Shiro has had a series to remember so far.
Better get that POV from Nats. Might have a nasty position in our hands here. Oh, he does have it. He's gonna get a kill. Oh, there it is, the first one. He's still holding the angle and he gets 2. Beautiful stuff. The boosts. And Shiro has the reset.
Oh no, Nightfall comes on in. Shiro, though, happy to hold again. Vera walking into frame. And Shiro! Everything he's doing, he's just doing it right. Starron finally gets Motive on the board here for the round. Damage has been decisive. These off angles created by the Barrier Orb have been nutty. And Boom, you know, sometimes you just gotta crack the window. Let open a bit of that fresh air. And you can smell what Boom is cooking here thanks to Chef Shiro. Series point for Boom Esports.
That was beautiful stuff. It just... you saw it. Motive was just charging out, hoping that maybe we're gonna just be playing on the first floor, the ground floor. But no, elevation. I have the high ground. Do not try. And they did. And it was a 2-for-1 exchange. A combo meal that you mentioned Shiro was serving up. And again, it's just an easy hold, I think, at this point for Boom.
Wait. I need to 1 more kill, bro. 1 more kill.
He's one away.
Yeah,
he's 1 away, yeah. He wants to get that 30, bro. But NC Slasher losing out the fight early is huge here for Motive. Vera gets the kill. Low HP, sure. And White Cat, now he has to go in relatively blind, trying to go for the mid contest without that Fade utility.
Shiro's really pressed up here. He wants to get that 30. He gets it. Okay. Still has the wall, though, to delay. Where is he going to put it? Okay, there we go. Straight in the entryway of A main.
So that's around, what, 30 seconds on the timer when that Barrier Orb would naturally break. And because of Shiro's initial push-up, Motive funneled the play onto B side. The crossbar strong. The 2 controllers in position. Could be a death sentence. And really, the Steel Garden, the only real hope here for Motive now.
Still, though, there will be a snake bite to slow them down, so pistols will still be a big threat. Nats gotta get away. It's a Shrouded Step. Berserks! Oh, they are just really pressing their luck and it does not do anything whatsoever.
Retrieving
3 versus 2, 30 seconds. So that wall dax on
30
A site
seconds left.
is has already broken down. It hasn't melted. It's not ice. It's crystal, but you know what I mean.
It's shattered. It's shattered,
Yeah.
but the slow
Shattered,
orb...
there we go.
Shiro, where'd he use it? So he threw one slow orb. He's rushing straight into A.
Oh, no time.
There's barely any time, and if Shiro gets the kill onto the one with the spike, it's all over. He brings in the axe, and the executioner has arrived again. 32 kills for Shiro on the second map, and another sweep with another win for Boom Esports. 2-0 versus Motive. And come on, Asarai, you have to say it. Now they're looking to be truly the tournament favorites.
Oh, absolutely. An unrelenting, unstoppable team. I mean, sure, there was, you know, that performance that we saw from Motive at the start of that second map, but it still was just not enough to stop Shiro and the rest of Boom. I'll say it, Shiro, man. You even hear from the highlights, he wanted that one more kill, and he's 30 plus in overall kills, but here on Corrode, in the performance, the wall boost, the confidence, never really let up this entire series.
I want to say he has 50 kills in the series. I really want to say he has 50 kills in the series over 2 maps. And just an incredible adjustment from Shiro. We talked about how he's bringing out some new agents into the field there. The Yoru, now the Sage. And just all in all, Boom Esports, you have to wonder how they got ready this quick, this fast with the 2 new additions from Academy rosters we saw in VCTC early on this year. The highlights say it, a better contest here from Motive. We saw the plans for Motive working on out, flaring, getting some great impact with the Viper that Morgan was mentioning back in the pre-panel. We also saw Vera contest mid heavily to keep Boom in check. But once Boom got into defense, they started running away with the game.
It definitely did. It felt like, again, you know, the Motive was trying to do so many things, but it felt like they didn't have that quick response that Boom had, right? From what we saw on their defending side, where it felt like they were always alone. Sure, there was a teammate that was nearby, but they're not able to do that quick reaction to help their own teammate out. Someone like, who was this? I think it was Flaring that was holding a specific location on the outside of B main, but then Styron was delayed. Maybe he has a haunt, sure, but no fire, no crossfire, no nothing to help him out. Those kind of, you know, separations that I think Boom was able to do against their opponents was a very, very big thing that impacted how effective Motive's second half truly was.
Yeah, and you can see the results, right? I'm thinking here for Boom, also the resource management was so well adjusted in the second half. I know we talk about Shiro a lot, but it's not just the kills, but him holding on to that single slow orb once the round's almost over. It causes so much chaos for Motive. There are many times into the execute itself, you would see time running out where someone basically had to stick that plan just because of the time pressure. And all in all, Motive just succumbing to all the angles played here by Boom. I love to see what we saw there from Nats and Shiro. This is a team that showed they were very hot in the first stage of Pacific, very cold in the second, and if it's a pattern, if it's a roller coaster, well, we're going up, up, up again here for Boom.
Yeah. No signs of going down just yet, and hopefully not for those Boom fans out there. Yeah, 13-9, guys, and we'll pass it on to the panel to discuss things even further.
I mean, I'm not really sure how we can discuss this without just mentioning that Shiro is a beast. He has been this entire series. I think it's basically just Shiro playing his best games yet this year. It's looking like Boom Esports are going to be the team to beat if Shiro keeps this up.
Yeah, I mean, just phenomenal. There's no two ways around it. Definitely cementing themselves as the tournament favorites. Yet to drop a map so far, and just what an insanely dominant performance. Carrying on that map one momentum. It got closer in that first half, but when they moved across to the defense, it looked like smooth sailing the whole way through. Very impressed by this Boom team. Clearly, that preparation has gone to very good use.
Yes, very much so. It's you have Shiro who took on the Yoru in the first map and then the Sage, and these are agents that we rarely see him on or never see him on. And it's just an amazing performance. He got 32 in that previous map.
My goodness.
Paired with the first map, that's 50 kills.
Yeah, I also think,
speechless.
like our casters pointed out there, it's not just that he was shooting everybody, it's the value he was finding. He's locking off A with that wall to inform the rotations. You look at that set round they have with the Sage ult, where they boost stats on top of that wall. He can take those free jewels, his body falls down when he dies, and they're able to get that res guaranteed. This is such a smart pick. They've been so clever in how they've arranged their defense around it. So not only is he a gun, he's an incredible brain as well. So huge shout out to this man.
MVP, no surprise there. It's pretty clear across the board. I do have to give flowers as well to Berserks, who was able to hold down the site so much. And, the walls of smokes really helped pull Boom's plan all together. I think that, for Boom, we're not even seeing like them really come out with like their heavy strategies just yet. I feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg for Boom. They're not even breaking a sweat up against any of these teams yet. And once we get into the interview, I actually do want to ask Shiro if after Nongshim's loss the previous day, if they're actually feeling like, oh, okay, is this ours for the taking at this point? Because that's where the storyline is heading.
Yeah, and I mean, I think after stage 2 of Pacific, right, Boom did not have a good time in stage 2, and that makes it very easy to forget just how good they were in stage 1. They were so dominant. We saw them beat top-level teams time and time again, so we know that this roster has an insanely high skill ceiling, and they seem to have brought that into this tournament, which is so exciting, and I think they're going to be feeling so great about their chances to make it out the group stage and go even further.
Hey, flawless in the group stage. Maybe we're running it back. Maybe we're running it back here on Ascension. It's possible. But let's hear from Shiro himself, our MVP. I believe we have Shiro on the line. So let's bring him up onto your screens so we can give the MVP his flowers. Shiro! Oh my goodness! We just have to applaud you here. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Loud and clear, I hope. Perfect. Shiro, a couple of questions for you. Right off the bat, we just saw agent picks that we rarely see you on or never see you on. We saw the Sage and the Yoru coming out. Can you talk to us about these changes and why you or the team decided that this was the best course of action for you?
We were trying like something new in like practice, like trying to different agent and stuff, and then one day we'll just like, okay, maybe we'll go with this because we all feel comfortable and stuff. That's why we went with the agent comps.
Wonderful. Sometimes it's just like those days, right?
Was it this good in scrims? Were you expecting to come out and have such a phenomenal performance with these new picks?
Honestly, I got lucky. Usually, White Cat carries me in scrims. Yeah.
No, bro, that wasn't luck, okay? I feel like that wasn't luck that you showed in the server right there. Another question for you. I'm pretty sure you saw Nongshim's match the other day, so I'm curious how the team felt about that, given that a lot of the attention, a lot of the expectation is on Boom and Nongshim this Ascension.
Honestly, when I saw like when Nongshim play, it's kinda confusing to me, I can say. Because like back then, I always see like Dambi on Neon or like Dambi Wele. But then suddenly when I saw Dambi playing Omen, I was like, did I watch the the correct match? And then yeah, but unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody was thinking that also. Did Boom's confidence kind of go up after seeing that match? I'm curious.
Honestly, doesn't really matter because we different groups. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, safe answer. Morgan?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about how the rookies are settling in. We saw you make 2 roster changes, bringing in 2 young players into this squad. It was a little bit of a slower performance from them in that opening match against NKT, but looking very solid here. How are they fitting into the team, and do you think that they have more left to show in this Ascension?
I think they're doing pretty good job, but for White Cat example, he never play LAN, so this is like his first LAN. He needs sometimes to getting used to the LAN. But yeah, he gonna show you guys more, you know. It's not his, how he said, he's not performing yet. Just wait.
Oh, wow, he's not even performing yet. I told you, this is just the tip of the iceberg for Boom Esports here at Ascension. Finally, Shiro, wanted to ask you, you have SLT next. Pretty sure you watched their matches yesterday. How are you feeling about going up against this Korean team?
For SLT, I think can't wait to play them because usually in scrims, I don't know, I just feel we lose too much to them. Cause that's why I want to like win against them later in the match.
Ooh, okay. There's some history there. Well, Shiro, amazing performance. Congratulations to you, and hope you guys keep it up. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Ooh, what amazing performance from that guy.
Yeah.
Morgan, this is, again, like as he teased, like White Cat isn't even performing yet. By his standards, he's seeing a lot more that's happening in scrims and in practice. So I think that's the same for Nats as well. These are rookies that, as you mentioned, they're still getting in their reps in for the LAN stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think as they settle into this tournament, we will see them start to grow, and that's a very scary prospect for everybody else in this tournament. When the team is already looking like this, and we know there's more potential in the bag, I mean, it's hard not to be just a little bit terrified.
Yeah, it's up, and up for Boom Esports, and but we'll see, of course, which teams will be there to challenge them. We have 2 series left for today. Right after this very quick break, VCT Ascension Pacific will be right back.
because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Welcome back to Ascension Pacific. You are back with myself, Mika Fabs, and Morgan here on the desk. We just finished our first series and we saw a very dominant performance from Boom Esports. And now we're heading over to our second. It's going to be Riddle Order and NAOS. And again, Morgan, this rematch theme continues for today. We have seen this before.
Yeah, a lot of revenge here for the side of NAOS. They were eliminated by Riddle Order last time, especially for Moja. He was on that squad, so he's got his eyes out today looking to get revenge. Riddle Order, the only team we haven't seen play yet in this Ascension, so still an unknown, but NAOS, of course, had that incredibly strong showing against Nongshim Red Force, so they're going to be very excited with a lot of momentum moving into this next day of competition.
Yeah, there are a lot of eyes right now on NAOS because they were that team that managed to take down Nongshim, and they look like a very, very cohesive team. There was a lot of very good plays, and it shows that really just the individual strength and the team synergy is really working for NAOS.
Yeah, I mean, this was by far the most impressive team so far in my mind. I mean, they had that firepower from that wonderful double duelist, but I also felt like Xavier on the calls there, on that AGL role, I felt like the macro was really fantastic. They worked the map against Nongshim. They looked like truly the more well-drilled team, which makes me very optimistic as we move through this tournament that this team might have everything they need to take it all the way, and we get some more Filipino representation up in VCT Pacific, Mika.
Yeah, you're coming on board here, Morgan. We're ready and willing to adopt you. But yes, you're absolutely right. Savvy, he is one of those players that I've just been waiting for, his time to really shine on the VCT stage. And it feels like it is now. Now's the time for Savvy this time around because he's been playing for a really long while. He's been that poster boy for collegiate Valorant here in the Philippines and doing so well. And I think that right now it's about his time to really show the entire region what he can do here on NAOS, especially since he's IGL for so many tenured players. He has PTC on his side too, Moja, of course, from last year's NAOS squad, and then you have San and Nakia also performing so well, making that double duelist comp work so well for NAOS.
Yeah, I mean, I really loved to see that double duelist with this Waylay and the Yoru. It looked so effective, clearly very well drilled, and understanding of the style that they have to bring to it. So I think I'm very curious which way they're going to take the veto, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of the maps that we saw from them before, because we know that they're very strong on them. They're going to be feeling great about those maps.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what we have for our maps for sure. I did see though that I think Soldam was actually calling out PTC on Twitter, or on X rather. He was like saying, "Hey, I get to go up against PTC this time around." So I'm looking forward to this. If these guys have been looking, have been wanting to face off against each other, and PTC is definitely one of those players on NAOS that you have to look out for. He knows that with this team they can really do wonders. But of course, on the other side, we have Riddle Order, and this was a squad, Morgan, that last year the squad just fascinated me so much with the way they played. They were so fun to watch, they were so creative, and they had some amazing sharpshooters.
Yeah, I loved watching these guys play last year at Ascension. Ultimately did manage to make that top 4, and I think there's a lot of standouts, 4 of the 5 of them returning once again. So I think they've been here before. They have that level of experience on the Ascension stage, and they're looking to really start to snowball this time to get that different end result to make it all the way through the tournament this time round.
And of course, one of those players that you have to look out for, the names that stand out on the side of Riddle Order. You have Soldam, the original, shall we say, Korean jet from way back in the early days of Valorant, right? And this was the very match that eliminated NAOS as well last year. Kaide, for example, was a big part of that. Bit of a different roster on both sides, but essentially still the same course and the same, you have the coaching staff on the side of NAOS that are pretty much the same. So I think we're going to see a lot of familiarity on both sides. sides.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these teams will know each other very well. They'll have also scrimmed all the way through the year, so they really do know what they're getting in for here. But for sure, that revenge is going to be on the mind of these NAOS players, as we do have the agent select coming through, and NAOS choosing to play Haven. And we saw them play this last time round against Nongshim, and it was very effective, so no surprises there. And Riddle coming out with a pick of Corrode.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised and impressed that Riddle, actually, you know, our Japanese teams all around this year, they've liked Corrode quite a lot, and I'm like, yay, I'm all for it. We have Haven, we have Corrode, and then we have potentially Sunset going into our decider map. I'm not sure what to think just yet, because Haven, obviously it favors NAOS at this point. They have shown that. They were able to take down Nongshim. They look very good on it. And for Corrode, you have Riddle that has played this quite a lot. They seem to favor it. They picked it quite a lot also in tournaments past. So I think it's like 1-1 for both of these. We could be heading into Sunset as a decider. I'm not sure what to think.
I could definitely see that. I mean, NAOS haven't played Corrode at all, I believe, so that's an entirely unknown. But coming into Haven, which is map 1, even though NAOS looked very strong there, Riddle have a nice advantage, as in this comp won't catch them by surprise. They've been able to watch that just yesterday, and they've had some time to prepare some counters. So I do think in theory they should have a bit of a prep advantage, but it's all about if they've been able to understand how NAOS were playing that map, and then Corrode on that flip side. And when we get there, I mean, that's going to be an entirely unknown prospect. So who knows? I would love to see a map 3 there.
Yeah, and if we do go into that map 3, we have Sunset, and I just remember Riddle so much on this map. Last year's Ascension, I remember, and I hope Mojo remembers this, I remember how many times Yatsuka caught NAOS in a 1v3, and I'm pretty sure that's pretty ingrained in Mojo's mind.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I mean, this is where the history comes in. I mean, you can't let yourself get those flashbacks. You know, like, look at Motive against Boom, just the game before this. They weren't able to flip that script, and I think last year's defeat can still play in their mind, so NAOS have to totally remove that. Last time we saw these two teams play, they did end up playing Haven. It was a big OT as well to end it out, so who knows, maybe this is going to go right the distance. Maybe we've got another really long OT incoming, and to be honest, with the caliber of these teams, I really wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it's been looking that way ever since we started. It's looking like any team can actually take this tournament. You do have your favorites, of course, with the history of Boom and Nongshim, but then you have matches wherein weaknesses are shown, right? You have weaknesses coming out, and you have teams that are also stepping up. So I think right now for Riddle, they performed very, very well last year at Ascension. They were one of those teams, I believe were they in the top 5, top 4 last year? So for Riddle, it's only upward for them. And I hope they're feeling confident. And for NAOS, that very strong start, they need to keep that momentum going. I know these guys are feeling very, very proud with what they were able to accomplish yesterday, but of course, it's the next step. It's the second series that also cements the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, we heard them say in the interview after their game against Nongshim, Nongshim was the only team that they thought were that good. They were the only team that they felt was scary. Now the rest of this is going to be a cakewalk according to them. So really looking to put their money where their mouth is against this fiery Japanese team.
Yeah, you have so many players here who are just hungry for that chance to be able to ascend into the Pacific stage, right? For example, Jojo, who was originally on that DFM squad, he wants that chance to go back. And Soldem, of course, being that OG Korean jet, that he's seeing, players like Texture, for example. He's seeing players like Hyunmin, and he says, I want to do that. I want to be up there. Let me show you how it's done.
Oh, absolutely. And he's not content with other people getting those trophies, getting those accolades. He's an old school guy. He wants to rise back to the top. But this is the path, though. This is what Ascension's all about. It's about proving your worth, peaking at the right time. And we saw that NAOS have already got that in them. So what level are Riddle going to bring into today's game? That's the biggest question mark in my mind.
Yep, and we've got the, the good luck charms for each team coming in here. We have the panda on the side of NAOS. We have a penguin from Riddle. Hey, we were talking a lot about superstitions and, little charms here and there at the start of our pre-show. Yeah. And if it works for these teams, NAOS had the panda in last time. Hey, why not?
Oh, yeah. Hey, if I wouldn't like that with the panda on my desk, the panda is never leaving my sight. You have no idea how lucky these kind of inanimate objects can be. So
NAOS will take every little advantage they can get because we've seen how effective they were last time. Keep everything the same. No more new variables. That's what I'm saying if I'm the NAOS coach. But yeah, we're really looking to see them return to that form. I want to see that clear, consistent macro and this almighty double duelist that we saw from Zan and Moja last time. I felt like right now they're the team that I've seen get the most out of the Waylay, so I really would like to see them pick that up again.
Yeah, it's looking really good on the side of NAOS. But of course, there is more to show. So as you mentioned, NAOS did show their Haven. I hope they have a lot more prep because that match really did reveal a lot on the side of NAOS. I'm trusting that Savvy has a lot more in his playbook. His mid-rounding was very good. The way he was able to adjust to whatever Nongshim threw at them, that was excellent. So I'm hoping to see more. We are seeing that double duelist come out on the side of NAOS with San and Mojer.
Yeah, exactly what we would expect from NAOS. They looked great on Haven before, so no surprises to see changes on the side of Riddle. Now, this is different. Last time we saw them play this map, they were running that Genji style Viper comp, but now switching it up to be playing this double duelist, Soldam on the Neon, Kaide on the Waylay. So I really do love this change. I think this is the way the meta of this map is moving, so nice to see them modernizing, and it's going to be an almightily powerful double duelist clash here to begin this series.
And you have the two IGLs on the Sova as well. You have Jojo and Savvy. My eyes, though, I have special mention. My heart goes out to the Sentinels. You have PTC and Yatska. Yatska was one of my favorite players in last year's Ascension. And PTC, of course, he is that player from Southeast Asia that you always keep hearing about. So I am excited to see this match. About to be a lot of firepower in the server as we pass it on over to Dax and Azurai to take us into Haven.
Thank you to our panel there, and here we go with another incredible bout. Now, they've beaten the Giants of Nongshim already, and as Morgan's mentioned, is it a cakewalk now? Is the group gonna be easy? Well, we're gonna get the debut of Riddle Order on the other side. And remember history, Asarai. Riddle Order was the team that took down NAOS last year, all the way in Jakarta. It's different here. We're in Bangkok now. It's a new look, especially for NAOS. But of course, Riddle, they knew they did it before. They can do so again as we go into familiar territory, which is Haven.
Yeah, and speaking of new, you know, the panel mentioned this already, a completely different, or an overhaul of the composition of Riddle. Oh, there's a big fight on mid. Immediately, Jojo hits the shot onto Zan. Mojer trying to at least get some frags here and there. We'll be able to at least get some revenge. For the meantime, Savvy and Nakia to remain. They were able to force back Riddle from pushing through B on mid. And now they're working their way here through C long. Oh, that timing on that camera is perfect. You spot Savvy going for the flanks, but Nakia's on the close encounter already. He's gonna be close. Oh, that spike's flying on the back of the site. The timing is just gonna be awful for him, unfortunately, and Savvy's gotta hit some shots in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, going for the darts, trying to find Yatsuka, who has 2 HP. But the post plant here for Riddle, all prepped over the backside. Savvy, if you can isolate perhaps either Soldam or Kaide, could be a chance here, but he's wary of Garage, tossing the dart that way. Now then, Soldam in position, and Riddle Order gets the first pistol.
That was just chaotic. So of our matches have been chaotic here. I want to see that replay once again. Let's look at that. Immediately, everybody just went into challenge middle. A lot of trying to get kills, you know, compensate for the losses to your forces, and somehow it is Riddle coming out on top. There was some, you know, some cheeky counter strats or counter util that we saw from NAOS, but definitely not enough to stop that force that we saw from Riddle.
I mean, Stan tried to play and he got deleted. Couldn't even refract at a single moment, right? No frames, no chance. Riddle Order, a fan favorite, especially given the way that they play. Explosive here from the get-go. And Riddle on the anti-eco, mowing down 3. PTC play the position, still overrun. And Riddle, that's what Riddle, it's just a clear-cut approach towards C-side.
Felt like a impossible tripwire to break unless you actually trigger it. But yeah, that just gives away Savvy's location.
Yeah.
This is just
nothing much to be done.
Yeah. More to discuss for the next round.
Yeah, and actually to discuss this, Riddle Order, they did have struggles on Haven in their domestic league. It's one of the maps they banned out versus Fennel in the grand finals, if I remember correctly. And Morgan mentioned it. They swap out over to this double duelist. Kaide moving away from the Killjoy. Yasuka's the one who places Sentinel on the Cypher.
Oh.
Kaide does go down to Savvy though, so maybe a little bit of ring rust, given that this is Riddle's first game in the competition. But all in all, it's a clear-cut round here for Riddle. I also want to say this is a team that shouldn't have nerves for this kind of environment, Asura. You look at the Japanese stage, you see how huge the crowds are, how amazing the venue is. This is no different from that here coming into international competition, the regional competition for Riddle Order. And you can see no breaks really for the first 2 rounds.
I guess you could just, maybe put the pressure of being a Pacific team in the mix of this, right? Minus the crowd. Maybe it's just something that could be a factor, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Riddle's just already pretty much accustomed to these type of situations. Gun round for NAOS.
It's good to go from the get-go. And not only that, here for Riddle coming into the bonus, not the best arsenal, but can find the pick towards Nakia. This could be huge, but Nakia's sharp on the shots. Kaide already going down. Case of Riddle, who tried to at least fake the cross with the Cyber Cage, but no dice. Now it's really watching all the angles here so far around the map.
Zan as well as Savvy holding A main here. Oh, Drone just got a brief glimpse of PTC. Here comes the intercept, but Yatsuka. Oh my goodness, Jojo as well in mid. Oh, this is not good. 2 versus 3. PTC panicking. Just peeking outside of garage. And he's the one that got trampled at the doors. That's unfortunate for him. Nakia's going to be the only one left standing. And he is nowhere near any potential contact. Maybe just hoping that they push on A. As you can see his positioning, but the rest of Riddle is, well,
30
going to
seconds
slow
left.
approach C, plant it, and then force Nakia to go for that retake. That's about it.
Yeah, I think at this point it's not even a retake. It's just
save
the gun, go for the next round. Honestly, I'm a little confused
Spike
what
planted.
happened there to NAOS, because we did see Sand peek on out, and we'll go get the replay part, but Soldam just kind of was beside him, and then Riddle hit some nasty shots on both sides of the lobby. Really, NAOS looking very lost here from the get-go. And I guess this is a good time to talk about something we talked to NAOS about when we got to visit them at the local LAN here in the Philippines. Because we were talking about their Vietnamese LAN performance, where it's really cold on one day, better on the second, still was in the window.
Yeah.
And that could be the problem for NAOS in these environments. This is their 3rd time as an org representing the Philippines and then some, representing C this time into Ascension. But really, which NAOS will we get from the get-go? We saw them impress versus Nongshim, but right now, Riddle Order, they know the history. They know they have the advantage, and here you have it, 3-0 winning the bonus.
I guess you could also maybe reference that Nongshim match that we saw, because it was also a first map on Haven, and it was a very shaky start for NAOS. It was back and forth for that first half as well. So, I don't know, maybe it's just really a slow start for this particular team. That being said, no definitely excuse when you're up against Riddle. That is an incredibly aggressive team. We're seeing how far they're able to just press up with, you know, the strength, I guess, of Soldam, or this new composition that they have with the agents and whatnot. But so far, it's a good start, and NAOS is struggling to take hold of this start for Haven.
No, you make a really good point, Asterai. I'm thinking about the first few rounds of the NAOS defense, and we saw like RB get away with absolutely maniacal things from Silong. You would see the clutch plays there from Nongshim, and it really just made more sense for NAOS when they were on the attack with San and Mojer syncing on up. Honestly, Riddle here, there's giving NAOS a taste of their own medicine with the double duelist. The flash comes on in, and San and Savvy now sync on up and get the kills. Minty trying to respond in kind, the new addition to the roster here. And Yasuka does find Nakia. Intel provided. San still on it like a bullet. Gets another kill. San with a 3rd! And suddenly, it's now turning it all around again.
Now's the time. PTC right underneath, holding the angle. Timing is going to be crucial. He spots out Jojo. in a bizarre manner as he jumps up on the window, catches him, and that's going to be a thrifty here for the NAOS roster. Beautiful flash.
Yeah, great set play there. Off the blind side into the swing. And while it was the end of JoJo's adventure, this is the beginning for NAOS. We were already voicing our concerns from the get-go, Pinoy casters, by the way. But at the same time, this is where they struggled versus Nongshim, playing on the Thrifties, playing the anti-ecos. Now they get a Thrifty on their own to get on the board.
Scanning ahead. It doesn't break the economy here for Riddle, since they were able to at least garner some bank from the bonus, but this is a definite firefight. Oh, that softened up a lot. Nah, just JoJo taking a bit of a zap, you know.
Zap.
A bit of a zing.
A little sting.
Yeah.
Like a little zip. Okay. It's electric. Converger pads into play. Does catch out Mojer onto the corner. It's Savvy isolated. Riddle order. They mean business. A heavy-handed approach onto the side, but Nakia still in position. Sad trying to cast his own ultimate to no avail. Yatsuk here with the double here. And PTC keeping everything in check. 1v1 PTC versus Yatsuka, and PTC with the Zowie clutch.
Oh, there it is. They're like, give me more. Can you dig it? This was a very... I like the lineup that we saw from Riddle here, having the converging paths in the middle of the site and the paranoia on the corner where they knew Savvy was. But that did not stop NAOS whatsoever. Like you mentioned, Zowie clutch. Beautiful, beautiful, just individualistic firepower from PTC to save the day, save the round.
He's gotten some nutty sprays throughout this tournament so far. It could just be a hometown buff, you know? We've seen it happen in previous Ascensions. We've seen it happen in Bangkok with Scary, who's the star of our feature film for Ascension, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
But hey, yeah, you know, it's maybe it's just Thai thing, you know? Especially when you're in such a mixed roster like NAOS. So great hold there from NAOS. Operator this time. Here from Mojer posted up towards the lobby. But look at the arsenal for Riddle. They can go for the instant rush down. San, he committed the dash to get that intel, and now they know it's going to be a push from Silong. PTC in danger, and quick little revenge here by Riddle. Now Riddle in position. Hunter's Fury going to be the call too. San trying to get in position towards the backside, over into the corner as well. Now he gets the conversion pass going. The slide through from Soldam, and Soldam is just too damn quick. Savvy still in position, but Riddle order. They get the kills anyway. JoJo, a nutty double. And how Riddle Order got away with this one, I would never know, but they are doing impressive work here.
Mojer, he might have to just save this operator. I mean, he's probably going to be looking for an exit frag or so and just bounce out from the site. Now, you know, just going back to that play that we saw, I was like, oh, Zan was able to save the converging paths from what we saw last round. I thought he got canceled. So he was able to at least still have it. Yeah, he wasn't able to cast it. I saw the animation, so I thought that, you know, but whatever. Biggest part was, like you mentioned, Soldem just quick decision-making, insane stuff, and saving his teammates that were all slowed down. Beautiful.
Yep. Hey, he's the original Korean Jet. He knows how to dash forward, or in this case, slide in position. Up for now, though, will be saved by NAOS. That's big intel, actually, for Riddle. Because I don't think they knew about Mojo's operator till the end of that round. So another score here for Riddle. I like that we get the replay here because this was the quick decision making that you said. Soldam doesn't care about what path you set and he makes his own road. And into the corner, he dodges the slow. You can see elation from Riddle there.
Yeah, there it is. The yellow-purple, man. Elation from the fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, would love to hear that too. You know, just to kind of...
You can do it yourself, big guy. So good. You know?
So good. All right. Very aggressive approach that we can saw from Riddle here. And it does dwindle the HP of Zan and PTC. NAOS's approach in this fight felt very red by Riddle. You know, it's not a Riddle for them anymore. No Riddle me this.
They have the answers, and Morgan mentioned that there is the homework, there's the tape for NAOS, and Riddle even expected that set play to come their way. PTC under duress, he gets slowed, and it's Soldem who comes to collect. Set it up, knock it down, Riddle order, trying to play the sync, but Mojer and Nakia disrupting from multiple corners. Mojer able to teleport back over onto the spawn angle here, and there's also a bit of control for Garage or NAOS. Post plant now into the 33.
The camera's still on mid, so one more opening for Yatsuka here. Should spot Savvy approaching through Garage. Now that there's nothing, clear call for Mojer to start moving in through spawn. Drone gonna be used. Now they're slowly approaching into this one, like I mentioned. Fake out used as well at the spawn side. Yatsuka holding. Good timing for a bait shot though, but it doesn't really phase him whatsoever. As soon as that happens, so Savvy and Mojer just hit consecutive simultaneous shots to take down the attackers and take themselves back the site.
Yeah, the two Filipinos doing it together. And NAOS Esports getting a third round in a row. The sync from NAOS is unreal. It started with the fact that Silong left the check really. Mojer gets away with a kill from Cubby since no one went his way. And as you said, Savvy alongside Mojer, timing it so perfectly. When Riddle was expecting the flood to happen, it's NAOS who's shown their evolution, slow and steady with the pace and get the kills despite the operator on the retake.
Cutting through. Now that's pushed back the economy here for Riddle. Timing. Oh, the zaps. Hunter's Fury as well to the back of the site. They're really charging this. Soldem, though, jumping up and down, might not have the best use of the zappy hands, but it still will work out. Electrocute Savvy to obliteration. And now, look at the back of the site. There is just no escape for Mojer whatsoever. The timing for Sand. Oh, he does not hit the shot, but it will finally, after what felt like a forever. Spike's gonna get planted on C. No, denied. And Soldem all that effort on A-Long just so that C, where the site truly was being taken by Riddle, just completely slapped out of his team's hands.
Yeah, what a round by NAOS, honestly. Like, Riddle, don't get me wrong, incredible play into A. There was a thunderstorm on the eastern side of Haven, where it was sunny days for NAOS when they didn't fall for the fake. They were ready to play into C. They still had that angle towards Garage, I believe, or close to the site. And everything Riddle tried to do there with the double lightning combo, it just isn't fast enough to phase NAOS. So the last 30 seconds of this one, Soldem will keep the operator, save it for the next round. But you can see the discipline this time for NAOS, right, Asteroid? They are just so calm and collected compared to, I dare say, their previous outings as a unit. It's so different from what we saw last year, and it's so different from what we saw in the Vietnam LAN back in the Challengers SEA Split 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the face that we want NAOS to, show in these competitive international competitions. And it is showing. This is how it is. But still, though, it was a insane start. I thought, like, oh, this is great. It seems like Riddle is getting so much control, and then it was all a ruse. A hoodwink, a periwinkle. No, a periwinkle doesn't make any sense. But, like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense to me, too. As NAOS was just, again, able to read and disrupt the play there of Riddle.
Strong showing from NAOS in the recovery. We're all tied up here. And Riddle, they do have the consolation with the operator in hand.
Oh,
he
hit it!
Soldem could do with that one. And NAOS, paranoid play. Sand's gonna go down. But Jojo and the rest of Riddle, they were ready and waiting for the initial NAOS set play. We're not done though. Did you see that from Mojer? Tried to fake being the fake. Now moves in too long. The Neurotep giving the intel. PTC under duress here. Lots of pressure. Kaide in position. Soldem caught in the web of PTC. And PTC is not done. The timing critical here for NAOS.
Well, that's going to be big, though. PTC is on the warpath here, but Yatsuka also as well on the big flanks, but PTC spotted him. The paranoia actually giving him some leeway, and that is it. Retake done. NAOS have taken back the B site. They've stopped Riddle from getting to A, forced him here, and this is where they took their stand.
Yeah, PTC with a 1-2-3. What's new, honestly, at this point? And as you said, coming into Ascension, he has just been so confident here for the NAOS roster. He has been the rock, really, of the defense. And if anything ever goes awry, it's just PTC in position. You hear it already, just... Oh, NAOS, they were prepped for any kind of pivot, and that's really what's been working on the defense now. The past few rounds, despite the pressure on one side of the map, they're ready to receive on another.
No one to have a warm welcome here for Riddle, at least on A long. But, of course, there's all the technologia that PTC has...
Technology.
It's just set up there, yeah.
The Pro Max, is it up?
Fully paid. Defense
fully
Pro
paid.
Max on the
Hey.
A side.
In any case, yeah, PTC back in position towards heaven. Standard execute, actually, with utility. PTC takes some damage, but the freebie, it was coming, you knew it would happen, courtesy PTC. Spike planted, and NAOS will have to go for the retake here. Man advantage for them, at least.
Yeah. They also do have the Hunter's Fury, so if anything gets spotted once again, I think Savvy could just throw it out and probably get a couple of kills, but I mean, they don't need it. This is, you know, the TNPDC, it's a turret. They're dropping down. What is this crazy endeavor that NAOS is doing for the retakes? 1 versus 3. K-Day is down to 45. Oh, but they're going at it one by one. That might have been a bit scary, but Zan seals the deal. And that will be another successful retake on the A site here for NAOS, putting them 6-4.
Yo, I know NAOS have wings on their logo, but the leap of faith from how many players? It was a lot of trust with the Hunter's Fury for good reason, and you wouldn't see that confidence if Savvy didn't collect 2 with the ultimate. Mojer dropping down, Sand dropping down. This was scary because Kaide would have gotten these angle isolations into play, but hey, now it's got the flood retake going, and yeah, from the skies, it is just danger.
I like just hearing the very calm, you know, joyous celebration. Calm celebration. I didn't mean joyous. It's joyful for sure, but you know,
pretty chill.
Chill. Yeah. It's like
he's the one
cool.
with the
He's a cool
panda.
guy.
And there's also a chill guy. Panda versus Penguin, by the way, like Mika mentioned. There's a 6-man for both rosters here, but this time actually San. He's been looking for an opportunity to get away with that. He's been dipping his toes into mid from the get-go. From the first pistol, he would get shut down, but this is the first time he gets to refract in a while. And now NAOS knows that Riddle will look to pivot into A, or Savvy. Oh, he gets scanned though! He gets scanned holding the operator. Aldron gets the intel, and Savvy will have to respond in kind.
Is he gonna peek this again? I mean, he did it like 3 times already.
So brave.
Why not, right?
He's so brave.
Oh, that was a definite risk. I don't think he needed to take that, but you know what? Riddle will punish. That gives them some control now. Mojer already pressing for the backstab here. Timing could be crucial because either he hits the 4 players rotating or he finds Yatsuka. Like, Yatsuka gets it first. That's huge. Right now, Riddle, they got control. They've taken down Mojer. They've taken down Savvy. Seaside. No one's defending here, though. I mean, someone's going to get triggered by the tripwire, but I don't think PTC is going to be able to feed off of that. It just goes straight up for the swing, and it just gets immediately shut down here by Riddle as they get that spike planted down and force NAOS to take it off of their hands.
Yeah, I would say he was thinking there's just like a single player there, just because that tripwire wasn't triggered yet to begin with.
Yeah.
Now Riddle with a clear-cut advantage, also with the effective high-low towards Log's Paranoia. Stand at bay, Jojo with the spray. Eventually, these bullets will connect, and Riddle order a flawless round to respond.
All just stemming from, I don't know, I felt like bravado from NAOS. I think there was no situation where Savvy should have just had to repeat that for the 3rd time with the operator. Sure, I mean, maybe he was feeling quite confident, but just what it is. And Riddle's not going to be a team that is going to miss an opportunity to punish and feed off of it, right?
I agree, it's just like too much ambition, and not putting it lightly. Respect Riddle. These guys are just so strong on the execute, given they have this double duelist. Speaking of, here we go again with Kaide and Soldam. putting it to the next level. They also get backside control here from Minty, so it's a clear... it's a forced retake here for NAOS, and it's a little awkward. If Mojo doesn't find the window angle, it could be a big detriment. Sending out the fake out that way, but Kaide watching like a hawk here towards Link. I think first is the operator aspect.
Sold them. The relay bolt, just a tad bit too slow. Here comes the push from Zan as well. And they're really using this. Back in the side though, Minty trying to be fresh, but it's not going to work out. Jojo and Yatsuka forcing themselves back. There is the Huntress Fury to delay things. He might actually just tank it because he can actually... Oh no, he's not getting hit to the right.
He didn't get hit the first
time for the defuse, and he gets it.
Yeah.
Pros don't fake.
He didn't get hit by the first bolt. I need the replay, because I believe that's what happened. It was just a little bit to the right, expecting the player to be closer to the spike itself. But since PTC got away with the first half, he knew he could tank it. He knew he could get away with it. And exactly what I said, at the very last moment with a third bolt, that's when he gets the kill, but it's a little too late. And NAOS again, they have the lead coming into the second half. What an exciting game we've had so far. We'll be right back after this break. Well, Haven, historically, between these two teams, we knew how that worked out last year. You know how many overtimes that went, and it's a close affair between NAOS and Riddle. But I dare say NAOS, weaker on the defensive side, happy to go on the attack with the advantage. Mojo hurting this much early on, though. Yeah, that's not what NAOS wanted.
I mean, it was blow for blow, sort of. Jojo does come out on top. He is down to 50, but still, yeah, you're absolutely right. Don't want your duelist to be that fragile. Jojo gonna be holding on heaven here. If they just multi-swing him, he could actually just give up this entire A site. Time's gonna be crucial. Kaide also helping him out. Mojo's been spotted already. Through the smoke. He's done for. Zan gonna be pushing through. Wait, what? Okay.
What was that shot? I need a POV of that later on.
Hand cannon,
but it was a great call by Riddle. Like the Riddle were spamming, knowing the fact that the Yoru was low still, willing to play the entry. That's a problem for Mojo, who does go down. Coming into the post plant, Soul Dam alongside Jojo. Looking for an angle here from Evan. Really bolt plus the dart. Now they smoke out, going short as well. It's a good smoke for Riddle. Forces NAOS to go for action, but Savvy AK with the 4K through the hand cannon. Power in his hands. It's NAOS with a pistol.
You know, it's an insane play when 3 of the players of NAOS stand up from hype. There you go. That's the POV we were mentioning. This 4th kill. Boom! He immediately stands up.
Come on! What's up? What's up, Korea Jet? Come on! Come on!
That's the energy. That's the energy.
It's really that animal spirit in him.
True.
But yeah, I was saying,
An archer.
Riddle had great ideas on that retake. That smoke really forced the hand of NAOS, but NAOS had the heavier hand that slapped Riddle straight in the face.
Oh my
PTC
god.
Timing somehow PTC is alive.
Well, we're gonna PTC him later in this round.
Shut up. You get. I was waiting for one of those from you. Ugh. At least it took the second series, man. But hey, Kaide does have to back away. Yatsuka actually with a kill on the sand, and Yatsuka's not done. He's in position. He's spotted by the rest of NAOS, and here we go again. Survivors on both fronts. Low HP for critical players here. But for now, hello. Kaide's still alive. What?
This is a nutty round. All right, hang on. Laughs aside, though, seems like NAOS, yeah, they're slowing down and they want to just address C site once again. I don't think this is a bad idea. Just calming down and attacking the site once more just gives them, you know, more time to just burn out the utility of their opponents, and it works out. There it is, down to the one, onto the site. That's gonna be Minty. Falls down. Left. Pistol is working out for Jojo. Mojo's low. That shock dart could take him out, but they're playing this together. One in the stack, high-low. Savvy's gonna be the turret for the moment, and Mojer on the close quarter contact.
Yeah, a single right click will do Mojer in. All this damage has allowed Riddle a sliver of a chance into the round.
Oh my god!
And Savvy's gonna go down. Jojo! He's gotten it done! And Riddle order on the Thrifty, by the way! We were saying it. We were mentioning it. Just all that damage across the board. The Zowie clutch here for Jojo.
Accumulated fatigue or damage, whatever you want to call it. I want to see that highlight real quick. Because that was insane. That was nutty. This was also, like, everybody was just, it felt like so much confusion and panic. Oh my god. Yeah, they're like, how? How did he see that gap? And then the coaches from Riddle's like, yes. All part of the plan. All according to Keikaku. There you go.
2 rounds from both NAOS and Riddle. Just with the most unbelievable pistol plays. Okay, and this is what we expect. This is what we want to see between the hype of NAOS and Riddle. And Riddle, of course, Minty fresh. Perfect on the 2 there. Ready for more? Jojo goes down and remember, Savvy 8K with the Sheriff. Savvy 8K with the Sheriff, by the way. But Nakia's quite low. And Kaide repositioning with the light speed. Didn't get spotted by Nakia. He heard the dash. Tucks away into the corner. There's one smoke keeping him alive in transition. And he does have some time to work with across the map. And he does have a Phantom too.
Yeah, he did pick up the spike as well, or still had the spike in his hand, so he can go for the rotation. The question is, if he rotates towards C, that camera feels like a death sentence. So 50 seconds on the clock. Nakia, I think, I like this. He's taking the slower approach. He might want to just cut off his opponents on B there. You can see that Riddle is starting to feel the potential. Yeah, there it is. The potential motion to go or C, and then he's going to get caught by another one. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And then the camera's going to catch him again for the 3rd time.
30 seconds. This is a night at the museum that Nakia would want to forget. It's the cameras. All that intel. He is known. He is heard to TP on away. But Riddle playing as duo, bit by bit, trying to clear the corners. Nakia has gotten away with some space, but this is the concern. There's a one-way, sure, but Yatsuka has a great idea. Just stick it to win it. Kaide even with the kill. And that spike defuse is going to go to Kaide's way, so he's 2 away from the conversion pass now here, Asterai and Riddle are 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Great use of the Cypher trips. But this is where it gets just difficult, I think, for NAOS. Like you mentioned, there is that threat of Savvy's Sheriff, but then that was just about it. That short approach from NAOS completely deterred, neutered by the Riddle roster. You love to see it.
Let us hunt. You'd love to see it. That was a lesser buy from NAOS, and there were some good movements there from Nakia to pick up the Phantom and make it doable. But Riddle, they don't actually lose those advantages from what we've seen so far. They've been very effective at keeping most of the rounds in check when they're the ones in the lead. And Kaide, safe play to refract on out, so them as well will back away thanks to the initial window control Riddle had there. Now it's finally going to be able to peek out the angle, but you can see that Riddle have tucked themselves into different angles now.
Kaide's still here. About to go for the peek. It's only just the one fighter that he's going to be going up against. Oh, but look. Sold him. Oh, I don't think it was spotted though, but still, they will play the more cautious approach. But PTC was able to position himself before he got zinged by the opponent Cypher's cage, however you want to call it, spotted, notified, whatever. Still worked out. Was a trap against his opponent, and it worked well for him.
You zinged. Yeah, that's the thing. But
Oh!
Jojo, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Stands in position. Now it's all across the map. Ronaldo do go for the fight back with Minty and Yatsuka. 31. Minty and for much more. But now they carve the path towards A. And what's worse here for Minty is Sands in heaven. It needs to be a heads-up play from Minty now to get this done. 20 seconds. He hears the spike being planted, and NAOS are prepared on the post plant.
So the thing, at least for Minty, is he will have both of his dark covers available for him in this clutch. So maybe he can use it to bridge himself to cross the A site, the threshold of that A site. But yeah, I think from how he's maneuvering, he's just looking for an exit frag and trying to save this weapon, because econ-wise, yeah, they might want to at least save a rifle. It looks like it's going to be the option here, yeah, just the choice, the decision for Riddle to do.
Yeah, and at the start of the round, Riddle, they were narrowing down the options of NAOS with that initial window control, with them holding on to Garage. But somehow, NAOS, they spread across the map still. They widen their opportunity. And while there was chaos caused by PTC and the Garage contest, suddenly when Sand found the Hunter's Fury, everything broke loose. Now as we're just knocking on doors here, just like scouts, really, trying to sell their cookies, and eventually someone wanted the sweet treat, and they found the opening towards A. 2 rounds right now. Still the gap.
That goes there.
No?
Yes.
I was about to say, is there any possible chance of maybe buying an operator here for Riddle? Maybe sold them to use it, or kind of to play around with it. I guess it's a no for the meantime. Oh, stun, relay bolt, flash. Seems like now, I think they might have just decided to go straight for B, knowing that there is that aggressive approach that they were hearing from Riddle come through on A house. Decision very quickly. It does give him that control, but no follow-up on the spike.
Deploying drone.
Okay.
It seems like they're trying to sell the fake towards B.
Yeah.
That there's still players towards backside itself. Honestly, Riddle, they don't really fall for it too much, because they send out the Aldron, Jojo clearing the corners, and we do bring the action back onto the A side. The mid-round a while ago, working out for NAOS from the call from Savvy. Soldam over onto the corner here. Mojo sending out the gate crash early on. And with that smoke, that should be a tell for Riddle that it will be a flood onto the A side. Mojo already in position down in hell. Does get spotted out by the Recon Bolt. Soldam had nowhere to go. And Sand in the corner! He sprays them all down! A 3K from Graffiti. It's already a masterpiece here for NAOS, as they should secure the round to get to double
30
digits.
seconds left.
They all just
planted.
lined up for Zan there. Zan the man on that one. Kade now, as he does break util, everybody's gonna chasing him down. Is gonna be chasing him down. Makes sense.
Yeah, and
they can afford it at least.
And that would really break the bank of Riddle Order, because he can't afford to not have this one. And the flawless would be the statement by NAOS. 10-7. And this is where NAOS can truly pull on away. These rotations from NAOS on the attacking side, they're just so disruptive. And they're willing to commit their initial duelist utility, because they know they can pivot onto another angle. San still gets in position. Mojo still gets in position despite the early investment over onto B a while ago. And it's just so clean from NAOS. We were talking about how strong their attacking side on Haven was versus Nongshim, and we're seeing shades of it again here versus Riddle Order.
Now, just looking quickly into Ultimate Economy, Riddle has a lot, but like you mentioned, broken economy here in terms of weapons. Not sure how far this can really be that effective for their Japanese team here. So far, now it's taking a bit of a breather. I think they also realized that a couple of rounds ago, Riddle does like to play aggressive on mid, so they're waiting to see if Riddle's going to do the same thing, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
They also respect the thrifty possibility from Riddle. We've seen what they can do with pistols, a Bucky, you know, just some chip damage all across into these sudden kills. NAOS putting some numbers over onto B. PTC is just gonna put the camera up close. Quick little picture.
I must wait a moment.
For the NAOS faithful. Riddle.
Doing
You're
a
so
thing.
ready for this one, Asteroid. It's gonna be a huge brawl onto the side. Light speed for Sand. Spots out Kaide. The smoke giving him some cover to work with. Not getting over the plant here already. Saturate into position. The Waylay can't make the distance, but it's Riddle who closed the gap anyway.
blinded.
Suddenly, the sandwich. They blinded them. They found them, and now they've trapped them. PTC falls. Savvy will win the fight over at window. But the job is so difficult here for NAOS. They need to play retrieval to get that spike back.
Mojo, if he gets a kill, he'll have his drift, but it's not possible. Converging paths just to put even more pressure. And now Savvy, high-low.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Oh, of course, no chance. Riddle was just perfectly placed on that B site. Like you said, they knew.
They're just so good at these thrifty rounds versus NAOS. They know they can slip in and suddenly contest NAOS despite the early investment of Sand getting in position. And it's just crazy how Riddle adjusts on the fly. Great catch all across. That tripwire also making it so much easier for them to handle where the spike was at. Then you compound it with the convergent paths at the end to catch Mojo. And you were saying it, that's right. There was a possibility for NAOS if they had that Yoru alive, that ultimate, to safely get that spike. Riddle had that shutdown, and NAOS are gonna call the first timeout of the game, by the way. It's been so back and forth, but we haven't heard from the coaches much until now, and it's for the team in the lead.
They don't want to make any more mistakes like that. It just really felt so televised what they were gonna do to just, you know, push on that B site. Oh,
no way, we're live.
Yeah, crazy, right? I mean, to their opponents, to Doi. But
Okay. No,
but you know what I mean, right? It's just PTC making so much noise like that. They knew something was up, and I also gotta point it out there. Doesn't his camera also hear the tripwire? So why was there no shock dart from Savvy just to break the mid trip? Just as a food for thought, you know?
Yeah, but it's tough for Savvy because he's also watching the flank. So he wasn't in window.
No,
when
but
all the scuffle was happening.
Teammate could
Yeah, and then they
potentially
added the
call it?
tripwire. They added the tripwire also once the spike was dropped by NAOS.
Okay,
So yeah, just chaos. Honestly, Riddle are thriving in the chaos, and this is why so many people love to see them. Made that top 4 run last year. Made it through the Japanese scene yet again versus their usual rivals. And Jojo draws first blood. Now still in position to challenge. Got 2 across the board. Soul Dam with the ankle breaker. The blind comes on in, and Savvy's happy to catch him in the act. Another set of kills here for NAOS. And these trades, well, it's really NAOS with a buy one, take one at this point. 3v1. Minty all alone to try and contest.
Spike planted.
He's making a lot of noise with those jump peaks. No one's looking this way. No one's looking this way, but the Tripwire's in position. Real Tef. Nakia's quick on reaction, and 11-8. Perfect timeout conversion here for NAOS.
Wow, you want a firefight? We'll give you a firefight. It seems like that was the response that we saw, or that we, were able to witness from this NAOS roster. Just straight up fight. Oh, he was completely blinded on that one too. The nearsightedness from the Paranoia did not reveal Soldem whatsoever to Savvy. There it is. That is that battle cry, because that could have gone either way, honestly. Yeah.
The challenge is there. Riddle is a fearless team.
Oh, absolutely.
But when does that break? That's the real question. If NAOS can strong arm their way into sites, would we see a more reserved Riddle? And how would that really pan out? When we know the squad is just so good when they can send players like Soldam and Kaide in to cause that chaos. They did go for the advance towards C-Long. Found no one. Instead, NAOS knocking on the A doorstep here. Aldron, the operator, still into play. Check the corners. And really, after the shock dart, Yapska, Jojo covering fire to keep NAOS at bay.
I really like it. Okay, there he goes. Convergent paths. Hits nothing. Still allows Zan to go through the flash. Okay. You did see as well Yatsuka separating himself from his teammate just so that he can maybe have a different angle to approach, but he still gets taken down. We're not done just yet. He's still alive. Yeah, it was like holding to a battle and then whoop.
Yep. Well, that vandal's on the floor, and wait,
It's getting passed around.
The vandal's getting tossed around. Savvy, he's gonna interrupt this. Tries to go for the shot. But all in all, the executes here from NAOS have been so sound for the past few rounds. Off the timeout. When you get a NAOS timeout like that, you know that Coach Amix is just, okay, guys, keep everything calm, go stick back to the game plan. These executes are what really works for our double duelists, and you can see the difference here for NAOS. They kept everything quiet towards A-Long. Use that initial utility to flush out Riddle. And in this case, somehow Nokia wins. Somehow Nokia wins because NAOS is now a match point.
There is still some time here for Riddle to make things happen. But of course, I mean, they will have their gun round as well, but this one just looked very NAOS coded. Especially with, like, you know, the fights like that. Nokia's like, hey! And then just quick fist bump.
Hey, it's great to see some smiles from Riddle Order too. It's the logo anyway. I mean, even they're laughing about that one, but NAOS,
that's great.
They're in prime position, man, to take this all. This is their map pick. This is what they call home as Haven. And a Soul Dam contests San, who will use the light speed to get and dash back. Riddle, they put their forces towards lobby. Good control by Riddle here, but NAOS will just back away from it.
That is a lot of commitment from Riddle as well. I think they threw out basically like 40% of the utility. A couple of tripwires, or the first tripwire being spotted here on Garage. Zan still holding on A-Long. The 1v1 against Soldem is going to be crucial here for the defenders. Spotting each other. The fight tries to reposition as well, and Soldem so fast with it. Of course, while that was happening, here comes the rest of NAOS now pressing to get that C site. There's still that one tripwire, as I mentioned, on the C side itself, but no one's able to feed off of it. Mojo going to be holding the corner here. Maybe TP's out. No, they will not give him that chance to do so. But here comes PTC, the shark underneath, finally spotted by Jojo. Shut it down, and a 2 versus 4 as that does sells. Make it a 1 versus 4 as Nokia's gonna have to go big or go home to that next round just in case.
Yeah, Nokia even getting his back scratched there by the oncoming bullets of Soldam. Fast lane into play. There's no way! There's no beating Soldam when he is on his A game there. And that was a brilliant round from Soldam from start to finish. Actually, I think Riddle really cascading into a great chain of events there, Asteroid. That Hunter's Fury on replay, it pressures San to peek. And Soldam is just so calm and collected from that point on. We're talking about disruption here, and Riddle are the best ones to cause that chaos versus NAOS. When they have the pace, they can make haste through these rounds.
But gives them at least more time, right, to take a breath and just find another way against NAOS that is already at that map point. Speaking of which, though, NAOS, okay, they're just going to be charging into this. Soldem is with the operator, backs away, gets slowed down, though. This could be tricky. Soldem still hits a shot onto Mojo. That's insane! He's gotten the overdrive already. He swats out Nokia. Still, he does lose his teammate, but now here's the rest of Riddle. No plan on the spike just yet. The fight, savvy, holding, baiting, at least,
down, C.
You know, adding more duration for the fight. Wait, PTC though.
PTC?
Wait.
He got hurt. He got hurt.
Yeah.
And Jojo sees it coming. It's a freebie here for Riddle, but you said that Soldam did everything he could to keep C under check. We're not done, but it could be over soon for the round. San is limping with 22 HP, and a single bullet is enough. Double digits achieved here by Riddle.
Whew. That's what they were looking for. That was insane. I want to... Dude, Soldem hitting that shot and still holding? Oh, that's how he did it. Insane. And then the overdrive, still anchoring the back of the site, not allowing NAOS to find any form of security, is just chef's kiss on defense. That's how you want, against such an aggressive approach to your site, right?
Yeah, and NAOS called him the Korean Jet a few rounds ago. Apparently, it's a Korean Neon here for the Japanese roster, doing it all to keep the fight going. Remember again from last year, this map went overtime between NAOS and Riddle, when Riddle did make a bit of that second half comeback. Can now seal the deal this time, though, this year in this Ascension tournament. They send out utility to try and open up Barrage. A dart, a blindside, committing multiple resources here just to get a sliver of space.
Gate crash used right now. Fake out as well. Might trigger the trap there. And you see Yatsuka making sure to break it. No kills onto Zan. He's using that slide to at least get into safety, even if he gets tripped up. PTC holding the anti-flat timing is going to be very key here. And he gets the shot onto Kaide.
Yeah.
That's huge.
For the kill by PTC. Patience, truly one of his tenets in his name. Mojer in position alongside Sand. The relay bolt that gives some space here for Soldam to work with. But Nokia just mows them down. Up shot. Doesn't get much. Minty also found. And now it's Esports ready for action. First step in the revenge tour versus Riddle Order. No overtimes this time on Haven. We'll see them take it 13-10.
And I think that was such a needed win for NAOS. Just looking at how the map veto is, but still, the performance, man. You talked about how shaky they usually are, right? From what we saw on that Nongshim match yesterday, where it was just, you know, they win, Nongshim wins, and then vice versa. It was a cycle at the first half, and then second half, that's when they really start to get heated up. And we kind of saw a similar output here against the Riddle roster. That being said, Riddle had some really interesting approaches to how they attacked against NAOS, and I really liked it. It's just that it felt like there was just some walls that NAOS had that just really stopped Riddle's approach, or Riddle's rise to this specific map.
And I think it's also just a bit of expertise for this NAOS roster on this map specifically. We talked about coming into the Ascension tournament. Riddle Order struggles on Haven in the Japanese scene, and they made those adjustments. We see the speed from Soldam. We get the Waylay as well, the double duelist to really fight versus NAOS double duelist here. And I just gotta wonder a few things, right? We saw one timeout in this game, and none of them came from Riddle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a little curious, honestly, about that one.
That's pretty good. Yeah. There were some also, I think, concerning rounds for NAOS, but then
absolutely.
You mentioned how, you know what, Amix just has to call the timeout, and it did bring his team back on track. Like this one, right? With Jojo just finding that thread somehow. That was insane. So, that being said, it was a close fight, but at the end, it was NAOS who come out on top. Some of these highlights, again, just kind of, you know, being a reminder for both teams that you still have to be incredibly careful with how you approach this, because you never know what is going to happen. But at some point, I think NAOS also just got complete control, and they just look like they started having fun.
Yeah, I mean, the vibes were immaculate on stage and in the scraps. NAOS able to handle the chaos more often than not. I believe we did see some good showings from San and Mojer, syncing up PTC as well. Absolutely reliable in those crucial moments. And yeah, the IGL standing up, now standing tall here in the first map. We'll toss it over to the panel to first break down what just happened here.
Standing very tall indeed. This NAOS Haven is just looking better and better. I actually thought Riddle might be the team to actually push them to their limits, and it was very, very close. You're seeing 13-10 here on the scoreline. It was very well played by Riddle Order as well, but on the side of NAOS, just how quick they're able to adapt, how well they're also able to keep their cool. I'm just very, very impressed with this team.
Yeah, this is a wonderful map for them. This is twice we've seen it now, and twice I feel like they've looked very dominant, clearly at home here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them to continue to pick this all the way through the tournament. That being said, I don't think this was a bad showing from Riddle Order. We can see they were even ahead in the first kills there as well, so it's not like they didn't have the opportunities in this game. I feel like they settled themselves in. I felt like they played a perfectly fine game, but this speaks even more to NAOS's level. I feel like after their game against Nongshim, some people might have been quick to say, "Oh, well, Nongshim looked bad. That's not the, not give the credit to NAOS where it's clearly very due." I think they did a wonderful job right there in that opening match.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people might say, "Oh, but Nongshim, they were doing something. They were experimenting, or they were going through a roster, adjustment." But this was Riddle Order at their peak. Yes, you did have Kaide on the Waylay, which was, I believe, it's a first for Kaide. So that might be a little bit new, but he did not look uncomfortable at all. Again, what we're saying is, it's very well played by Riddle, but it was just so much more well played by NAOS, especially by Savvy. You could just tell also how everybody on this NAOS roster is just on the same page, down to the way they execute, down to how they use their util. You could just tell just how clear Savvy's vision is for the team.
I'm so impressed by this guy. I mean, in my mind, he's been the next guy up from the Philippines for a while. He's always in that discussion. He's always in talks about when will this guy be in Tier 1, and he's showing us exactly why. I mean, when we saw them play against Nongshim, I felt like, he wasn't individually fragging like crazy, but he had that double duelist really doing that work for him, but his calls were very solid. Now he's coming to this game, he's calling great, and now he's shooting very hard. I mean, what can't this guy do? He's going to be very scary moving forward. And now the pressure is definitely on Riddle as we move towards Corrode, which will be their own mapping.
And he's also the one leading the charge in terms of, hyping the team. You see him actually standing up. You see him shouting, "Hey, what's up, OG Korean Jet?" You just gotta love it, because you can tell just how much, influence he has over this team. And you can see the rest of the team, jumping onto that kind of energy. It's so great to watch, and it's so, reassuring as well for the side of NAOS that, they're in such good hands at this point. But we'll see if they can keep it up. We are not done just yet. That was just the first map. We know NAOS are good on Haven. Are they good on Corrode? We're gonna find out right after this quick break.
My mind's at a different place. Hot trends don't make me chase. Too busy paving this way for you. My words have a different price. Exclusive, you can't subscribe. Save up if you want advice. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up. Step it up. If you think
We are back here on Ascension Pacific, and we saw NAOS really honing that Haven, making it sort of their signature coming into this tournament. But Corrode, the map number 2, is going to be a big question mark because we don't have any info just yet on NAOS, but we do have a lot of info on the Corrode on Riddle Order. They do seem to like this map. They have picked it quite a lot, and I think that, you know, this is a little bit more comfortable for Riddle Order, but NAOS, again, big question mark.
Yeah, it makes sense in this veto. It's a very obvious pick for Riddle Order, and they know that NAOS literally do not touch this map. They have not played this map at all, so it's an obvious gap in their map pool. So obviously we have to look towards NAOS in this. The question mark really hangs over their heads of what did they have prepared and how are they going to be able to approach this map, and is it going to counter what Riddle Order are probably going to bring that we've seen before from them. So I really do think that's what we got to look out for. But when we look back to that map one, I've been very impressed with their macro and their approach to the game. So shout out to the coaching staff and of course Savvy as well, spearheading that. And I think Corrode plays like some other maps. It has that clear defined mid with the split routes, a little bit like Ascent almost. So this isn't some wild map that needs radically different approaches. So I would expect them to be able to put something together that's very strong from what we've seen. But yeah, they're flying through this tournament at the moment, and I think another dominant map from them, another clear win, and we got to start talking about these guys as up there in the favorites, no? Up there to top the group.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they're looking at it. It's been smooth sailing for them so far. Yes, you know, this previous map was very close. It was still very well played on the side of Riddle Order. We talk a lot about the coaching staff, and I think one thing that kind of left us scratching our heads about that map was that there was barely any timeouts that were used. I think it was only NAOS and none from Riddle Order. So this was a big question mark. What do you think was going on with the coaching staff on that side?
Yeah, I mean, I think like for NAOS, you don't need a timeout if you're winning. On the side of Riddle, I mean, normally we would expect to see timeouts, even if it's just to break momentum. That's what they're often used for, because sometimes your players will find those answers themselves where you might be thinking, okay, we need to pause and adjust, and your players will see what's happening. And I think that was probably the case that game, because Riddle were putting up a good showing. They weren't getting blown away, but yeah, they didn't even try to stop that momentum. And now we have the agent compositions coming in here on the side of NAOS. We're going to see Mojo back on that Yoru. So I think this is very exciting. It's a very simple comp that should be easy for them to adopt. On the side of Riddle Order, Soldam sticking to that Neon. This is a mirror composition here. So it's all about who plays this the best. Pure macro off and direct head-to-heads. Nothing fancy coming out with agent counters.
Yeah, and now you have Nakia on the initiator role as well. And then you have Savvy going over to the Sentinel. He is on the Vice though, so I am really excited to see what NAOS has in store, because this is going to be the first time that we're seeing them on Corrode. As we mentioned, Riddle Order, they have played this several times in the Japan split, but of course it's been, you know, there has been a gap. So whether they're going to adjust, and of course how they're going to make this comeback on this map, because it was very close on Haven. They did play it well, but can they manage to take this momentum that NAOS are just riding so high on at this point?
Yeah, and there was a bit of a change as well for Riddle. When we've seen them play this map previously, they've been running that chamber, you know, a much more sort of individually focused, dominating agent, and they've swapped it across to the Vice. So much stronger on the side of being able to stun. And I've just realized it's not an exact mirror match. I was just lying to you. It's Yoru versus Neon. So, you know, I do think it's a slight difference, but overall we're going to be seeing very similar styles coming out of these teams.
Well, you know what? If you're lying to me, enough from you. I don't want to hear from you anymore. I want to get into the game. I want to get into Corrode with two people who won't lie to me at all, with Dax and Aserai.
Mika, come on, let's be real. That's the biggest lie you've said all this broadcast. Oh my! Yeah. After all our history together. But speaking of history, Aserai, this is where we look at NAOS and say they're not out of the woods just yet. They won map number 1, but Haven is NAOS territory. Coming into map number 2, this is perfect for Riddle Order. Yes. A map they're accustomed to, a map they made adjustments coming into their playoffs, and of course, a map NAOS haven't even played yet in official competition. The permaman of NAOS finally back in rotation, and Riddle Order will throw the gauntlet and look to try and capitalize on that fact.
Yeah, I like how Morgan was mentioning how this could be a gap in the NAOS repertoire right? But it also could be a secret weapon that obviously none of us have seen up until this point. So, well, this is going to be the proving ground for the Filipino team. We'll have to see how that goes because Riddle still has, like I said, good track record.
Yeah, they're honestly amazing on this map. Some big wins versus Fennel. Running that Vice, coming into that playoff run with in front of the crowd. And now it's on the other hand, one of the rare occasions we see San flex away from Duelist to play the Omen. He is accustomed to it in this roster. It has happened before, but it's still something to take note. Mojo's the only Duelist right now on the Yoru. And Riddle, now they're getting accosted from multiple angles. Jojo, 1 HP. The Dream actually just 5. A little bit there. Soldam sliding in. Nakia, ready to receive. And now they're in a bit of a pinch. They're getting closed off here by Riddle, but Nakia is shooting his way out of this one.
Yeah, even has the haunt just in case. That is a fully blinded teammate. Now they only have to deal with Minty coming through here on the connector. Slow approach. He does have that frenzy in hand, so maybe he can go ballistic, go wild, but quiet as can be. They don't line up. Oh my god, that was so close. You saw Zen was setting up a smoke or something. Oh boy, but yeah, they cleared it up for the first round.
Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie there, but no problem. No one falling, actually. And Nakia in position here towards top mid. Just an absolute machine. Taking down. And this is going to be huge for NAOS in the run on Corrode. They watch the flanks. They know there's extra speed for Riddle, right? We saw it in the previous series between Boom and Motive, what Neon can do in these scenarios, what space they can get. And Soldam, he's not afraid to try and clear his corners by himself.
Now, Kaide is just getting a little bit of information here. Both walls go up. Oh, I like this from Riddle. Look at that. While that wall goes up for B main, 4 players of Riddle are starting to march their way through mid.
And also committing talk screen towards the B side. It's a big tell here for NAOS that they've given away themselves. Nakia again, but this time it's a huge crowd in the way. Soldam with a fast lane to retrieve the gun. Paranoia to play PTC after using the poison to get the kill onto the Neon. NAOS still watching the front. Kaide. A sliver of HP to try and stay alive. San will be the executioner here. They go for the overrun, and the flood onto B is confirmed.
Yeah. Nothing really can stop this the tidal wave, man.
Yep.
It's the weapon here, picked up by Jojo. It is going to be the Bulldog. They do have a Prowler and a Haunt, so maybe they can get some information, isolate a fight. Kind of have to see. It's a bit of a waiting game right now for NAOS, knowing that I think primarily all of their opponents are just going to be going through. Oh, A main. Yeah. Say it's going to be main.
Crispy.
Nasty shot. Yeah.
And now should know
Where's
that
the last one?
Gun. No, Yasuka. Goodbye. Nice damage onto Savvy. But after they heard the bullets onto the gate crash, they knew the one swinging from the right hand side would be the one with the Bulldog. And case in point, there's NAOS confirming all the kills. You mentioned it during the round. And it's a really good call for Riddle to play for mid if they don't see the toxic screen from NAOS that way.
I think they know that we fake a lot.
Oh,
you heard it.
I like that.
Yeah. They know. They know that they will fight. That challenge is gonna happen coming into the bonus.
The reads, man. They understand. The machinations of their minds are not an enigma.
Wow. Where'd you pull that one off?
I don't know. Somewhere deep. Under the sea. Oh, Kaide just throwing it out.
Yeah, back to Valorant real quick. Riddle order just peeking out towards B main. They do get the kill. Mid though. Opportunity for Mojo. Has slipped away the Prowler. Great heads up here from Riddle to pay attention to the angles that need to be cleared. Arcros plus the Razor Vine 2. Riddle just pulling a big lockdown on this A side.
Wait. They push through this. There's Kaide as well as Minty looking to intercept. This is going to be the adaptation right now for NAOS. It feels like they don't really have that much options. Yeah, they're getting corralled. You can already see this. And they're just trying to get themselves out of this one from pure sheer firefight. Excuse me. 40 seconds, though. There is some time for Savvy to walk around.
He's gotten some kills already. Ensure they're getting corralled. Savvy.
Oh!
The shot! The triple kill so far! And both players a
Doubling
sliver of
back.
HP. Yeah, Jojo does have armor though, so he might be able to tank a single bullet thanks to the regen shields. NAOS is running out of time, and Savvy needs to commit towards his B-side.
I think he's just gonna throw out his Steel Garden as soon as he plants that spike.
There's a chance. Arc goes 2. Sets it up towards the shed. Tries to get the intel, anti-flash position. No one home. Jojo actually has the haunt available here. Now, rounding the corner.
5 bullets from
Savvy
Savvy.
keeping an eye out. Perfect timing.
Oh
The
my
shots,
God!
though! The shots! A blunder for Savvy here, and he pays with his life. Riddle order. Got that. That got so dicey, but they'll win the round.
Whew. You know what? It was a game of cat and mouse. We didn't know who was the rodent, and we didn't know who was the feline, but at the end of that, we kind of figured it out. That was insane, though. I mean, it really was just who could read better who. It seems like Savvy did, but unfortunately, the shot missed, and it costed him the round. There, you can see the facial expression, too. He's like, mistake.
Yeah.
Huge mistake.
But you heard it from the comms. Immediately, the whole team was like, nice try, don't worry. Because that was a bonus round from NAOS. They salvaged kills there, as right. When we were talking about that, this could be so clear-cut for Riddle. Perfect pinch. So claustrophobic there for NAOS. Now they bring out the guns. Outlaw here from Mojo as well to try and punish anyone on the Riddle Order team without armor. And all of them are in one-shot territory.
Now, can see that NAOS are slow approaching mid continually. Oh, look at this. Oh, that was happening. Riddle's like, okay, we're just gonna pressure every spot that we see no one come from. PT's timing. Could have been one or the other, to be honest.
Bring them down.
So stressed.
I mean,
pull.
They so stressed.
Pull.
much pull, much push. But you're absolutely right. I mean, NAOS, they do need to keep tabs of the Riddle advance. They said it themselves. They know they're gonna challenge and Riddle order. Steel Garden. And they get used up here by Savvy. 8K Paranoia into the corner, trying to go for the free fire angle. But here comes NAOS now, and they get the 2-4-1. Spike to be planted. Nightfall as well, keeping Mincy at bay. But job's not done here for NAOS. Angles of opportunity here for Soldem especially.
Yeah. Oh, I like his pocket position from Savvy, though. Could be a spot that he can utilize. And looking at where the spike's planted, this is where NAOS definitely wants to fight, not inside, but on the outside as well. Ooh. Especially with what's left on for the defenses of Riddle. This could be something, but the Sheriff shot from Kaide could be a good start. The Haunt to put through. They're getting a bit of tag here and there, but it's not done just yet. They're making sure the snake bite deters them. Okay.
Yeah. It's not just that, he's this position. He knows that was just a tap. Now he goes for the spray! And 4 fall in front of his face. NAOS Esports willing to play danger close, and they are rewarded.
That was a beautiful start. This was, I think, the crucial thing that NAOS needed was how they were going to take this A site away from the hands of Riddle. And it just worked out. Pushing from the left side rather than separating themselves definitely concentrated the firepower and allowed them to just refrag more consistently, which I think was a very good thing for NAOS in that particular situation.
I agree with you because they respected the Kaide Sheriff shot and said, okay, you guys can regroup on elbow. Since we have the guns, we still have the setup. And as I was saying, since the fade was there, they didn't fall for any kind of tap tricks. Usually you'd see a team suddenly panic, rush into the smoke, maybe even get hit by the poison there if they didn't know what was going on. But NAOS had the intel. Now they're going for the setup towards B. The Steves as well, catching the player into the corner. Kaide in danger, breaks the fake out forward now. Doesn't get blinded though. No longer tethered. He sees the real one in front of him. But through the toxic screen, it's a labyrinth built here by Riddle. The NAOS are here to dismantle. They just decide to be juggernauts here, break through the walls, and straight onto the site.
That was beautiful, and yeah, absolutely. There was a labyrinth, but they did not adhere to the rules.
Ooh.
One more player to go. Yatsuka, as Minty was not fresh anymore. Dilapidated from the looks of things. Oh, I think it was just spotted by Zan right there. Yeah, gets taken out, and probably about time to go for a quick little timeout for Riddle here, if they can just, discuss things, because it's starting to get out of control.
And our panel did mention it, more especially given his experience back in 0-1. By the way, big shout outs to them. And, but he was saying that, to break that momentum, get everyone on the same page, and we saw how effective it was for Amix on Haven a while ago. Hey, NAOS. Yeah, no timeouts, man. Okay, but it is an eco anyway. Maybe in the next round if they drop one more.
Cover going out. Maybe in the next round. All right. That fight. Oh. Yeah. I mean, the next round's looking to be a timeout right now because Mojer's just unrelenting, unforgiving. Give him an inch, he'll turn into a mile. Oh, another one? No way. Oh, no way! Savvy with 2 kills on the Outlaw! Solden was just running! I mean, sure, this is his running era, but you don't want to trip up like that. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
I mean, dude, again, 3 hobbies in this day and age. You got bouldering. We're gonna go at it again. You got pickleball, and you got the run club. And Soldam tried to join that last one. But all in all, here in Valorant, it is looking quite clean from NAOS. Oh, PTC. There you have it. It's flawless, 5-1.
Yeah. I think he wanted to do something there too. Maybe flash.
Yeah, maybe like, knife, maybe? Who knows?
Yeah, but then once his opponent was like a quarter of the way looking at him, it's like, no. Keep it simple, keep it safe.
And this is a big statement from NAOS because it's so fearless on mid. Like, sure, I love what Savvy did with the Outlaw. But you can't allow Mojo to just walk up like that at mid if you're Riddle Order. You have the setup, you have the control, you have the Neon, and this Yoru just literally holds W and decides to get a kill. Finally, we get a timeout here from Riddle Order, their first one in the series.
This is a big contrast to what we saw on the first Corrode of the day with Boom and Motive, right? Where at least at some point, both teams were very much in a game of tug of war, and it was teetering on both teams' sides from time to time, but so far it's been NAOS hard pressed and in full dominance of that mid portion on Corrode. So these kind of things, man, Riddle has to figure things out, because the most simplistic fact is if you don't have that mid control, your A and B cannot connect, and your rotation is going to be just horrendous.
I love how you said that. A and B will not connect without mid. No duh. But it's absolutely true.
Just say it.
No, you're absolutely right. I just love how you said it. Because we saw it at the start. We saw how Riddle was using that to try and corral NAOS into places like B main. But then NAOS would just set up the toxic screen straight into B anyway. And then I feel like that's where Riddle found less value for their mid push. So off the timeout, they're back to playing for mid, since NAOS was abusing it the past few rounds. And Mojer, he does still get to walk on up, but contested, taking a bit of damage. San reinforcing him with the elevated angle. But it's a stark difference here for Riddle. Now they at least stem the initial tide, and they get a good rotation with Soldam towards his A side.
Cover going out. Yeah, you saw that, right? They smoked mid, lower mid, and then threw out the haunt as well, just for that quick information. Seems like they're somewhat happy with what they've already gotten, and have kind of spread themselves out for the 2-1-2 split for defense. Soldam, though, that is nasty damage already. Down to 45. He's backing away slowly into the A site, while his teammates are still passively just getting control. PTC really wants to take this beat.
Too dangerous, and whoa! Somehow again, NAOS setting up to knock down the high-low to incredible success. B getting harassed by the Dimensional Jeff Mojer as well, getting the face of Jojo. But what we just witnessed from PTC and Savvy, the sync was unreal. And that shot by PTC, even better! Now it's just getting away with things. And this shuts down whatever Riddle wanted to do. That's right. Riddle was timing it right. They were syncing up the swing. But NAOS were ready.
Yeah. You said it, right? Dangerous. But dangerous for who? Seems like it's on the Riddle side. Well, gotta write themselves a diary, because this is a Riddle that... it just isn't working out, you know?
Yeah, it's not. Oh, sorry, I'm just in disbelief with that play.
Yeah,
They,
no, for sure. I didn't even realize that there was someone behind PTC as well.
Yeah,
that's a thing. That's a thing. Exactly.
But that's
still,
the
right?
comms. Like even our panel mentioned it. Like some of the mid-rounding here from now, Savvy 8K leading by example. Morgan mentioned that he was getting the great calls versus Nongshim here in this game. He's hitting the best shots too, and that's just absolute thrust for a team. Like let's be real, coming into this year was built through different regions. It's no longer a 5PH squad. You have players from all across Southeast Asia representing NAOS, but they're coming so good. They're getting all these things at the right time, and things are looking radiant really for NAOS.
You know what? It's the classic Filipino dessert, man. It's halo halo, brother. They got the mix. Yeah, I know. Right? Also, it's not now's the time. It's danger now's. I don't know. Oh, okay. We started the round quickly for a pick onto Soldem. Minty's gonna get caught by this Nightfall as well, and so much decay happens. Question is, what is gonna be the push out? Seems like there is no pushing out into A just yet. A calm down for the moment, as there's no real need to press that advantage, because it could turn sour for NAOS if they're not careful. You can see that Riddle is trying to compensate with a bit more map control on mid, but they haven't gotten any contact that they would like to take.
Yeah, and it's Kaide himself walking on up, but now he's caught. And PTC does some damage, checks the corner. Riddle instead, they don't miss. They get 2 picks on the board. San and Nafia making quick work to salvage around. And while Yatsuka is able to pick up a gun, it's 3 still alive here for NAOS.
Spike planted.
Oh, there you go. That sheer going up. It's already red alert for A main. Yasuka's just going to challenge us from the looks of it.
Oh!
He's not getting caught by any of the bullets, which could work. I mean, just some random shots could be something, but yeah, okay.
Sorry. As the observer view, once you knew the bullets were just whizzing past the Omen, you're just like, nah, it's not gonna happen. It's tough. It's tough really to find some answers for Riddle, because when they're looking for active map control, NAOS are able to concentrate specifically on the execute. The protocol on the offense is just adjusting to whatever Riddle order does to begin with, whatever Riddle's being proactive, and they leave one posted up to play the anti-flank, right? It's been such a great read from NAOS, and because of it, 5 rounds in a row for them too.
This is looking to be a potential quick first half, but we'll see, we'll see. Never say never, right? Soldem has brought out the operator as well, but considering how many smokes there are available on both teams, I wonder how effective this could really be. But there's the push. Steel Garden becomes the final resting place of Kaide here for round 9. Yatsuka looking, now that his weapon's back and running, he goes in for the double kill! Oh, what precision from Yatsuka! Still, Spike's been picked up here by Nakia. Could go for B site. There is some hesitance for NAOS, not knowing that there's nobody on the site, but now that they're here, they know that they can at least plan it and force the post plant against the Japanese squad.
Yeah, beautiful spray there from Yatsuka to keep the odds even. But you said it, just the Steel Guard making that space. Yatsuka just throwing a wrench into plans, staying within the site. Now Riddle on the retake. They're gonna need to. There's so many corners coming in from spawn. Operator shot, putting Savvy at a critical state. He's still alive though to help out PTC. And we've seen how this works out for them. It's 3 players from NAOS ready to receive. And Riddle, they're just landing straight onto the site here with Minty, but he's the only one in this party alive. And a 1v3, what can you do? Absolutely nothing. NAOS are up to 8. And remember us right, this is the first time we're seeing NAOS play this map.
Yeah, and play they are. Because the communication, the timing as well. So this one was one of the big examples. That one too. You saw that wall drop down? That was, I believe, the wall of PTC. And they just challenged. They challenged Riddle in that particular corridor just so that they can't really have the numbers to get into the site. And it works out for NAOS. Ooh.
Cutting through.
It's gonna be the, I don't know, adaptation here for Riddle, because this is getting out of hand.
Yeah,
or even more out of hand, excuse me.
They're, you know, I get they're in a loop. They're forced to play the equal again. They do have the overdrive, fake out broken Kaide. Cheer comes on out. Good tags from Riddle. We've seen what they can do with chip damage across a round, but not when they lose Jojo early. And that's concerning here for Riddle. Whoever throws utility from top mid, NAOS, when they have a player posted up in mid itself, they spray that angle, they get these kills for free here. Mojer, dangerous territory, Soul Dam with the lightning fingers electrifying and frying NAOS in response. A thrifty here from Riddle.
That was great. Incredible read from Riddle there. They set up, like you mentioned, Soldem for a potential overdrive play, and it just connects. So we'll probably see it here on the replay as well. Just completely charges. And, yo, that was nuts. He did not get hit by the Prowler that was already right in front of his face because of the slide for a good 2 seconds. And that good 2 seconds was enough for him to get those necessary kills to swing it in the favor of Riddle. That's how quick Soldem just processes this kind of situations. Ooh, okay.
Ooh, that was close. But say what you will about the score, Riddle Order still a squad that can cook up a play at a moment's notice. And a great response to keep them in contention here, Asarai. At least it isn't going to be a huge lead by NAOS if Riddle can get this round. They have a chance. Guns available. Spotted though by the Haunt. Soldam responds with fast lane as Sand tries to pepper the wall with bullets. Now time to jump. Just a silent default here. Trying to capitalize on Mojer's operate. Prowler in the way. Soldam with a punish, and there's no getting away from Soldam now.
Well, with the rest of that, NAOS is working their way towards the B site. There is... Oh, wait, there it is. Great timing on the Viper pit, too. I'd love to see it. I think because they heard the C's being thrown out or something, maybe that's the quick response. So, I don't know. This is going to be a guessing game, I think, for Riddle as well. That's where you're seeing Soldem and Minty actually just go straight for the jiggle on mid, just so that they can catch an off of rotation. Timing's going to be crucial here as Savvy gets another one. Soldem still fighting, now gets the reinforcement of his team. 20 seconds, and it is just going to be a full-blown firefight, which it did happen. PTC is somewhere on B, but Spike not in his hands, so he's just going to have to maybe get from exits here, because this is definitely going the way of Riddle.
Yeah, a bit hard-headed there from NAOS. They just held the angle, challenging Riddle to re-peek, and just the engagement from Riddle said it all. 8-3, still a chance to make it 8-4, Asarai. It's not the worst here for Riddle. And they're getting back their form, thanks to some heroics here from Soldam. Of course, it's set up by the team. That's really how Riddle hooks up these plays with the Neon. But now he's feeling confident to get that space. Riddle will be happy to follow up and be active around the map.
Riddle, like you mentioned, has been getting a lot more mobility here. Oh, spams though. Oh, that is Zan. He's down to like 11. This could still be something. The chase, Jojo's pretty much prepared for it. Paranoia does connect against him as well, and in a straight Nightfall in response. You just know that he does not want them spilling into top mid at all. PDC, ooh, 1-for-1 trade though. Soldem with the operator, good on the shot. This is, I think, corralling NAOS to go a little bit on the safer end, but this is just what I think Riddle is expecting of them too.
Bring them down.
Yeah, the device is set up in position. Yatsuka and Minty on a Nightfall. Sure, Nakia, he's gonna need to risk it if he wants to go through the smoke. Riddle's up in position. Yatsuka actually taking down the two. Mojer, the only one standing in Dimensional Drift to try and pick up the spike. Can he make it in time? Retrieves the objective. Also looking to isolate the fight. Spots up Spice. He has a blind side. Comes back to reality, but Yatsuka will make him sit. Riddle Order get the 4 here.
Yeah, there was no TP for him to rely on, so that was also something. Still, this was great control for Jojo, holding on to that mid control, and then again, so many angles of pressure from Riddle there. Once they saw the kill happen on mid, they were like, we're not going to waste this opportunity. We're going to just keep pressing on our advantage, and it works out. 8-4. It didn't spiral out of as much out of control as we were expecting it to be, And there you go. The crowd, the fans, starting to come back to life for Riddle. With that in mind, we're going to go for a quick break on the halftime. And we are back. Oh, the Legion of Bears.
Oh no.
Yeah, just the Legion of Bears. The Tacti Bears.
I can't bear it, man. Hey.
Oh no. I guess it was a necessity. Okay, thank you, Dax, for not reacting whatsoever.
Please, man. Hey, back to the action though. Riddle Order does at least make this a contest. 4 rounds after a tough start. We've seen comebacks like this happen before. And onto the attacking side, a team so experienced on a map like Corrode, you can feel that they do have a chance. Mid though, heavily contested by NAOS. It's a triple stack here. Yatsuka in the Razor Vine just doesn't move. Statuesque finally shattered here by Mojer. It's a trade. NAOS will take at the
Still though, Mojer doesn't see anyone going more into the A site, so they know that there is going to be some kind of shenanigans potentially on B, and there it is. Nakia is able to stop them dead in the tracks. What a shot from Nakia! Here comes Mojer once again. He's everywhere, man. And Soldem running away. He's got the spike in hand, so he can go for that quick far rotation into the A site. The thing is, he doesn't know if anyone else is here on mid to go for that intercept. So he's taking his sweet time, but 25 seconds on the timer left. He can't really take too long before he starts making a move.
I mean, the only position that NAOS would be mid, and that's why Soldem was wary of it. Besides that, NAOS, perfect trap play, and you saw the shooting there. Incredible after the paranoia. Some flicks from Nakia to keep NAOS with the advantage. But Soldem does have the opportunity to isolate these fights. High gear all ready to be used. Also has a relay bolt as well to find a stun. Perhaps catch the backline here of NAOS. But onto the spike. Mojo's already sticking the defuse. There's the fight. Soldem with the stun comes on in. Into the triple peak that NAOS was ready for on the other side. 9-4 here for NAOS.
I wonder if Riddle is a betting team and they're gonna try to go for a force buy now that they lost the pistol. That's definitely gonna be something to think about. But this one, that was just clean from Nakia. I thought he was like done for once he got tagged by the Han, but not really. And you can see that little bit of sigh of desperation here from the Riddle players. Something's gotta change.
Yeah. Some frustration, really, on the Riddle count right now. Now it's actually the first time we've seen the series. One team taking both pistols. 3 out of 4 pistols taken by NAOS versus Riddle Order so far. And yet, the utility to spot what Riddle's intentions are. PTC now in a position similar to what we had from the previous round. So NAOS, it's the same setup on the defense. One to hold up front. San ready with the paranoia to catch anyone flooding from B-Main 2.
So far, though, Riddle have not found the answer to this riddle for them. As I'm just going to approach to the site. They've been, I guess, just hoping that maybe there's an overextension from NAOS and they get a kill somewhere on mid. Still, though, it doesn't seem to be the case. They're probably just going to go explode into the site. Looks like there it is. Oh, Zan could be in a tricky position here, but he's got the weaponry. He is holding it by himself. Still, Minty and Kaide hitting those nasty shots could help out their case, but the damage has been done. Look at the HP bars just dwindle and go down to 0.
Yeah, it's
double
sneaky
digits
peeky.
for NAOS.
It's so sneaky peeky from NAOS. They still, despite all the overwhelming numbers, have players to stem the initial tide, to stay anchored onto the site. And they were confident given that they have the gun advantage. It's what stand here so long for Riddle to clear that. They couldn't be active around the map. They were trying to go straight for the heaven position. But NAOS, they were already rotating. They already catch them in the act. And you can see the results. Double digits here for NAOS Esports. Coming into the bonus, Riddle do have a fighting chance. Rifles abound. Yatsuka the only one with the pulldown here. And they're setting themselves up for mid.
Look at how close they are. This is the smoke that just separates them. Oh, the TP! What is happening, Zan? What was that? Still, it's a catch. 2 for the price of 1. Riddle is happy with that trade for sure. Now, oh, the back out. Savvy, is he in a position to be a ninja? No, Kaide's pretty much aware of it, and there you go. Clears him out.
he was doing some exercises in the corner, crouching around, but Riddle meticulous enough to clear out the angles. And honestly, this round, NAOS just didn't expect Riddle to be this close this fast. Riddle was just able to clear so much of mid, and they started spraying into the smoke, right? Damage suddenly towards the fade. Mojer, though, connecting both shots. And with that being said, spike planted, gun to be retrieved here by Mojer. The Bulldog in hand. Trying to creep on up.
Oh, he's gonna get triple.
It's a big hero play.
Player standing.
It's just a trade. Minty gets the kill, and it's up to PTC to fight the 1v2.
Yeah. Okay, now... Alright, they have the crossfire. They don't know where PTC is gonna be approaching this retake, but he doesn't have any time left, so he's gonna have to make his move now. Oh, wait. This could actually be something. Paranoia, now he knows. They're gonna have to start fighting him, though. Oh yeah, there we go. They're both out.
Just no time.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as the tap happens into the blind, you knew it was over. Riddle!
Oh. Yeah, still loses Jojo.
Yeah, so it's another bonus for NAOS, where they get rid of 4 guns on the other side. And it was because of the clutch plays from Savvy in the first half, but here in the second, right? Just some individual picks throughout the map, plus the spike.
Yeah.
Coming into the next round, Riddle not the best buy here, so it's still a bit scrappy for the Japanese squad.
For sure, and a bit of a hill to climb at least to, you know, reach the peak with NAOS at 5 rounds deficit. Sold them though, so he's just gonna full send it. I like the idea here, but he does take some pretty critical damage, and they're going to the meat grinder, Dax. They're getting processed by NAOS and served up to par, 11-5, and they just got smacked at the entryway.
That was the fastest round we've seen all throughout the night, and the dinner bell was rung by NAOS. There's just no way. It's a 1-step, 2-step here by NAOS. You have one player anchoring the PTC, and immediately, it's always this right angle on the site itself.
Yeah.
It has become a weakness for Riddle, where there's just always a NAOS player catching the rest of the initial players, right? It's just NAOS set, NAOS ready, and NAOS are just going the distance with those B holds here.
Again? Yeah, they're gonna try to do it again! Oh my goodness. The shot did connect to the first one. I don't know if that's gonna be good enough, but Riddle have really pressed their mark into this. Still, there is some good positionings, and there we go! Riddle isolating fight after fight inside a site. All of these things just leading towards them having that B control. But the spike!
The spike!
Down B.
Wait! Wait, they're low. Kaide is down to 60. And then Soldem's like 33. Savvy can have full control of this. All he has to do is isolate the fight one by one. So the question is for Riddle, how do they approach? They gotta double up. They can't just They just can't take this one by one. They gotta have to do the teamwork, man. Doesn't get the stun though. They go for the cross. 19 bullets. He sees one. Will he check the left? He does. And now we go into a 1 versus 1. Savvy chasing, trying to deny. Wall banging, maybe. 9 bullets. We've seen this before, and it'll happen again. No, he denies it. And Savvy with the Zowie clutch to put them 12-5.
Man redeems himself on the same map. And Savvy 8K, example, leadership, the complete package. Many eyes on this Filipino player for good reason. What an incredible clutch there. You think that it was... He's feeling it. But you think, right, it was all handled by Riddle. They did so good at the start. They love NAOS in a full sense of security. We hear the overdrive go from Soldan. He wants to send it from mid, and he's trying to find an easy target. Not get the first to fall. They also know one's cornered here. They're trying to get Savvy 8K now, but Savvy 8K is just immortal. He cannot die. He cannot lose. And he's still there to keep the tide in check.
Well, this tide is definitely not at shore anymore. PTC in middle. Gonna get that information that nothing's here, but they have gone through. Viper Spit going to be used. All right, let's look at the inventory here for Riddle real quick. Pistols and the Guardian and maybe some utility. Biggest ones would have to be just the Prowler and a Razor Vine. So we'll see how that kind of goes. Knife's been used as well for JoJo, but nothing traces back to sender. Ooh. Okay. Oh no.
In. San already with the push. Great push here from NAOS. And they will advance in the face of adversity. Kaide, though, able to handle the Yoru. It's just pick for pick. NAOS still ahead. Time, though, ticking. On the side of Riddle here. Surprise, surprise. Minty and Kaide, they handle it well. And San dying to his own teammates' poison. Too low in the Viper's pit. It's still Riddle Order alive in the fight.
That is what they needed. It is so recommended to just get that clutch. And obviously, because if they don't, they just lose the series, right? But still, Soldem garnering the attention of majority of the players and them having to go one by one into the site, into the Viper's pit. This is the Viper's pit that Riddle was looking for. Not the one that we saw on that previous map on Haven, but this one. This is the effect that they were hoping to get, and it did. And it gave them that lifeline, Dax.
Yeah, I mean, it's around. They finally felt confident. So let it rip to begin with. PTC! Brilliant shot! 2 HP! It's a miracle he's still alive! Kaide ready to watch the flank, and despite the wall coming his way, it's Kaide who is crucial with the 3K. It's not done here, Asteroid. They want to go for more. They're overrunning NAOS all across, and San has a big task ahead of him.
Yeah, he does have that, you know, maybe easier time against Soldem because he's down to 50, but JoJo around the corner here is a definite bigger threat. And there it is. No sweat in the 1 versus 1 there. So Riddle, can they keep this going? This is what it's needed. This is what they're looking for. And they're starting to build some steam. Oh!
That was such a good kill on Nakia, but this is what has led to success here for Riddle on Corrode back in their local scene. Their attacking side has been effectively feared. They'd win 2 out of 3 attacking rounds basically on a per map basis when they can. And from what we've seen, it's just when Soldam gets a full send, the rest of the team getting that attention, it just causes so much chaos, and Soldam is feeling it now. Alive when he's needed the most. Better late than never here. Savvy. Raising it again. It's a 1-for-1, and NAOS position. Oh no, are they pressured to close this out as early as possible? Because this time Riddle are waiting on the other end, and Riddle is a team that will take those opportunities.
Yeah, feels like very NAOS coded, right? Once they're at that finish line, they definitely do slow down. Oh
yeah,
Zan, did he realize that someone's there? JoJo's gonna be right in front of him. He does get the kill, down to 33 though, but it does make it a tad bit more manageable as he potentially waits for Nakia to go for that backstab, the wraparound towards B main.
And NAOS, they're gonna go for the exits. I was thinking they do have the Nightfall. They do have a chance here. Perhaps just a mental reset here for NAOS. We were saying it. And we've seen it from NAOS Esports. Where they're on match point, when they're on series point, honestly. They're struggling to close things out. And Riddle is a team that you cannot give any opportunity to come back. They will take those rounds. They will make it happen into overtime. Brilliant shot here from Nokia. Paranoia response. Riddle really wants this kill. They spray him down. They take him down. It's 12-8.
Yeah. Still, we will be looking at, I believe, a potential NAOS gun round here. Question now is, will Amix also call for the pause on his team now that he feels like there's only like a few more rounds? Yeah. Oh yeah, it looks like it is. But yeah, that is a NAOS coded thing, right? Near the finish line and they definitely slow down. That's a thing that Amix is there for as a coach, I believe.
So this was it's honestly a pretty similar score from what we've seen in the first map. I mean, the 12-8. You get a little bit of that timeout going. Maybe NAOS can get the post timeout conversion and call in. But Riddle, they're getting their confidence back. And as we said, right, even though they're down the map, they're down these 4 rounds and they can't afford to make some mistakes, they're getting some brilliant executes here all throughout. They're finding space thanks to Soldam. And Soldam is happy to challenge mid now. There was a sense of wariness earlier on, especially starting in that second half pistol. More and more, there's confidence here for Riddle Order, and that could break NAOS if they can't stop it here.
Oh, no gun run for NAOS. I thought they had enough money for the purchase, but it seems like it's going to be for the next. Now, it feels like NAOS is starting to build a bit more bank, because if you look at the ult economy for them as well, right? They got basically all the major ones, minus maybe Mojer's dimensional drift there. If you can get a couple more kills in this particular round, then maybe. Haunt being thrown out immediately. Seems like NAOS have decided to fortify the entrance of this A site with a little bit more bodies here, but it doesn't look like Riddle wants to play for the meantime. That being said, they are starting to move back into it once again.
NAOS, it's a cheeky angle for San within the smoke. 3 players actually stacked up here. But Riddle wisely just waiting on the other end. They do expect NAOS to push on up here by main. And Yatsuka has been a linchpin of Riddle's success. He's gotten 3Ks before versus NAOS. He's looking to do so now. Here comes NAOS on the prowl. Yatsuka though with a single kill, traded by Nokia. Haunt gets confirmation, and NAOS can't get the gun. That's the thing. Riddle suddenly stepping in to take that space. Soldam spotted by PTC. Suddenly NAOS have the PTC. What are we witnessing here? A double plus the Nightfall. Pressure's on. Riddle have to back away. But PTC's still on the hunt. PTC still has the angle.
30 seconds left.
Timing and control!
Spike!
The 3K for PTC! Taken down by Kaide. But it is all collapse here for Riddle Order. The Thrifty to end it. And NAOS with another sweep. They take the series 2-0. They get the revenge, taking down the team that took them down last year.
Did you see how close that was for PTC? The 2 kills that he had on the Stinger. Sure, he got the kill on the Neon. Sure, that was clear cut. It was a nice free backstab. But the one that followed right after was because he had a decay on his snakebite that made the Stinger more powerful with like 5 or 6 bullets remaining. That kind of thing, those kind of quick decision makings is what makes NAOS and players like PTC such a team to not trifle with. And they just got it off of a hero phantom buy. Everyone else was on just pistols, man.
Yeah, I mean, PTC had the Stinger, and he just found some guns to pick up and just leave it all there. 2-0 against some of the heaviest hitters in their group. Morgan was saying it a while ago, the conversation needs to be started now. Is it truly now's the time? You know, it's a saying too. 3rd time's the charm. 3rd time we see NAOS here, representing the Philippine flag and the C flag too. But these wins he's done it again. Like Savvy, same pose, different picture, man. It's just another 2-0.
And that just, again, puts them on top of the leaderboards here for their particular group, right? Look at these highlights. It just felt so... there were some that were very individualistic, honestly, from the looks of things. And that's great. But one of the things that I really, really liked here was, I think, how good NAOS was at playing around the smokes, whether it's just the typical Omen typical Omen or the Viper smoke here from PTC. And we kind of saw that, I think you mentioned it quite a few times as well, right? The B push from Riddle just could not deal with someone holding the corner on B as they push through the toxic screen, which is insane to me.
NAOS basically conditioned Riddle for so much of the first half to be dissuaded to play into mid when it's such an important linchpin, really, of the Riddle plan. And when Riddle got that confidence back, when you'd see Soldam lead that charge and really contest NAOS, it made a world of a difference. But coming into the second half, NAOS also just incredible on the defense. We go back to B and we go back to NAOS showing Riddle how it's done. The anchor play into the paranoia. It was a set play NAOS would abuse over and over and over again. It took so long for Riddle to really crack that code, but at that point it was a little too late. The damage was done, and they just couldn't afford to make any mistake. Asteroid PTC brought the death sentence there, and that's all she wrote. It's 2 games, but it's 2 big games here for NAOS to put themselves on top of the group.
Yeah. This was not, I think, what was on the bingo card, I think, for our panel or analysts as well, with how things have been, I guess, progressing for Group B, right? With, who was this? Riddle, Full Sense, and Nongshim at the bottom of this list. So I don't know. I'm curious to see curious to hear what they have to discuss. As again, it was just a full blown out 2-0 for NAOS here. This was not what we were just looking at. Anyways, we're just gonna pass it on to Mika. 13-8. What do you think?
Well, with regards to my bingo card, I mean, yes, sure, maybe Nongshim didn't really have that, but when it comes to NAOS, come on, Azurai, come on, Dax. I mean, I have to give it to this team. And of course, with Savvy leaving the charge, it's just looking so immaculate for them right now. They are looking like a well-oiled machine coming here. And we had big question marks on Corrode, but, with the lead that they had, sure, Riddle Order caught up just a bit, but they were able to close it out. That looks like Corrode, another map that's looking to be a potential signature for them.
Yeah, they answered all of those questions with ease. I feel like especially that attacking side was fantastic. But we gotta shout out the Manzavi AK topping the charts yet again, but so even all the way across the board.
Yeah, it was just very, very impressive. And also, you had a lot on the side of NAOS. Like, even if they were down on the numbers, they weren't afraid to actually just go forward. I love how they didn't get like the likes of the name of Soldam, or even if, like, say Riddle Order had the guns, they actually weren't afraid to just push. And I think that's why, for the side of NAOS, it worked so well for them. But Morgan, I want to hear so much more. And I think we have Savvy on standby. We can see a little bit more on what goes on in this NAOS squad. I am excited to talk to him. Savvy, what is
hello,
up,
hello.
my guy? Congratulations
guys.
to
Thank
you.
you.
Congratulations, NAOS is looking so good. Savvy, just quick question for you. While it's still fresh in your mind, so there was that final timeout. We saw Riddle Order catching up just a bit. They were gaining a little bit of momentum there on Corrode. What was that final timeout like? What was it that you guys needed to hear at that moment?
I think what my coach and what I was saying was we were trying too hard to end it. Sometimes they have a hard time executing us, so we should have just stick to that game plan. I guess the past few rounds before it ended, we were trying too hard to end it. So during the timeout, we just tried one last time, and then after that, we would have went back to our normal stuff, and the one last time worked. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think that one last time that was like far from normal because that was pretty chaotic, but you guys managed to close it out. Now, from our point of view, it looks as though the team's synergy is like on point. The energy is good. The calls look very clear and sound. Can you give us some insight? How are the vibes with the team? Why is this team like? Why do they have the chemistry to be able to perform in this way?
I think ever since Vietnam, we focused more on our mental, and Vietnam was like a stepping stone. So we weren't able to show who we were in Vietnam. So now in Ascension, I think mentally we're ready, and we all worked hard to be here. So we're just gonna give it our all.
Wow, that really seems to be a turning point for the team because even like Coach Amex kept mentioning that Vietnam was really where like you guys learned everything that you had to in order to get into this tournament. Morgan, I'm gonna pass it to you for a quick question.
So I really wanted to ask, you've taken down arguably the favourites in Nongshim with ease, and now you've got revenge for NAOS as an organisation against Riddle Order. Is there anyone in Group B who you want to face? Is there anyone left who you feel like can challenge you guys?
Are we Group B?
Oh, sorry, no. The other group. I think you're Group Omega. Anyone in Group
okay,
Alpha, the other group.
Group Alpha, I'll probably say Motive because they've beaten us before.
More revenge.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, Sabi, we're gonna have to try and win Morgan over if that match does happen. Okay, we'll plan it out. Final question for you though. Now, of course, in the PH scene, you are well known, you are well loved, and everybody was waiting for this moment for you this whole year. You've had to lead an international squad, right? NAOS, even from all the way back in Oasis, it's usually been that Filipino squad. So how have you changed as a player and as an IGL as you get more and more exposure to the international scene?
I guess full Pinoy lineups and international lineups are two different things. Many cultures coming into an international lineup. We have Indonesian, Malaysian, Thailand, and Pinoy. So I guess more of just finding the vibe between all of you, and of course English communication. Yeah, it's pretty fun also to have an international lineup, something new.
I'm sure you guys all learned from each other as well. I'm loving the vibes here, loving this look from now, Savvy. Congratulations to you guys, and thank you so much for taking time to talk to us. Laban, kaya yan.
Laban. Thank you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna have to teach Morgan some Filipino. He was the fourth Filipino on this talent lineup today. However, everything that we taught him, we cannot say on air. So you guys will have to look at other potential streams for that. But going back into this this series, I am very, very happy with how NAOS has been performing. But again, this wasn't too bad from Riddle Order. This was just them being outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not particularly disappointed with Riddle. I feel like they did put on a good showing. I still think they played some solid Valorant. I think this series more speaks to NAOS's credit more than anything. I think Riddle will still be able to bounce back. They have a long group stage yet. This is the first we've seen of them. That is their first outing on the stage. So look for them to settle into the tournament and then really start their run.
Right, really looking forward for them to bounce back. Speaking of bouncing back, we have two teams yet that still need that bounce back in our third series of the day. Right after this quick break, we're heading into Nongshim versus Full Sense. Don't go anywhere. VCT Ascension Pacific will be right back.
Winner, flexing like a winner. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific, and it seems like right now everybody's pick'ems in shambles, especially with the series that we have coming up here. We have Nongshim versus Full Sense, and these are two teams that need to bounce back, as we were saying earlier, and I didn't think I would say this early, that Nongshim is at the bottom, and they really, really need a win right now if we want everything to kind of pick back from the status quo that we thought we had set coming into Ascension here, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think you'd be forgiven for looking at this group and thinking that it's flipped upside down. Because what is going on right now, Nongshim and Full Sense yet to get a win, and now one of these teams is going to be 0-2 after today, fighting it out to avoid being winless. And I mean, this Nongshim team especially came into this tournament with so much hope, so much expectation. They were the clear favorites, but that got absolutely blown away from them in that day yesterday, losing to NAOS.
I didn't think we'd be saying that, with Nongshim here, that they would potentially go winless. That's, again, it's so jarring, right? It's so jarring, and right now they're going up against Full Sense. And Morgan, this was our upper final last year. This is once again a rematch. It's 3 out of 3 here for rematches, but the only one remaining, of course, from the Full Sense roster is Leviathan. But judging on how these teams need to be able to recover, you're wondering what is going to happen with this series. We have Nongshim still yet to actually show us shades of that roster that just took Ascension by storm last year.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it here, losing on Haven, losing on Ascent. They're not looking like their old selves. We've seen X-Ross come in, he's had big shoes to fill, and then some complicated role changes that didn't look like they'd really taken much hold yet. But I do think that was their first showing back on this stage with these new roles, so maybe they just needed time to settle in, but realistically, they have to start turning things around. If you lose today, you're 0-2, and you have to win out the group in order to get that positive record, which is really where you need to be if you want to be moving towards the playoffs.
And right here, we're seeing RB, and he was one of the players that was really carrying the team. Yesterday we had RB and we have Ivy, I believe, just really trying their best, and the rest were still adjusting. As you mentioned, we had some very strange, some compositions, some role swaps that had us scratching our heads a little bit. I'm wondering if we're seeing more from that, but as RB showed yesterday, you can still rely on him, to pull out those clutches. You can still rely on him, ever the expert on the Sova. And now we're seeing full Sense coming out from here. I think that we really wanted to see more from this Thai squad, right? They played very passively the other day. We didn't see enough in the mid round from them. It felt like they were bullied a lot by Velocity, and Nongshim, in theory, they should be a much bigger fish.
Yeah, I mean, they got blown away by Velocity's Neon Breach combos. But what team is quite famous for Neon Breach, Mika? If you had to pick one, where does your mind go? Because my mind goes one way, and that's Nongshim. So we've seen these different roles, we've seen changes, but they've just seen that Full Sense struggle to deal with that. I really wonder if that will make them simplify and go back to what they know. For Full Sense, I think they also needed that little bit of time to ease into the tournament, and they were definitely caught by surprise. But the good news for them is they've been able to watch Nongshim play that first game, the roles don't surprise them, and that kind of thing. So I really hope that they can use the prep to their advantage in order to look a lot stronger today.
Yeah, I'm hoping so as well, because you mentioned like the Neon Breach. When you talk about Nongshim, you have to bring out that Neon on Danby, right? Which unfortunately we didn't see the other day. We did see a little bit of the Waylay come out, but it was more the headliner for yesterday was that Omen on Danby that had pretty much everybody who knows what the Nongshim roster is capable of, like, really lost. And that's exactly what happened, right? And if we are seeing Danby take up that, main duelist role once again, he is going to be up against Potter. I wanted to see more from him, but you had Laz, who was really pulling out some rounds from the side of Full Sense here. He was, that player that also, similar to RB, you could rely on those clutches. You could rely on to be able to eke out some rounds.
Yeah, and he was under full stress. I mean, he was getting ran at by Velocity. He was put to the test the most, and I do think he was a bright point for this team. And now we have the Agent Select coming in. Noshim banning out Haven this time, where they looked, they didn't look the best against NAOS. So I kind of respect the coaching staff going, that was an experiment. It didn't work. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah, no, don't push it. Don't push it at this point, not especially when you need this win. We are going to see Sunset. We haven't actually seen this from Nongshim in quite a while, and Full Sense picking Abyss. We haven't seen this from Full Sense in quite a while, or even from Nongshim for that matter. So, yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting indeed, huh? This is a interesting map.
This is a surprising veto for Nongshim. Definitely not the direction we would normally take it. Their Sunset, they haven't really showed it much. And then you look just through the rest of the veto, and it's not the comfort zones that we're used to seeing. It's not the normal maps that we would associate with Nongshim. So I think Full Sense might be feeling quite good after this veto. I feel like they've managed to edge things a little bit more in their own direction. But I think we've already seen that this Nongshim team are not afraid to try new things. They're not afraid to make these changes. So I wonder if they've even managed to add anything else, because they're clearly trying to take things in a little bit of a different direction than they did against NAOS.
Yeah, we have Sunset, we have Abyss, and then we have Ascent, and we had both teams lose on this map previously, right? We had Nongshim lose to NAOS, and you had Full Sense lose to Velocity. So it is a bit of a head scratcher here on what they will be pushing for this, and who actually takes this. I'm actually at a loss. I'm not sure which way this is going. For sure, Abyss is going to be very, very interesting. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, Nongshim have not played Abyss all year as well. This has also been a bit of a weakness since it's come back into the map pool. They clearly don't want to play it, so makes sense. Full Sense want to take the veto in that direction. So very curious what they've got cooked up there. I mean, I do think that the Yoru would be a natural fit. It makes sense, but are we going to see that on Francis again? Are they going to give X-Ross a go on the Yoru? Who knows at this point, because this is a wildly unpredictable team, just as they always have been. So I think this is a case of we've got to wait and see. But both of these teams, they're going to bounce back. They're going to have that stronger, more consistent performance that we've seen from them in the past.
Yeah, more consistent, hopefully, especially on the side of Nongshim, when it looks as though they're still trying to work out how this roster shuffle is going to proceed as they move forward in Ascension, because it did not look comfortable at all from them yesterday. It didn't look like, you do have sometimes where you have some role swaps, and maybe you can tell that, like, okay, maybe they're just like, they're still getting those reps in, but this looked really, really awkward from the players, and it just didn't seem like something that I don't see this also working in practice or in theory, so I'm just really confused as to why they would push this.
I mean, they must have done this for a reason, right? We obviously can't see it from that initial game. It didn't work, whatever they were trying to do in that game. But they must have seen something in practice. Like when we talk about Danby moving on to this Omen for Haveland, I mean, you can see why that's a natural fit. And I think we see players change roles all the time. Duelist players to this. Look at someone like Mako. He played Duelist back in the day and then adapted, and now he's a very, very strong Viper. So we can't judge too harshly by these role changes. What worries me more was the individual level and the macro. It felt like that was falling apart. I didn't see that textbook aggression that we would associate with Nongshim. So I want to see them be a little bit more in your face today.
Yeah, and speaking of aggression, we also lack that quite a lot from Full Sense, and you almost wonder if maybe it was unfamiliarity with the team that they're playing up against. Was it perhaps at first initial, nerves and when you get on stage? But I think for this squad, they're capable of so much more. They are they are players that can actually, push Nongshim to their limits, especially right now when they are looking like they're at their weakest question mark, or whatever version we're going to see from them today. I wonder though if they are going to push for that kind of composition that we've been seeing, especially since we are seeing Persia missing in the starting roster. So it is a lot that we'd have to go through, and I wonder if how exactly X-Ross is going to fit into Nongshim moving forward.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot more potential. This was a player who was very hyped up actually last year. When you hear people talking about him, you hear about how he's been in scrims, and a lot of people do rate this player highly, so he does have quite a high ceiling. It's just, are we going to see that today. And on the side of Full Sense, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I believe that they were caught off entirely by the style that Revenant were bringing. It was very different, very off meta, and that can be hard to adapt to. So now they've settled into the tournament, and now this isn't the first game. They're not going to be caught by surprise. I need to see more consistency from them. I need to see stronger macro, good working the map, and ultimately not crumbling when they're rushing towards your site. I think that's the big thing. It's about who can settle in today and turn their fortunes around to give themselves a fighting chance of making it out of this group.
Right, as we mentioned, both of these teams are coming from a loss. They are coming from that initial, unfavorable performance all around. So they're looking at who can get back this momentum, who can get that first win, because somebody has to take it this time. Somebody has to take it in this series. We're seeing smiles from Nongshim, so I like that they're picking things back up. And on the side of Full Sense too, this team is capable of so much more. They can actually push. They shouldn't be, I don't think they should doubt themselves. I feel like they were a bit hesitant going into that first series. Nongshim, there's so much tape on them, so they should know what to expect, even with that, the changes that they've been making recently.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we talk about tape, the thing is they've only played Sunset one time this year, I believe. So there isn't a lot of tape when it comes to that. And, this is, in theory, quite a textbook Neon map. So I'd quite like to see the Neon come back out. We do have their agent select coming in. Francis is staying on that Yoru. We're getting the double duelist Danby back on the Waylay. And on the side of Full Sense, they'll be bringing out the Viper Vice. They played this over in split 1 of Challengers SEA. So again, very comfortable, very, very simple on the rolls. Opinion in today once again. That's also something to look out for.
Yeah, we're seeing the Neon come back, but it's not on Danby. Danby is on the Waylay. Now we see Potter take over that Neon going into this Sunset map. Francis, as you mentioned, still on that Yoru, and X-Ross will be on the Omen. Hopefully it's a lot better on the side of Nongshim this time around, but Full Sense, I hope they're also willing to bring that energy and strike back against Nongshim.
Yeah, I will say, I love Yoru Waylay. I think it is the way the meta is moving. There's so much stuff you can do. It's just about if it's right for Nongshim, so we gotta wait and see.
Yeah, this could be the way. It could be the Waylay indeed for Nongshim, but let's see if Full Sense has a lot more in their bank as we toss it over to Dax and Asarai.
Thank you again to our panel. They made some incredible points, honestly, Asarai, and it's really about showing up today, right? We didn't see what we expected from Nongshim. We didn't see what we expected from Full Sense. And yes, it is due in part to the incredible efforts of NAOS and Velocity. But right now, these are two teams we never expected to come into the day, both at 0-1. And Morgan said it a while ago, one of these teams are going to be at the bottom of the group after this. Nongshim picking up Sunset. And our panel has mentioned no Danby Neon yet again. It's that Waylay, it's that Yoru, and it's Nongshim looking to start things off on the defense.
Yeah, so unforgiving though, right? Because after this, they only have like 2 matches remaining, either of them. So they definitely need to pick up the pace, get the dubs, see how that goes. As it seems Full Sense is out for blood, but Ivy hitting shots from all the way up top on middle. Laz backing away. Thankfully, didn't take any damage, but still, this is a numbers discrepancy for the Full Sense roster. Thought it could be something else, but nope. RB quickly shuts it down, and that will be a start for Nongshim.
Yeah, and I didn't expect to see one of the players immediately stack up on height there towards mid. Ivy getting away with the angle, covered of course by that little pillar in the middle. And Nongshim taking the fight to Full Sense early on. Our panel also did talk about some of the macro issues, the lack of confidence, the lack of aggression, really for both squads. It seems like both Nongshim and Full Sense had similar problems from their first outings, and it's Nongshim who shows their fans early on here.
Honestly thought it was Full Sense because they were just about to maybe get a pick or two, but really, whoever gets the faster one, right? Anyway, speaking of speed, RB not wasting any time. Spike's already dropped for Full Sense here. This is a very tricky situation to be in on an eco. You're going to have to cross that threshold, and when you do, it's the firing squad of Nongshim that's going to be greeting you. And while that's happening, you can see that, well, Francis is about to just go for a nice little backstab. Paranoia being thrown out. Here comes the rest of Full Sense, but it's a buffet. Oh, hold on. It's a buffet for who? Because Full Sense, Laz has just gotten 3 kills on his Sheriff.
Yeah, the food fights back, and Laz, out of nowhere, punishing some of the misses there from Francis. We go down to 1v1, and Ivy, cruise control for the time being, has the Guardian in hand. It's all about the taps here. One shot could do it. Here for Laz, Full Sense with the angle. Ivy over onto the corner. A challenge now. The peek comes in, and Ivy gets the wall bang headshot too. Nongshim with a second round, but that was a costly eco against him.
Close and costly for sure. Let's look at that replay. Yeah, the shots just... Oh, nasty transfer. That wasn't even the same hemisphere. Ooh. No, it was, but you know what I mean.
Now I get you. The area code, man.
The area code, there you go.
To the left. It's crazy. And that's the thing, right? For these two teams, they rely on that confidence. They rely on aggression, that hard mechanics. And we know they can hit some nutty shots. Nongshim right now putting the pressure on Full Sense. And despite the damage done by Laz, it's still a bit of a struggle here in Full Sense, honestly. They are a bit more passive right now. They do catch Nongshim in the act, and they can go for the B side.
Yeah, but the thing is, the traps have been set up by Ivy. And is it going to be scratchy? You know, Poison Ivy and all that. No one's got it triggered just yet. Okay, let's see how this goes. I think doesn't trigger anything too. Oh! Return it back to sender, why don't you? Beautiful shot from Potter. Danby does find Sephiroth, and Ivy still in the back of the site. Beautiful shot with the Guardian. Now they try to sync up, which they do. Danby repositioning, waiting, holding on as X-Ross comes in to the fray. One smoke does separate him from his teammate, but still, this also stops the planting of Full Sense. There it is. 1, 2 kills, and the seal of the deal for Nongshim.
Yeah, and a bonus win by Nongshim, by the way, despite the losses in the second round. They yet again play it so active with Francis. He is always in position. And the quick rotation there, because Ivy just stops Full Sense in their tracks. That's the confidence we expect from Nongshim Red Force. And truthfully, they're getting so much space here uncontested by Full Sense.
Just try. It really is. It feels... They're getting this site, they're getting, you know, a potential chance to win, but the thing is, they just get into the crosshair of Francis, and Potter's done for.
Yeah. And Nongshim has so much intel across the map. There was a Prowler sent towards mid. They're sending the one way over at main. And Francis, finally he'll go down. And oh, this is huge. Ivy falling was not in the cards for Nongshim. Arbido in position. Your veteran, you know his aim. But he still goes down to Sephiroth. Sea Sheriffs, by the way, fighting back against a team from the Pacific. And as Full Sense now make their way towards the backside here at B. Pick up some guns. Danby's gonna go for it. Danby straight into adversity. Has to refract. It's an awkward angle. And here comes the off angle from X-Ross as well. 2v2 here, Asarai.
Oh, he's got he got the position, and then Laz just looks at him, sneezes his way, and is done for. Danby with the duo decimator. Oh my god! Ooh, what a shot! What a clutch!
Wow, what a Zowie clutch with the transfer. Hard mechanics. Not seeing him on the Neon anymore, but he is still that damn good. Straight through, both fall. And Full Sense, they make Nongshim work for it. But Nongshim, Red Force, this is what we expected from them from their first outing.
There.
Maybe this is the real Nongshim, like you mentioned. Alright, they got a setup. A bit of a blind for Potter here. He's going into things without too much assistance. I mean, sure, I say that, and then the Nightfall just gets thrown out from Nongshim, and everybody from Full Sense evacuates A main. They're like, hell no, we don't want to take this fight. Not with all of this decay and the, you know, the second voices in my head. They talk to me, and they say I had to exit. Yeah.
Yeah, they understand that it's not a fight. That Full Sense can take Nongshim yet again. To bring the news, but Potter and Apinya have cut that rope. A chance now to play into A. Yet again, Nongshim playing aggressive, taking losses that they don't really expect to happen. Yeah, you have to respect what Full Sense can do in these firefights.
Absolutely. This is just blow for blow. Exchanges all around. 2 versus 4, 40 seconds. Still some time for Full Sense to get their bearings back. And they can take this nice and slow, honestly, because of the timer is still in their favor. Danby, though. Oh,
30 seconds
bit of a head tag. A challenge, a slide in from Potter, and he is redeeming himself here for the Full Sense roster. Already at 3 kills. Ivy nowhere to be found on the A site.
There.
Potentially just maybe saving the weapon, but we'll see how that goes. 4-0. This will definitely change up, as there is Full Sense that will be planning it and looking to get their first round
10
in.
seconds left.
Yeah, this
Spike
confirmation.
planted.
Nongshim aggressive on the defense. If Full Sense can play these defaults and punish Nongshim just in these committed corners, they could stand a chance to get some rounds and dissuade Nongshim Red Force from playing that fashion. Have some time though, and yeah, just like the new additions to the rosters, right? I know it's a different look for Full Sense when they faced off against Sinprisa, coming in from Ascension 2024. But this squad has more or less formed up for SCA. And I think the big adjustment has been QQ God and Apinya. Apinya coming back has been a long time substitute for Full Sense, even getting them some great success, I believe, in stage 2? Either stage 1 or stage 2 in VCTC. So he has been serviceable for the roster, filling in the role that QQ God used to have for the squad. And on the other hand, you know, with Persia's absence, Xross, despite some expectations to play something like the Yoru for this roster, he's on the controller here and he's doing work for the team. So keep an eye out for the new faces for these rosters right now coming into this game.
Now with that good start, or at least that first round win for Full Sense, can they bring that momentum back into their favor, as Nongshim still has pretty sizable lead? Oh, RB, interestingly enough, not enough money to buy himself a rifle. He will be on that sheriff for the meantime. And it seems like Full Sense, hoping that maybe there's some shenanigans again on the main. Nothing to be had, at least for the meantime.
I mean, they're clearing out tiles here, making sure this isn't an uncontested land again for Francis. Nongshim, they throw those dark covers to set up the one-ways on the main, prevent that push from happening.
There.
Danby, Francis, they're watching for mid. The smoke comes on out. Now the gate crash being set on up. It's danger close here for the Yoru and Potter. They don't check the corner. They don't check the middle of the map. Francis gets away with a dastardly double. And it's Nongshim again in control of the round here.
I gotta ask, man, did they not hear the gate crash being set by Francis? That, I don't know, maybe they're not close enough, but still.
Yeah, I'm not at that range.
Yeah. Oh, spots it out. Great tag though, but not a kill in sight.
The halftime.
Oh, he runs away? Okay, he was able to get out, but still.
That's the only way to get away from the slow-mo. Just teleport, because you were just floating in midair. But Francis is unrelenting. Another 2K to make it 4 for the round, and it's another win for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, such a threatening name to just see on the kill feed. 4 kills for Francis. And really, look at that. No one batted an eyelash where he was, and he's just, it feels like he's just at the right place, right time to always nab a kill.
Yeah. I mean, he's just so active around the map. Nongshim just taking away these partitions between the smokes, the mid-seas itself, having Danby by market, and then honestly B-main just wide open where Full Sense had no numbers to play for. You can understand why Coach Leafs is going to call for the timeout right now. Still looking quite lost here for Full Sense, and despite heroic so far here to keep some of these rounds contested, it's been a one-sided affair by Nongshim with how much map control they get in this game.
It's insane too, because it feels like Full Sense are adapting, but they're adapting section by section. You know how Nongshim would have such good control in A main, and then it takes like 2 rounds for Full Sense to adapt. If that's gonna be the pattern for the rest of this first half, Full Sense are gonna be in deep trouble, to be honest. That being said, though, of course, never know what's gonna happen after that timeout. What's gonna be the priorities now for Full Sense moving forward, especially that they have the four big ults.
Gotta go.
We'll say, like, you know, how this transpires now that the round has begun.
Gotta go.
And they're thinking if they can get that orb control towards the A main, Leviathan could have that Viper's Pits. Still, Nongshim advancing, forcing Full Sense to respect that land. Mid control instead here for Full Sense. And also the adjustment. Laz now putting the Shiver towards B main. Oh, Prowler though. Forcing Full Sense to respect the distance. Gap closes here for Full Sense. Nongshim respond with utility. Gate Rush also being sent towards the A side here. So this default for Full Sense to at least get that active mid control and slowly but surely chip away against the defenses. Francis now in position. Convergent paths. It's Nongshim yet again, who would love to play proactive, but these positions for Full Sense just really scare them off. Dimensional Drift now.
Yeah. I think with the converging paths as well, they didn't really get the information that they wanted to. Now they do. Wait, they're walking into the paranoia play. What is happening? Okay, goes out. There's the backstab from Danby as well. It's just pure dogfight between the two teams, and it is trade for trade. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Teleport will be used by X-Ross to get out of harm's way. He's gonna teleport back into Bend while Full Sense is on the freight train towards B. The thing is, you can see right now that Ivy is on intercept. Oh. Still guarded, but the utility's gonna stop them down for a good chunk of time as well.
The Cyber Cage though does dissuade them. RB also in position still with the guns.
10 seconds left.
Sephiroth, he's gonna stick it into the smoke. 8 seconds left. Time is ticking. Ivy at crunch time, still getting a pick, and it's too late. I think it's too late for Full Sense. Did they get it? Yeah, it's done. It's done. It's too late. And RB, insult to injury with that kill too.
I honestly thought that he wasn't gonna be able to get that. And he even threw out a neural theft through the middle. Oh my goodness, that was insane. Yeah, this was the one.
Full Sense.
Yeah, right?
And you said it, they're working in quadrants, they're working in sections, and they had the right response against the Dimensional Drift. They had the response against the Convergent Path. I love the fact that they had the anti-flank all the way by spawn at the very least, but in the end, it was still so much time bought by Nongshim in that single pick threw everything for a loop. It struggles for, honestly, a homegrown squad here, right in front of, I dare say, home ground. Francis, Neon. He's just secure with these shots here.
Yeah. Complete confidence in his aim. Ability to get out as well. This is insane. Sephiroth's about to throw out a paranoia. Wondering if he knows that Ivy's just around the corner, just waiting for an opportune moment. Laz, though, about to push up into things, but it is a tripwire that could stop his approach. It's right there.
Could be a bait play. Yeah,
he even sees it. Yeah, there it is.
They made the noise. They let Laz in. And as soon as he shows up there by the trip, the door is closed behind him. Perfect trap made by Nongshim. They get the pick again into a 5v3. And really Full Sense. The scraps right now with the arsenal. Nongshim, though, they're rotating as a full force of 5 into A. They're gonna hunt down a Pinya. Look to get no casualties here.
Left.
Paranoia, beautiful shot though from a Pinya. And a Pinya! It's why he's on the roster now. Again, he's gotten 2. He's done the damage. Saturate coming his way. And a Pinya with a huge triple. Doable here for Full Sense as they sell the fake and they're on to B now.
More than sell the fake, they got themselves the whole value meal here. Okay.
Great bargain.
Ivy and Danby are now walking up to the Vipers. What? Did he just spot him through the minimap? No, he traced him back to sender. Sephiroth, the fallen angel. No, sorry, the one-wing angel. Now clipped of his one wing. Leviathan now playing around his Viper Pit. Is he going to try to refresh this? Yeah, he did! No. But still, the timing beautifully done from Ivy. That was close. A Pinya. Woo. He almost found an opening here for Full Sense.
Yeah, what is up? You scratch your back, I scratch your back with bullets. Just return to sender, as you keep saying. And it's true. The response is clear. Nongshim, though, it's the same case. They get the early advantage. And I feel like we're seeing similar repeats of rounds. The heroics from Full Sense. You get a little bit of hope. It's like, this is it. They're suddenly going to clutch it. And then Nongshim just destroys that last little bit of hope that Full Sense has. 7-1. It's been dominant here from Nongshim. Operator 2 for Francis. But this could be the best execute Full Sense can get into this A site here.
Well, they're running it. Using the speed of Potter. Even the paranoia to clear out elbow here. A Razor Vine will delay, but they're really committed to pushing through this avenue, Dax. Hunter's Fury as well being thrown out to give even more space, and through the thick of things, Apena does get a catch onto X-Ross. Oh my goodness, I thought that was going to be a kill here, something from Dammy, but no. Just a bit of damage here and there, sure, but a solid foothold for the attacking team on full sense.
Yeah, Francis, no, the timing. Apena again with those kills a while ago. He's feeling the momentum now. Nongshim. Trying to get into safe. He does have a bit of cover to work with. Taps the spike, pressures on. Apena still stepping up when he's needed the most. And full sense off the bat. Some multi-kills from Apena in the past 2 rounds. The returning face giving the Thai squad a chance here in the half. And you said it a while ago, Potter speed made it all happen. Full sense with the full send, the way they should be playing with this comp, the way that they're accustomed to, it allows them to get the round.
Yeah, it's incredible to see, you know, just a bit of adaptation, I guess, from full sense, just to, rather than trying to adhere to whatever Nongshim is, you know, try to counter them with anything, they just keep pushing. I guess that's the formula that just needed a bit more mixing, and it's finally working. It's 2 rounds in, sure, good enough. Let's see if they can still continue that, because this is an important round. 1 more win from full sense, and they should be able to break economy from Nongshim.
Yeah, because it's also a force fight here from Nongshim. They have some guns to work with. Saturate right now as Damby tries to play off the scan. This time around, he doesn't leave anyone behind, so a better look for Nongshim on their initial proactive play. Full sense, though. They have regrouped as they're looking to play into B site. Ivy, camera at the ready. Shock darts being primed to break the initial trip. And here comes the intel now. Response immediate from Nongshim. Ivy in position to try and spray through the cyber cage. Francis as well taking the same angle. The smoke comes out. Full sense knows they're under pressure. And they're trying to make their way into the side. Potter creeping closer and closer. Apena actually finding Ivy. Here comes Full Sense. Now converts Francis to play though. Does it get enough? Does it find value? Damby's there. Potter though still in position. He can shoot back, but not against Francis. A 3v2. That Nightfall as well to stave off Full Sense. And Sephiroth even cannot see in the darkness.
Wow, did he feel the pressure to just swing away from the Nightfall out in the open? Now this leaves Leviathan by himself, 3 versus 1. X-Ross spots it out, beautiful
30
shot.
seconds left.
That starts the potential for a clutch here. Oh, he even throws a snake bite, but it's too shallow. It doesn't catch on to Francis, and Francis still holds. Look at the positioning, Dax. There's a gap, a tiny oasis for Francis to stay true in the corner.
And he sidestepped straight into the poison too at the end. And it doesn't matter because he knew he had some space to work with. Just unfortunate. Again, here for Full Sense. When things are going in their favor, Nongshim have the answers. And with the spike being dropped into the corner, Full Sense are looking so lost. Off the first half already. A second timeout called here by Full Sense Asarai. And you gotta wonder, what's the answer here for the Thai squad now?
Such a difficult question to ask, right? It's like, it just feels like Nongshim have woken up. That's as simple as I could just mention it. That match from yesterday, they're like, nah, we're not gonna continue this charade anymore. We're gonna show who we truly are, what level we're at, and if you're not up to par with that, you're not gonna be able to head toe to toe with us. And that's why we're seeing, you know, such a quick burn on timeouts just at the first half, Dax. This is just how dire it is right now for Full Sense.
And gotta wonder here for Full Sense, how are the comps going? How's the calls here from Laz? And it's really some of the mid-round adjustments from Nongshim that has really upgraded between their last 2 series. It's a dash of reality here for Nongshim, and they put themselves up to par with the scoreline here. 8-2, and Nongshim still unrelenting on the aggression here. Proactive again. Here comes Damby. It forces Potter back just after the initial dash. And that's the problem here for Full Sense. They tried to burn the big utility for the space. Potter, though, dipping in again. He does find Francis. Potter's not done. Tried to make magic happen. RB's not a believer. And he shuts down the Neon there.
Yeah, might have overheated there for a split, but if he gotten more kills, that would have been fantastic, fantabulous for Full Sense. Still, they've gotten good enough map control that they can work their way from Market here towards the B site, but no, they're gonna go through Boba, which actually works out and catches Danby off guard. Steel Garden available now for last. Rip it out, get the kill, or get an easier time pushing into B, because you can see here that Ivy is trapped. He does have the Cyber Cage as he waits for that jam to go off. The timing is going to be crucial, but there's a Pena to deny.
This is looking better for Full Sense. They kept tabs on the Cypher's position. Apinio was watching the Cyber Cage, and to get that timer out conversion going. So a third round here for Full Sense. A chance to make it manageable if they can get 4 rounds on the board. And this was at least Potter daring to take the risk. Honestly, Full Sense, they get the off timings correct this time. They push through the smoke. Those are plays that they would do in SCA. That would be the confidence that you expect from Full Sense. And it's Nongshim who expected no more engagement, no more peek outs. It's just no. Full Sense are here.
I love how I mentioned that off timing. It just works, right? There is a element of risk for that, but when it works, when you can get that pick, it just disrupts the flow of Nongshim, which has been such a question mark, right, for Full Sense. How are they gonna do that? These kind of things, pretty big. Oh, Ivy. So close to get the pipe. They haven't found his wire. Now they do. Danby, though, sacrificing himself for just... you know what? The follow-up for his team? Beautiful.
Yeah.
Nongshim gold right there.
Back for the mid play and back for success. Francis also hounding the opposition. And Full Sense are corralled back into their spawn. This map getting smaller and smaller here for Full Sense. Nongshim at their doorstep, but here comes the wide swings from Full Sense to at least get one. They're lining up, and Ivy will come to collect a quad for Ivy as Nongshim make a statement in the first half. It's 9-3 here for Nongshim.
Did you see that? RB threw out the haunt. Both of them looked, and Ivy perfect peak timing. All right, we'll probably see it on the replay again. But this mid push as well was just beautiful. Look at that, both of them, or almost both of them, looked at it. And he just ripped them to shreds. And with that, we end the first half. And we are going to go on a quick break, guys. Well, we have returned. Truly, what is new? What is going to be the change as we get to the second portion of our game here, of our first map? This is just the first map, Dax, but you do feel the tension for Full Sense already. Continuing tension, rather.
Well, if you're on the full sense sides, you just wanna believe in the curse, right? It's 9-3, but Nongshim, here we go again with a big scuffle for mid, and Sephiroth, who's the boss, as he's got the 3. Timing perfect for Potter too. Full sense, looking to make Nongshim get a taste of their own medicine, and they're the ones to get the 6-second pistol here.
That's literally what it was. They just took a page out of the book of Nongshim, and the Korean team just had no reply whatsoever. Look at that. They didn't realize that he had the high ground.
Yeah, Sephiroth did what Ivy did in the first round. Okay,
Exactly.
okay.
I was waiting for like more commentary
The surprise
there.
is like, what? That worked? Okay, they'll take it.
Yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix. And I mean, the other team can also do that too.
Yeah, they proved it
All right.
there. For now,
yeah, just gonna say a couple of upgrades here for just Ivy.
yeah, Ambi's in there. Francis doing Laz! He wasn't ready for that one at all. So the 2 duelists in position, but Potter has the outlaw on hand. Now the firepower for full sense. They're in position. Trying to do some damage with the shorty.
Spike planted.
Inya, still healthy with the Regent Shield. So Spike's planted now into Potter. Boom, and actually swapping some guns. Sephiroth with a great angle to find X-Cross there. And Nongshim, Red Force.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
it's tough on the eco. Bit by bit, they're falling apart. Dambi doing some good damage at least. But Potter, he's waking up here in the second half after at 3K to allow full sense another round.
Yeah, mission successful though, as they were able to plant the spike, like you mentioned, and just get a little bit more bank here. Now, this is going to be a big question on how the approach will be for full sense. Now that they're going to be on the defending side, are they going to be a lot more proactive, utilizing Potter's aggression and, like you mentioned, heat up in the second half of ours? I'm kind of curious about that because it feels like Nongshim, once you give them an inch, you're going to turn it into a mile kind of situation, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and it seems like a 4-stack for full sense on A.
But you could say the same thing for full sense. Momentum's going to be such an important factor in this series when some of the struggles we've seen from both teams relatively similar despite different regions. And Francis saw the hand of Potter, so they know that something's amiss here by main. Francis with a wise call to back away. The tripwire's broken by the shock dart. They're trying to do some chip damage too. But Nongshim have different priorities right now. They're playing for mid. They see the Al drone, so that's intel for full sense. They know that mids is heavily occupied here by Nongshim.
I'm out of here.
A lot more whole. Ooh, that was a flag.
Hey.
Wait, they didn't realize that flag was there? Oh my god!
Oh.
That would have been so worse for Aware if they didn't catch him after that first kill. That was nasty. Almost.
Spike planted.
Nastiest.
Yeah, there's more than one. But hey, at least it's Nongshim with the plant. They do have to be careful though for the rest of the round here. Dambi will have to saturate for the upcoming retake. RB hold it close. Smoke though isolates the angle, and Potter has come to collect. Dambi now with a fadeaway kill. Francis also no fear at all. A double here for Francis. Sephiroth's the only one still standing. Nongshim Red Force. Yeah, they're prepped for this one. Any issues at the stop? Wait, Ivy, you gotta hit that shot. Ivy, you have to hit those! And Sephiroth has found opportunity. It's 1v1 and onto the spike. Now Francis, he's the calm one here. And it's double digits for Nongshim.
Yeah, you'd think that was gonna be a free kill. No, for full sense, but well, it's already happened. Still, this was a messy endeavor. Oh, he got pocketed by the wall. That was some beautiful, beautiful positioning. To just, have a nice little sneak by play.
Yeah.
Still, so close.
Yeah, still though, it's just concerning for Nongshim in that instance. Bonus by full sense. Now they bring out the operator. Potter is well kitted here. He has the op, he has the overdrive, so any kind of angle, any kind of distance he can play against. It's Nongshim taking elbow though here.
Forcing them back though. Paranoia has already been used. It's going to be a thing to track for the rest of Nongshim. Oh, there's this converging paths used. It's going to get a catch onto Sephiroth. Here comes Dambi charging in. Uses his slow. Works out. Another one still pocketed around the corner. Do they know Sephiroth's here? They do not! And he just rips them to pieces. 2 kills already. 2 versus 3, all things considered. Ivy holding the flank for the meantime, maybe thinking that there is going to be a flanking Potter. I don't know, but now he has to work in tandem with his teammate X-Ross that's just left alongside him. He looks the other way. Potter's here. Oh, the operator. So sees just the legs, and that's enough. X-Ross wrapping around with his teammate. He's waiting patiently, but he's now gonna have to work his magic. 30 seconds left onto that clock. He's still yet to get any form of contact. Gets the first one. Works out well for him. He's making it work, and he almost has it down to 11 is Laz. Oh my goodness, it could have been worse.
That was so close, and too close for comfort there for Full Sense, because they caught Nongshim in the app. Conversion paths they're sent towards the alley, and you'd expect that there's probably just a single player on the site. The Omen trying to get on the way, but the amount of numbers Full Sense had there within safe, right? You were talking about that suddenly Leviathan appears, Sephiroth rather appears, gets those kills. He's 15 on the board right now.
Yeah.
And X-Cross, the rookie, making a bit of a statement there in that round. Struggles throughout the game though. And speaking of struggles, Dambi also won the fall. Leviathan ready to receive. Nongshim trying to find any kind of angle, but in the eco, it's just tough.
Potter using his over... Okay, that's why.
Deploying drone.
Wanted to scare them back and pick up a weapon. But wait, that's a stinger. Anyways, Pena, one more shock dart. RB is in definite dangerous territory here. He's getting pushed by the rest of them. And yeah, that's just going to be a clean cut of the oppressing Nongshim team on A main. In Full Sense, the revenge is almost here. They're about to get that equalizing 10 to 10. 3 more rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting there. It's still a gap, though. It's still an eco round here for Nongshim. But I guess where the concern really starts is when Dambi is just sent to effectively die. Like, I know it's a pistol, but you expect Francis to be getting a bit more space. That's what they were doing within the first half. And it's not like the Neon Breach combo that Nongshim used to love to run back last year, where they were really trying to assist Dambi in his endeavors. So guns out now for Nongshim. And what has worked for them is playing for mid. Their station. Tiles also taken by Dambi, trying to do some damage towards the door. A lurk here from Ivy too, and Full Sense, they don't check this corner. Could be a big opportunity here for Ivy. He wants to swing out. Leviathan still will fall. And now with the Neural Theft, it's Nongshim who gets the lay of the land here.
This is so much information for them to use.
Who's next?
Sephiroth? Oh, they heard him too. He's backing away. And Ivy's still here. He is such a nuisance. Even more than a nuisance. He's a calamity, a disaster. 3 kills already. Oh, the slowdown. They can't escape. Sephiroth, there was no chance that he was going to be able to get back and just recuperate with Laz. What a beautiful round. I mean, sure, let's see if Laz can make something happen, but if they get the win here, this was a platter served hot for their team, courtesy of Ivy. Sorry, I was just thinking about how he's just so good in the clutch in a 1 versus 3.
Look, brother, you don't even need to wait 3 minutes. It's just so hot for Nongshim right now. And Ivy's ready to cook again. Just the perfect lurk. Angles isolated. They peek out 1 by 1. You knew that you could stick around because of the Neural Theft. You would be able to take those fights. And yeah, Full Sense just didn't respect the prowess of a player like Ivy. He's still hunting, actually, towards Boba. Nongshim 2 away from taking their map pick here.
Wow, I am amazed at how just clean that just presence play was from Ivy. And then they really wanted to challenge him, right? But he was prepared for every single occurrence. He's gone back in time and he's just looked at timeline multiple times, the outcomes. And this is where he comes out on top.
I mean, he sees all the possibilities thanks to the Neural Theft. And I think that's really the problem. Multiple players of Full Sense just taken by the chin and say, okay, we'll hold our ground. Nongshim overrunning the opposition yet again, and it's the game plan here with the Waylay and the Yoru. There go the distraction. Sephiroth will get the kill. X-Ross At least the trade comes on in, but this is where the concern starts for Full Sense. Oh, the timing! Ivy's not looking this time. Laz gets the jump on him. And this is the perfect recovery here for Full Sense. He can add one more. Leviathan gets this one. A good push onto mid. But the fight doesn't go his way. And here we go with more, as Laz again sees another back turned on him.
That was a risk. Nongshim definitely took and backfired, I guess. Not really the map control that they were kind of hoping for. And this is where it gets tricky. Look at how far Dambi... Oh. Wait, no way! I was about to say how far he was. And maybe his teammates separated for him. But now with that Nightfall, there is a fighting chance. They do get the kill onto Dambi, so sure, it's going to be a 1 versus 2. But now, RB, he's got himself some space freed up. But how much space, I don't know. They're close. So close to him.
Of all players who can play the clutch, it would be RB. No matter what region, no matter what team, he is a threat. Right now, he has to deal with the Steel Garden that will still have him in range. Laz already on defuse duty. RB trying to wait for the primary to be unchammed, but Laz is just gonna stick it! Laz is just gonna stick it! And Full Sense, they don't even have a fight there at all. It's just Nongshim giving the round.
Yeah. You kind of see what was happening in the mind of RB there, that he thinks that they just won't go for the complete defuse. So it kind of makes sense, but at the same time for Full Sense, because it was a 1 versus 2, why not just completely do it because he had the Steel Garden? Still though, that was a read against a read. Is what we saw.
Yeah, even they're surprised. Like, sure, they had to whip out the Steel Garden, but it's a round nonetheless. And Full Sense, it's a bit of momentum. Some stable economy, albeit could be dangerous if they lose things out.
Yeah.
Nongshim, on the other hand, they're fully heated now. They'll straight go into the market. Laz and Ivy, seen the trades happen multiple times here, but the Pinya uncontested from distance. Another kill here for Full Sense. And they're going to be able to still play around the B site. It's backside control here. It's Boba control for Leviathan, so watch out for Full Sense on the retake there.
What else does Full Sense have for this retake, potentially? If Sephiroth survives, he has the entire kit to use. Throw it the direction of Nongshim, and then potentially Full Sense floods into the site. That's why you're seeing, I think, RB and X-Ross be close to Boba just to give themselves some space. And the more that they try to get some space, the more that they are constricted. We're left with RB. He's been a force. But will he be one to be reckoned with? Is the question. The smoke right in front of him. He's hitting the shots. He's being isolated. But then the flank, the backstab from Leviathan as he gets pulled down to the depths. Full Sense getting another round in. And the gap is definitely shortening here, Dax.
Yeah. We got a fight this time from RB, and he did look to make something work. The numbers just too much here. Full Sense. What we were looking for throughout that first half, right? Just active map control, some stellar flanking here, getting that B main control. And bit by bit, it just Nongshim feeling so trapped. I think that's the key word right now. How small of a partition on the site does Nongshim get to play into these forced post plans? You can see the slivers of angles that they have there, as Full Sense just have so much control all across.
Yes, absolutely. It just feels like they have to risk so much to get so little. And this was the problem that we were, kind of just discussing with Full Sense as well. Just maybe just how it is. But with this being the second half, there is no more swap sides, obviously, that Nongshim can look forward to. So they're stuck. What's the plan? They've called the timeout. They've called the meeting. What's the meeting for? What's the action plan here? I don't know. It just feels like you mentioned, Full Sense, they've got the entire side of their side of the map locked down.
Yeah, objective to win. How so? We'll figure it out. And they still have one more timeout though, since they didn't use any of them in the first half. The concern though for Nongshim could be their eco state here. Stingers bought on up.
Show yourself, you
If they lose this one, they would have a little bit of a loss streak going in their favor. So we'll see how this can pan out. Bulldog even for RB. So this could surprise Full Sense for the amount of firepower Nongshim have. The scan though, already confirming so many intentions, and immediately Full Sense react to it.
Okay. Pena. Oh, whoa! Okay, just a quick dash in from Dambi. I like this. He just basically ignores the link. They might actually just push the... Wait, the back of the site? They're just gonna force their way for this. But still, they're prepared. But the trades in the favor of Nongshim. Pena coming close, adapting, punishing, and like you mentioned, the Bulldog unawares. 1 versus 2, but Francis is incredibly low. Leviathan, he hears the reload and he actually punishes. Such a smart play from Leviathan. Now in the 1 versus 1, they know Francis is single digits, and Leviathan chases for the clutch. Again and again, he's the man to look for when you need him to save your team.
Clutch. A name like Leviathan, the man, the myth, the monster, and the Zowie clutch to deliver it to. And it's no surprise that Nongshim would just go for the set. Full Sense expecting that they can play the retake, hold onto these closer angles, but cornered by the Stingers, you can see the damage done. But Full Sense weathered the storm there. Leviathan has just been a testament, a legacy player really, on this Full Sense roster, and he makes it work for the squad. 1 round is the gap. This is as close as can be from what we've seen today.
What a fight we have in our hands here. Potter with his operator in hand as well. Okay, now they know. They've heard the shot. Dambi seems like he wants to find an opening with the operator being here on the B site. I like the idea right now, as there is a multi-pronged approach. Dambi has no more chance of escape, so he has to just hold his angle here for as long as he can. But I think his teammates are trying to bail him out, and he will be able to get that kills. He will be able to open up the site. But Ross, X-Ross, wait, if he can, oh my god, this is just so confusing. The flash, no kills to be had as well. The whip shots. How does this happen? Full Sense are still 3 versus 1. Dax, and the spike hasn't even been planted.
It got so awkward for Nongshim. They had to retrieve the spike. Their X-Ross backing away from the fight, knowing the numbers. But then again, on the other side of it, the push comes from Nongshim, so perhaps a desync in the comms. X-Ross though, moment, not gonna happen. Laz with the 4K here. And Full Sense have made it happen. We are all tied up 11-11. And the momentum is in favor of Full Sense.
This is insane. It felt like Dambi was putting, you know, Nongshim's world on his shoulders like Atlas. And then he just crumbled, and it seems like everybody else crumbled as well. I couldn't even tell how the spike still landed somewhere on market, and then X-Ross had to still pick it up. That was a definite head scratcher.
I mean, that's why Leviathan was busy with utility. Because he was keeping the spike accosted. And that's what gave Dambi the opportunity. You're talking about it. Nongshim tried to get the bailout play. Dambi finds the kill, but yeah, the gap was just closed by that much already. And speaking of the gaps closed now, it's Nongshim who go the distance and go straight into B. Full Sense. They don't really mind this. They're happy to play the retake. The lurk from Ivy, though, could be massive. He heard the team rotating on the way, and this is a moment for backup here for Full Sense. For Nongshim.
He's trying to time it, but the damage is already being done. Ivy sure gets the kill at the backstab, but the rest of his team is already done for. Francis does have a flash. Maybe he can stop them, but I mean, there you have it. That's the answer. No. Oh my goodness.
And what looked to be Nongshim's to take, Full Sense are the first ones to seize the opportunity. Map point for Full Sense. And you just gotta wonder what's going on for Nongshim Red Force right now. The odds of lightning striking you just utterly minuscule. But Potter doesn't care about those odds. He gets so many on the board with the lightning fingers. And you can see the confidence right now for Full Sense. They know they can make this happen.
That is... What is this? You don't look at the 2 rounds that Nongshim won this second half, and that is like 2, 4... 9?
Yep.
Straight from Full Sense? Continuous 9?
This was 8-4.
On the second half?
Remember?
Yeah.
I mean, it was 9-3 rather. No. It's 9-3. The curse is activated here, Asarai. And it has been 9 rounds to 2, I believe, here in the second half. Francis, though, with a Hail Mary with the Dimensional Drift trying to get the intel. Steel Garden will be the response, and Francis, does he get caught into it? Damby's the first victim. Pistols abound. Francis also with a shorty, and despite Nongshim lacking in the guns, they still get the kills, and they have the B site.
Still, it feels like it's not a problem. The problem is, how did they transition from post-plant to round win? Now this is the start. We'll see how this goes. Apena and Sephiroth about. Oh my god! The timing on that shot step is insane! X-Ross now holding the angle here for the fight. Apena goes to challenge. And he finally falls down without doing so much damage. And Nongshim, is Potter gonna stop them from getting to overtime? Nah.
No.
And here we go. First overtime of the day.
Yeah, just 9-3s traded. And you said it. First time we've gone past regulation. Is that gonna be the thing here for Ascension? Is it the third match that will get an overtime? It was the case yesterday, and we all know how long that went. The case right now coming into the first map, but at least a great recovery here from Nongshim in this round. I'm honestly flabbergasted by how X-Ross got away with teleporting there. But hey, timing has been on both sides of these teams right now, and you can see, well, if fortune favors you, then you can get away with your life.
Set up for Nongshim here. It's just having Francis hold mid with an operator. I love the idea. Hunt gonna be used right now. RB is gonna be the one leading the charge on A main. Oh, Francis. He's hold this position before. No, again?
Yes, but it's also a bit more advanced. Opinion didn't expect the Yoru to be that close anyway. And Damby, always ready to spring in and out of action. So he gets away with his life. Now he tries to get the slow going. And this extra speed for Nongshim gives him the chance to catch Leviathan out in the open. Potter, though, trying to turn things around. But Damby will just slam it straight in his face. Nongshim, a statement win here. A flawless round to get on map points.
That is incredible. Just as soon as we get into, overtime, a refresh, a different set of strategies, and again, just like you mentioned, a cleaner approach against their opposition. One more round, but of course, we're going to swap sides again. This is where it does get tricky for either side.
No, that's the thing, though. This has been such a scrappy affair throughout this game. And Nongshim, they want to keep these rounds clean if they want to take this already in the first overtime. Zambi and the rest, we haven't seen too much of this straight up B hit from the get-go from Nongshim. Looking to be a lot earlier this time. Laser Vine, Poison Cloud, lots of utility here for full sense to respond. As Damby is looking for any opportunity. Francis is also in position now, so Nongshim have cleared the angles they needed.
Got it through. Francis still holding the back of the site here. Oh, he puts out, he wants to reposition. But like you mentioned, there is a bunch of crossfires. Leviathan throwing out his snake bite just to maybe flush out of position here. But the stall for Nongshim is clear. Now, that is some information. Potter got some, but no one was able to follow through. This is not looking too good for Full Sense as they go through the crossfire. We're down only to Leviathan, and clock is ticking. 3 versus 1. Oh, he's hitting some nasty shots. But again, he's gonna have to clear every single position. One right in the front. And they're just toying with him. Yeah, there it is. Damby gets the kill. First map goes to Nongshim.
Yeah, it was a scrappy affair, but in overtime, Nongshim make it at least convincing in the end. And you said it! You can be a little bit tongue-twisted, tongue-tied there, my friend. But in any case, where do you even look? Where do you even look for Nongshim, who had both main and backside under control? So highlights here at the very start, Nongshim from mid-control to strong dominance in the first half. That ended 9-3, and you'd think that Nongshim could run away with it, but then, Full Sense, they always had it in them to try and clutch. There were so many close moments in the first half, and then Opinion would get some rounds for the team. They would responded kind in the second, and that's why it got that close to begin with.
Yeah, and it just felt like, again, that issue of trying to get out of, or trying to, how do you mention this? Have multiple options for how you approach a thing, right? But it feels like everyone was just kind of focusing on one spot, and I think that's also what happened on Nongshim during that second half, which made it complicated or more difficult for them. But to be fair, that's just how good Full Sense was on their defending side as well. It really did show. But oh my goodness, there were some just rounds where Nongshim just looked brilliant, like that one that we saw, where they had no weapons, they only could rely on the Steel Garden, and finally an execution that worked in their favor.
We did see that, right? Coming into this game, questions about the macro, questions about aggression, how willing these teams were on the execute. And we see it, at least, in spades for both sides. But in the end, I think Nongshim really had a clear game plan for both the mid-control contest and the side executes. It was very close, though. This is the closest game we've seen today. And it came down to the clutch for multiple players, right? Potter really stepping up in the second half. Leviathan being an absolute menace. The one who faced off against Sid Prisa last year in this new Full Sense roster. Just against overwhelming odds, it is icing on the cake that he's the last one to fall in the squad. So 14-12.
Yeah.
Nongshim Red Force will take map number 1. We'll throw it over to the panel to break down our first overtime of the night.
It seems to be a trend here, Morgan. It seems as though it's that time of the day. It's time to step into overtime for these teams. It's time to go crazy. It's time for these amazing comebacks. Unfortunately, for Full Sense, Nongshim takes that win despite that comeback. But that was very respectable. That was a much more competitive Full Sense, and exactly what I wanted to see from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Better from both teams than their initial showing. This game was a lot closer, a lot more back and forth, with both teams having wonderfully strong defensive halves. I really do think that was the story here in map 1. But yeah, Nongshim, gotta say, happy with them. I felt like they settled back in. We see Francis there topping the scoreboard, but to me, I feel like the battle really was between these two Sentinels. Gotta shout out Ivy. He was a rock on that defensive side, and Solo won them a couple of rounds with his lurks there when they were attacking. So in my mind, he was absolutely the star there for Nongshim in this map 1.
Yeah, totally agree. Ivy is just so reliable, and Laz had some amazing plays as well. But for me, you know, your eyes are on the Sentinels. I loved seeing Dambi in much more familiar form, you know, in and out, causing so much chaos. Yeah, exactly. And with the Saturate also causing so much problems for the side of Full Sense, right? But you have to respect, like what the casters were saying, all of these amazing plays coming from Full Sense, even if they were up against an MVP like Francis for this map, right? He was such a menace, but Full Sense, they were able to stand up to him so many times, and they really pulled together with such crucial plays.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be settling into the Yoru nicely. Clearly, that's where his main is going to be moving through this tournament. Maybe getting some advice from Xros, even if Xros isn't the one playing it there. So nice to see him growing and settling into this role. You know, we've seen how effective the Yoru IGL can be. We saw it on Shiro this morning. So I think plenty more left to go where that came from.
Yeah, it's like suddenly you're like, okay, maybe I see where you're going with this, Nongshim. Maybe I can get on board with this. Not quite on the Dambion Omen. I'm glad that he's back on the duel list, and I'm glad that he was back in this familiar sort of chaotic Dambi self on the Waylay. Yeah. So it seems as though Nongshim, they are looking like their former selves, but there's a bit of momentum coming in from Full Sense. We'll see if they can sustain that as we head into our second map right after this quick break.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. What if we stay here, pretend there's nothing else? I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night.
Welcome back to Ascension Pacific. We are on to map number 2 of our third series of the day. It's looking very, very competitive here between Nongshim and Full Sense, and we're heading into Abyss, Morgan. This was the one that, we had question marks over our heads here because we have no idea what both of these teams are going to be bringing into the server in this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly unknown map for both of these teams in a way. Nongshim, we've not seen them play this all year, and Full Sense, we saw them play this back in Split 1 of Challenges SEA, which is a while ago. So I think things will have changed since then. Both these teams now have a lot more reps. Obviously, it came in and out of the map pool. So I think I'm very curious what direction, what approach both these teams will take. I mean, I think from what we've just seen from Nongshim, I'd love to see them approach the Yoru Waylay, that similar double duelist. I think you can keep Francis doing what he's doing, and like you say, Danby's at his best in the chaos. I want to see him on some agent where he's able to get in amongst it, absolutely. But yeah, we don't know what to expect heading into this, but I think this is Full Sense's pick, so it's really, the onus is on them to show us why they're choosing this in this series.
Yeah, that's the confusing part, right? It's like, ooh, really? What do you have prepared for this map? I'm hoping we see maybe Potter goes back on the Jet. Who knows? And we saw a lot of good performances from Opinion on the Silva. Perhaps he's going to be staying and locking that. Sephiroth as well on the Omen. And Leviathan, just so many clutches in that first map. And I think he's had, he's starting to get that ego up. He's starting to get that courage to stand up against Nongshim. So I hope he's probably going to be flexing coming into this map. But I'm hoping that there's a lot more coming here from Full Sense, because they were so close to taking that map up of Nongshim. It was just a little bit more. So now I feel like they can do this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we highlighted how great both Sentinel players were there in that map 1, and I think those are going to be the players to watch as we move towards Abyss. I think the Sentinel role is so key to this map because retaking that B site is very, very difficult. So you need an anchor who's comfortable there, who can get his numbers when they come to the site. So Laz was popping off. Ivy had a great game. So I think that's really the head-to-head matchup that I want to highlight as we move towards this map 2.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. These roles and these players are going to be so crucial to their teams coming into this map. And of course, you also have a lot on the Omens, right? The quick rotations over onto either side. You have Sephiroth and Xros. And I feel like for Sephiroth, we did see it pop up a little bit. We need to see a little bit more from Xros, but the vision is there. However, never mind for the side of Nongshim, because they're opting for the Astra instead. Teho and Deadlock 2 and a Harbor is what I'm seeing here for both sides.
where do I even begin with this?
I know.
So Nongshim, yeah,
Ugh.
bringing out the Teo and the Deadlock. I mean, Ivy's been a well-known Deadlock for some time, so I'm excited for that. Dambi's on the Astra, by the way. It's not even the aggressive smoker, it's the Astra. Incredibly baffling. On the side of Full Sense, they will be running solo duelist Waylay on the Potter with a Harbor double controller. I mean, very, very surprising across the board here. Who knows what to expect at this point? I'm lost. I'm lost in the sauce, Mika. Help me.
I know, I'm super lost as well. I kind of want to say pause right now, but there is no pausing here. We've got Deadlock, we've got Teo, we've got Harbor, and oh my.
We've got Dambi on Astra.
Dambi on Astra. What is he doing? What is going on? I want to find out more. I want to head straight into Abyss and find out what's going on with Dax and Azurai.
If a former coach cannot tell what is gonna happen coming into this one, how would we know? We're just gonna have to witness it all together, right? What is going on? It's been a while for both Full Sense as well as Nongshim when their encounters and their endeavors and their expeditions into Abyss. But we're gonna see it here as they go head to head yet again. So Azurai, I just wanna double down on what Morgan has been saying. Full Sense, last time they played this, it was all the way back in the Split 1 finals versus Kimmy Kittens. It was the only map that they dropped. On the other hand, Nongshim has never played this as Nongshim. You have to go back to Sinprisa last year, and they played it against that former Nongshim roster. So what is going on? We got the Astra Dambi, we got the X-Ross Teho, we got the Sephiroth Harbor, solo Potter duelist there on the Waylay. Where do we even begin as Full Sense are looking to already make the statement towards A?
Brother, I honestly have no input because it feels like a lot of the maps that we've seen from some of these teams are complete unknowns, and then they're like, whoa, they're great at this. You know, with NAOS and Corrode. Maybe we'll see something like that with Nongshim and Full Sense. Anyways, action seems to start here immediately on the A site. Quick little dash in from Potter as he gets the first pick. Slowed down, but can always get back to safety. Although, that being said, he gets tagged. Look at the positionings. Look at the shots. X-Ross hitting with the Teho. RB slowing the pace down with the shock darts as he waits for reinforcements. Here comes Francis and Dambi. Back to the site. Could be a little bit overwhelming. The hand cannon's not working, but they have been tagged to critical. Dambi. Now, is he going to just drop from this? Oh, no. He's controlling himself. He's going to chill for a little bit.
They've got free range to play in that side, and that's how X-Ross got those kills. Full Sense, though, they've had A for quite a while. Now they secure it. 1v3, and Dambi. People saying it now. On the controller, right? On the Astra. Is he comfortable enough to make this happen? Shooting, though, always going to be good. Sets up the star on the side. The high tide drops. Apinya looking to make the darts get value, and in the smoke, Apinya willing to challenge. A third kill here for Apinya, and a pistol for Full Sense.
That was great. Having Potter just slide into the site or dash into the site that quickly, and again, put Nongshim up for a spin that you're kind of hoping for. So, these smokes looks to be working effectively enough for for Full Sense, but we'll see. I want to see more of how Sephiroth utilizes this this harbor that we haven't seen for, at least for me, for a very long time.
Yeah. No, I mean, when was the last time you've seen in Harbor? You can put him on a milk carton, basically. He's been missing in action. But hey, if you know how to manipulate the smoke anyway, especially the high tide, you can get some great value on a map like Abyss. Speaking of, Cascade getting thrown in the face of Dambi. Does respond with Nebulas in time, but eventually he's found here. Sephiroth was just poking, prodding, looking for an angle, and the shot finally connects.
There's like 3 players of Nongshim. Oh, I thought that was going to be a collateral, but not. Still, information garnered here from Full Sense. They know that there is probably, more players still going for the flank. It's a little bit of a slower round here. X-Ross is about to encounter Laz. Or is it the other way around? Oh, wait, hang on.
Enemy remaining.
It's popping shots.
This encounter ends in...
Oh!
Yeah, I will call it a day. Next round, we go for another Full Sense up 2-0. And we just gotta look back at some previous map drafts, actually, here for Nongshim. We're seeing Abyss for the first time in Nongshim for good reason, something they would ban on out. There's also their first ban versus NAOS the other day, right? That's right. But they had to prioritize Haven just because they know Full Sense is accustomed to it. The struggles were seen, the discomfort was there, and given that fact, Full Sense was willing to risk it and bring it out on this occasion.
There it is. Gonna be using the Cascade. The quick. Oh, Francis just goes in for the push out. He knew that they were trying to take the orb. There was a guard, sure, but he's Francis. He makes it happen. He makes it work. He makes the impossible possible.
Flight. Yeah. In the name of Francis, you know he can make it happen. But this is just Nongshim understanding how slow the setup has been from Full Sense. Given the time, it's just a swing out from Francis that dominates the whole lobby right now. 3 in a row for Francis.
Enemy remaining.
Looking for a 4th, and he just doesn't miss. A quad already. He wants to collect the ace here. And Sephiroth, he knows danger is afoot. You think he's the boss. It's Francis instead. The fight to try and deny the ace. It's 3 players of Nongshim looking straight at him. And the Sephiroth will try to back on away. It's business for Nongshim. They want to finish it off. Danby backing out. Gets the kill. A flawless round here for Nongshim's buy.
No ace, though. You can't see that Nongshim's like, ain't gonna have that. Ain't gonna get it. Still, Francis was, he is just absolutely fearless. I know that he can reposition with his gate crash, but being to the level where you're just confident and always having a pick every time you swing out is just next level stuff, gotta say.
I mean, he had a great game on Sunset, right? 25 kills on the board, working in tandem with Danby. But the concern for Nongshim is now they're playing the solo duelist, similar to what they had on Haven. Does it work the same for Francis, who still wants to go for more? The scan can towards mid. Sephiroth expecting to push out though from Nongshim. A deeper angle just behind the corner there. Francis getting the jump on Sephiroth.
Now they're gonna try to approach A main once again. Francis, like you mentioned, has repositioned here. They're gonna go for a nice little peekaboo. Drops right down. While that was happening elsewhere on the map, RB's found Potter as well, and the offense, for Full Sense, you just feel it slowly dying out as they're down to 3. Laz also gonna be on the operator. He's gonna try to look for an opening with the shot. Oh, okay. Okay, I honestly thought he fell down to his death.
Nah, he's good.
It's fine, it's fine. He good.
Oh,
RB.
No beating RB though. Long range duels. The lane's finally taken here by Full Sense, but the damage hasn't been done. Full Sense, they tried to respond with the operator. Look to find the snipes of players like Francis on RB. But
30 seconds left.
Dwindles. Leviathan needs to make a path forward. Over onto top mid, angling into A, but Ivy's already in position. He also has the grab net available. Once he sees contact, could be the death sentence here for Full Sense. Nongshim, clinical on the defense now with the guns, and they tie it all up.
I wonder if they're going to use the operator, or if they found out about it, because it felt like Laz picked up a different weapon, all things considered. But yeah, again, Francis just having that forward control and never really being truly challenged by Full Sense is, I think, the biggest cause of concern right now, because while that's happening, the rest of Nongshim are just really able to, I don't know, move freely around the map, which is even more concerning, right?
And here we go again. Francis gets the damage onto Potter. He has to teleport on the way before he dies to the map. So there's concern here for Nongshim, as Full Sense love to make the flood happen. Potter was a sliver of HP. Danby has come to collect the kill. Danby's not done though. Danby's not done! Finally taken down here by Sephiroth, but Francis in position. RB's gonna be there too. And it's Nongshim just already on the opposite end. Full Sense, they're just funneled into the cliffside here, and they're getting dropped by like flies one by one.
Oh.
Nice shot from Opinion though to give them a chance, but the spike is still in the clutches here of Nongshim.
Yeah, true. If they had Leviathan still up, he could probably have used the From the Shadows to pick it up there, but still, this is going to be quite a challenge. The question is, hang on, they didn't hear Opinion do this? Oh, he's gonna have the flank of his life. About to hit onto X-Ross. No way does he whip the shot! He just got scanned, he got cleared! He got white swung everything. And then obviously just Laz not really having the firepower to win the 1 versus 3.
Probably heard it, just the timing itself. Nongshim knew they had a bit of space to work with, and with the recon drone from the Teho, that was just enough confirmation to go for that swing. So good movement from X-Ross, great heads up from Nongshim all across. And they're just not relying on Francis to get these kills, right? They're there to support. They're there to finish the job off if need be. And it's exactly what happened. Potter was really low, Bambi was there, RB was there, and Nongshim are just prepared on defense.
You know, you said it perfectly. And I love that. For Francis, he just has such a great support group. Like, he backs away. There's someone that's going to help him out. Although this is good, though, for Full Sense. They were able to spot out the barrel of Fred. Okay, he didn't get away, but he still got a pick, which is absurd to me.
That was an absurd reset, and his jump shot gets the kill. And interesting enough, the way he died, the operator just got flung off the map. So that's not on the cards, I believe, here for Full Sense. Maybe Leviathan looking for the angle here. He's lying in wait. The lurk's there. Arbido still meticulous enough to throw a shock dart his way. And as we do get the rotation here from Full Sense, Nongshim are aware of the possibility of the flank. Sephiroth trying to get a few shots going with the Deadlock's presence plus the Sonic sensors. It's just no business here for Full Sense at all.
Yeah. You can't see that Dambi is still wary of potential B. Now that they haven't cleared mid or B again, they're kind of just hovering. 20 seconds left. They spotted out Sephiroth, sure, but no signs of the spike. And you can see that there is a back and forth with Dambi and RB. 15 seconds. Once they hear that, they should start to move their way towards this B side. But here's the thing. Where that spike's planted is going to be crucial because the Cosmic Divide is available.
Yeah, that's the thing. The big wall here. Full Sense, hedging their bets. Willing to be at a disadvantage just to get a spike planted, and now Pinya able to equalize through the wall. That's just bravery from X-Ross, and he does it again. Armageddon available now. Scorched Earth, here's the catch. There's no escape for Leviathan at all. And Laz, despite the last stand, it's Nongshim with all the arsenal to get the round.
That just felt unfair to be in as the attacker. Where are you gonna go? Oh, we got separated by the wall. Oh, there is a carpet of devastation that is about to flush us from the site, like you mentioned. Scorched Earth. Oh.
Yeah. Just that shot, though. That shot plus the up-falling. Nothing to be gained there for Full Sense. And this is how oppressive this comp can be from Nongshim. The panel was wondering, okay, we finally see Teho back. You have the Astra here. And just a lot of levels of containment coming into the post plant. When Nongshim have all the utility that they would like, they are confident to just be willing to play offsite and then get the angles.
So with that in mind, right, it seems like, does it look like Full Sense have dried up on the approaches that they are kind of taking in this offense side? Like, it just feels like every single time that they get an opening, it's because they're able to maybe have a punish against Francis, and then they move from that. But then it feels like they're not able to start something because of all the, like you mentioned, the utility that's available for Nongshim.
Honestly, the tools here for Full Sense, they have good ways to execute onto the site, especially given that they have that harbor, right? But Francis is a factor. He's disrupting the initial utility setup. Like, players from Full Sense can't all be priming themselves for the execute since the Yoru's gonna peak. But I guess the other concern is the post plant itself. Nongshim can play away, can get value from the Astra, from the Teho. And we've even seen some great lineups from Ivy. Morgan mentioned it a while ago. Ivy's Deadlock was the stuff of legends over the past 2 years. So keep an eye out on that mastery. Operator still here for Nongshim, plus the Hunter's Fury. And I dare say, Asarai, if Full Sense can find a lurk into mid, that will be the biggest boon that they can have. But RB has been the biggest threat from top mid so far.
Now, speaking of Ivy as well, he's one off from the Annihilation too, so that's definitely going to be something from such a seasoned Deadlock, like you mentioned, of himself. Oh, Full Sense though. Looking to adhere to push on 2B. I like the idea. There's the slowdown, and it's pretty good. That's going to be a catch on RB and Danby. It's a great start right now for the Full Sense roster. Ivy.
No escape.
Grab net, okay. He breaks it down, but then there's going to be a bit of a surprise right in front of him. Leviathan. Oh my god, he just got one. Okay, it's a trade for trade, sure.
Yeah.
But then that's a free kill. 1 versus 3 for Xross, though, so this is a definite hill to climb. Lots of crossfire angles, but he is trying to mitigate them one by one. Now, the big thing is they're going to have to swing on his position for this. Or maybe he just dances. We'll see how that dance goes, but he seems like he does get tripped up from the Hunter's Fury as well.
Yeah, just a single tag was his death sentence, and now we have Full Sense getting around back. But it's a lot easier for Full Sense when it isn't Francis on the other side to begin the fight. And Laz, just a perfect angle off to RP here. This is what they were looking for, just the opportunity for Potter to get in and out of the action. Also concerning, therefore, the deadlock, right? For Ivy. He sprayed so much into the Cove. And Full Sense knew since they had 2 players, they could get away with Leviathan ripping off the grab net. So some great heads up here from Full Sense. They're 1 away from tying things up. And coming into this next round, we've been talking about ultimates here for Nongshim, but look at Full Sense. Steel Garden. You also have the Harbor ult available with the Reckoning, so just so many ways to dislodge Nongshim, compounded by the Convergent Paths. It's just no safe ground for Nongshim at all.
On my mark.
RB now in the middle. Can see that he is going to get some information because of that drone that he just threw out, even as well as the recon dart. Yeah, all that pop shot. You know something's up. He's called the assistance of Francis here. Slowly approaches from middle. No heat whatsoever, so he's gonna decide to back away, maybe look for a different angle. No, he's gonna be staying on mid, which I do like. He does have the dimensional drift just in case, and he's gonna be calling RB elsewhere. Oh, the angle. Oh, he just missed him crossing too.
Yeah.
The timing couldn't have been better for Full Sense.
Convergent Paths though, cast on to B. Hunter's Fury will be the response. They're trying to tag Potter. They get the hit because of the refract. Oh, RB tracking the teleportation. And Potter is still dead to rights, but this is what Full Sense have been waiting for. The lurk here into mid, coming up clutch. Francis falls, Reckoning onto the A side too. And Ivy still in position, but Sephiroth will shut him down. Full Sense though, can't get the space. The grab net causing chaos, slowing them down. Slivers of HP here for Apinya and Sephiroth. And with the pinch coming their way, the Shock Dart! The Shock Dart would confirm the kill. 10 HP, a dream here for Sephiroth. But there's no safe ground with Nongshim all across. A 5th round for the defense.
That was an incredible hold, like you mentioned, for Nongshim. One of the biggest things, I think, is, you know, the players from Full Sense stuck on A main? They got hit by the grab net as well. That's why they were just kind of stuck there, not assisting the spike to get, what's the word here? Crossed over to the site to plant. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. So that was just really good timing from the defense to, again, disrupt the play that Full Sense were trying to do.
And it's like, it's a little parting gift from Nongshim, right? Sure, you can get them out of the space because of the Reckoning, but you can leave that deadlock facility. You can have these lineups from the deadlock himself, and it's been so effective from Ivy. We've been talking about how he knows these angles, even on a map like Abyss. It's something that he was so accustomed to back in their local scene in 2024. Yeah, just shades of Sinprisa really for Nongshim right now, giving them the advantage here.
RB now fearing about this mid push. He's by himself here, but they... Oh, okay, that's where it got a little bit confusing or maybe jittery for Full Sense. They chased down RB rather than trying to go the opposite direction. Now Ivy's here to assist. There's just a little bit too much heat for him to handle, sure. X-Ross going to be around the corner to maybe clean things up, but only good for the 1. As the dust settles, as we do check out the numbers, it's still a 3 versus 3 with Full Sense having some good control on mid.
I mean, they're cascading the angles. You can see Nongshim trying to make the map smaller and smaller, but Laz is the one to open it all up here by B. The standout from the last map, Laz again, doing all he can to give Full Sense a fighting chance here. And off the 3K, now Apinya can go for the plant. RB still alive though after the initial pick. Through the cascade right now. Looking to synchronize. Spikes planted. RB waiting for water to recede. And Laz, another trade, another kill. He wants to hunt for the ace. But Francis, operator, in hand here. Apinya, now gonna be alongside his teammate. It's a high-low setup. Could a single bullet do these two in? A miracle for Francis if we can get it done. But he doesn't want to take that risk. And gonna go for the save. Give the round to Full Sense.
Yeah, at least next round, he's going to be able to drop for someone else. Having the cash that he does have available to him, but this is what, a thrifty round from Full Sense? They just marched on mid. Everyone from Nongshim peeked them one by one, and they won by sheer numbers. Beautiful stuff from Full Sense.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. So, some of the mid lurks we saw a while ago into the full mid control that we have honestly talked about for multiple maps today. Like Corrode, big example here on Abyss. It gives you these avenues and angles for the attack. And you said it just one by one. There was too much confidence for Nongshim that they could win the challenge. Full Sense was always doubling on up. And that's why Laz would collect those kills, because he always had a partner in crime with him for the round.
Oh, interesting. Elevated position for Leviathan. Are they waiting?
It's for Francis again.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point.
Right, because a while ago they tried to play the window. The angle was awkward.
Yeah.
Now there's no missing. And Nongshim, it might not be Francis, but it's a whole medley of chaos again. A slaughterhouse here, selected by Sephiroth. And Full Sense, they got it 3 picks to go straight into the east side. RB now another victim. And at this point, Francis, this is another round where you save the operator. It's a bad loop to get stuck in. But they need it for the next round.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Or, honestly, I think he can still buy an operator too next round, even if he drops this. That's why he's staying here for the most part. Thing is, can he make it through? Shots connecting, and he's just out of there. Apinya,
right here.
Will he have the distance, the angle?
Good. Oh, it's tough. It's such a tough
Gonna
fight.
peek it again.
And against an operator, you're the one who's gonna get punished. It's been the case though for Nongshim. They've been winning these long-range duels, especially with the Opmin kind. This is closer though. Laz, you have a chance. Laz, no! Okay, Francis's op is gonna stay forever, guys.
He's never gonna drop it.
Never
the
have I
paradox
ever.
continues.
Hey, 3 exits is decent value here.
Fair.
Full Sense. In this series, we have seen them make it super close, and we're all tied up. Great response, really, from Full Sense, expecting Nongshim to just swing out on the eco, and you can see the difference.
Enemy remaining.
And there it is. Here we go. Another gun round for Nongshim, like you mentioned. We're equalized. 2 rounds remaining before we end the first half. And I'm very curious to see if Full Sense can break through 2 more rounds. I think that's going to be quite crucial for them. And such a team like Nongshim can always change the pace so quickly. Oh, that is... Okay, so the Tejo drone used to clear out A main. This allows Francis to start moving aggressively. And he sees the spike. Okay, this is where it gets even more interesting. I mean, Leviathan can pick it up, sure. Oh, hang on.
Oh,
did he?
And he didn't see it. No, he didn't see it. So he was looking into mid. Leviathan scoots away. Neither side really aware of what's going on. And with the high tide now receding here, RB still within the smoke. But this is different pivots from Full Sense. They're trying to sell the fake that they're going for A. Here we go again. Car salesman for both Laz and Sephiroth's thinking about it too. They have the ultimates. Here we have it. They're trying to sell you a beat up sedan. But hey, you want the new model.
Laz.
You want that shiny, pristine vehicle. And over onto B. It's already the plant, but the off-screen Francis actually finding Sephiroth is so chaotic. Even observers can't keep one up, but RB now knows that it is that B plant.
There he is. Okay, I was about to say, Laz took the longest time. RB's right in front, and he's just...
Wait, Francis!
Wait, he's going for the defense. Do they know?
There's no way.
They don't know.
Fake.
They don't know that.
Fake. He's stuck in Nongshim! Underneath the nose is a Full Sense. It's a heist. It's a crime. And it is Nongshim taking it away.
Yo, from even under our nose. I didn't even hear it. I saw he got the off-cam kill with the operator. Sure, that makes sense. And then how? Where? When? I mean, the why is obvious. Oh my goodness. You know what?
I think the question really is how did that round even happen? There's no way they missed the initial spike. There's no way they tried to sell the fake on A with 2 ultimates. There's no way they get the plant onto B relatively for free, but suddenly it just gets defused after a single pick. And that hurts Full Sense. They invested so much in that last round. But they do have the guns, given their survivors. Francis still with the operator. He's been the MVP of this series. And he continues the trend. A pick onto Laz is huge here.
Step in the right direction. If they push through this, though, there will be the Armageddon as well. And so far, X-Ross is going to slow him down with the pulses. Good enough for the meantime, right? Oh, and immediately uses the Hunter's Fury. I love the aggression from Full Sense here. He clears up Ivy and RB, leaving X-Ross to his own devices. And that device ain't effective enough. Francis and Dambi to remain. Does get the first shot, but this is still a tall hill to climb.
Yeah. Converger Pats lob towards Dambi, who only has the stinger. And Nongshim, they're really relying on Francis to bail them out of this bad situation. The execute from Full Sense gave them the space. Cosmic Divide gonna be the call here to try and silence these halves. Now, the fake out comes on through. Francis with a shorty, which is a great call for Potter to cross on through to the other side. Dambi seen here by Apinia. Now Full Sense are keeping tabs of the spike. And it's Francis versus the world. Too much to handle as Apinia's on top. 6-6, we're all tied up at the end of the first half.
Switching sides.
An insane approach. I honestly thought that was a better setup for Nongshim. And then you see something like this. Potter beautifully synchronizing with his team to pressure alongside the Hunter's Fury. No chance for X-Ross or anyone from Nongshim to drop any util. And that ends our first half. We're going to go on with a quick break. And we have returned. That was a ride for the first half. I have no idea how we got here and how we're back 6-6, man.
I want the only pass. I want the all-you-can-ride day pass here. If we're gonna see chaos like that yet again.
Oh!
Hey.
Scanning ahead.
Well, Bedlam aside, Apinia does get a big scan here. So really, Nongshim exposing their intention. And we see for Full Sense, this is the manipulative walls that we can get from them. If we have Sephiroth playing into mid, he can affect both sides of the map with his High Tide. And it does force Nongshim to go for B instead.
Yeah, speaking of High Tide, it has been used already, so they can only really potentially rely on the Cascade, but they do have the Omen as well. Oh, hang on. Leviathan is spotted as well. Laz hoping that maybe the smoke saves his life there for the meantime, but no, it doesn't happen. Still, Leviathan. How is
He's
he?
caged.
He's so trapped.
He's
He
caged.
couldn't get away. Yeah, he's caged like a rabid animal.
Spike planted.
No
Oh,
escape, no nothing. And this is going to be a retake. 3 versus 3. Pena about to go for the swing. Quick
enemy
reactions. Gets the tag and the trade. Danby to remain. Sephiroth Potter 2 versus 1. Goes in for the swing. They're starting to go for the defuse.
Last
Danby's got to
player
go for the
standing.
challenge. And is
to go
he
for it.
just gonna go straight for the attack? He did. But Sephiroth reacts in kind.
Yeah, nice pressure there from Sephiroth, and Full Sense will take it. You were thinking they're lacking on utility there on the retake. Not really. They get away from the Teo salvo. Unfortunately, someone did get caught in the barrier mesh, but this was huge from Full Sense. And not just from Sephiroth, right? But from Potter as well. It was a long distance lob of the Saturate. Gets the slow onto the deadlock there of Ivy. And Nongshim, they were just caught with their pants down at that point. Full Sense now coming into the anti-eco. They have the lead here too, Asarai. Remember, this is their map pick, so they should be feeling confident coming into this one.
Oh, I was about to say, look at how close Potter was. Now it backs away. Not far enough. Seems like Francis wanted to go for a trade there. Any form of map control, and it just did not work out. RB.
Oh.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah.
That's the wall.
That's not what he does. He does get the orb of consolation, and now he'll get another orb as he has been slain. Potter with the 3K. Looking to build up that conversion paths as soon as possible. And here for Full Sense, they have basically proactive. They have so much utility to make it tough for Nongshim. And given they have those two controllers, right, we were seeing it in the last round, or in the first round of the second half rather, with the dark covers, with the high tide. That cycle of smoke is going to be making it so tough for Nongshim to be confident to peek out these angles.
That was a.
That was a.
Yeah, I like the scouting
though.
Yeah, I know. I like the scouting from the Waylay there. Very strong. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The cycle, the shuffling of smokes against Nongshim is definitely going to be a challenge, considering that Francis is the only one that can potentially pierce into the site. And I don't know, Extros being as the Tejo, I think we're gonna see, some of the limitations that he has as an initiator. I don't know how it'll be effective, but it seems like they're just gonna slow approach this and always go for a fight, which seems to give them that control, this control here on B.
Yeah, does he get caged too? There's a bit of a gap. It's actually perfect for Link. So another instance where Leviathan's just like, please let me get through this wall somehow, some way. RB holding close here into the corner, lobbing the shock dart spotter. Spotted there by Danby, but he takes the damage. So Nongshim, not clear cut as of yet. RB's pick that makes it easier from up top. RB again wins it! He's just unstoppable there, finally. Put to the test by Apinia.
Last player standing.
Outlaw can't get much value. Apinia, like he's gotten some 3Ks. Not this time. X-Ross will show up, and Nongshim will show up in the second half to get on the board.
Yeah, put themselves up on the pedestal there. Still though, what a... Again, I think we're seeing how they're going to be approaching this without a explosive duelist, right? Which is to just slowly encroach. But then I kind of want to go back to what you just mentioned about the smokes and everything. How is that going to affect this approach that Nongshim clearly is going to be based around with? Their approach is going to be based around this.
I mean, we've seen them look for the pixel angles to slow these as you mentioned. They also have that barrier mesh for containment, which has slowed down the Full Sense retake. But it's tough. It's honestly even Ivy having a tough game so far. Annihilation available. Hunter's Fury 2 here for Nongshim. Some tools to work with as Full Sense respond with their buys.
Okay, now that Nongshim have gotten themselves the orb, not sure if it was RB or Ivy that took it, but anyways, at least they have Annihilation and Hunter's Fury to utilize. At least it does give them a little bit more bite. Potter, though, this. Okay. His spot might not be spotted. Smoke taken back as well. This feels like the calm before the storm, right? Lance is about to just basically hell all break loose. Is Francis gonna spot him out? No! The smoke! Potter could be in a beautiful spot here to intercept, which he does.
Yeah, there's no escape for Ivy at all. Ivy was he gonna get stunned or was gonna leap into the loving arms of the opposition?
God,
Francis
Francis.
though up onto the corner, isolated now, taking on down X-Ross with the response, but the full sense in full control here. X-Ross doing his damnness to do some damage here. Dambi, the lurk with the opportunity, but time is running out here for Nongshim. Red alert for the Red Force, but Dambi delivers another decisive blow. 12 seconds.
10
Either they
seconds
hunt
left.
or they go for the spike. Last
remaining.
playing the timer, playing it well. Perfect movement. Now with the kill. Last again, manipulating the whole battlefield. The mastermind with a Zowie clutch.
What? That was incredible. The high tide, or sorry, excuse me, the cascade being used as a movable cover. It's just insane. Usually you just peek out of one corner, right? He was peeking through multiple corners because of that cascade. That was some insane stuff right there. Beautiful and deserving of that Zowie clutch for sure.
Individual instincts, full sense again, stepping up when they need a hero there. And Laz has delivered throughout this series to keep Thai squad in contention. It's a 2-round gap, but with Nongshim's arsenal coming in this one, would it be unlikely to see full sense at double digits? And I'm so concerned for Nongshim coming into this attacking side, right? They're sending out Francis on the Yoru, who's trying to make that space, but there's just no clear-cut angles. There's no great sightlines to work with. And despite the dimensional drift in the last round there, Asuraichus, Nongshim was looking so lost on the attacking side.
Absolutely. Okay, now it's a bit of an. I like the smoke here. It does give a bit of cover as well for Sephiroth to use for himself. X-Ross spotting out the one smoker, the one Omen, and Nongshim being forced to go the other direction. The question is, will they be able to spot this out? Flush him out from his position? Looks like it's a nut. No, before he gets the kill. Converging pass as well, used just to delay. I love the bravado of Potter. Deny every single opportunity for Nongshim, even if it's possibly going to be the eco. Look at Apena, round the corner here, not even spotted. He's just going to have a field day with this as Laz, Apena, and Potter come in for the hat trick. Actually, that's 4 kills, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, they were
Insane.
ready. That's the thing. And you said it, always Potter being the progression point here for full sense. Very proactive, willing to challenge. Does cause problems here for Nongshim with these unexpected angles. Remember, another game where we see Dambi on the controller. They're just lacking that extra space compared to when Nongshim plays that double duelist. And it's really a cause of concern moving forward in the rotation. We know, even Morgan mentioned it in the panel, so we've seen duelist players step up in flexing. But Nongshim just uncomfortable in the system right now. Cosmic Divide the call. Leviathan willing to challenge past the veil. The blindside comes on in, using it for protection. Second flash, Francis still looking for a target, and Nongshim get the plant here.
Oh, this is interesting. They left Dambi way far into their own spawn. The smoke is about to dissipate, and he still gets spotted out by Apena. That's insane. And they're still, are they really gonna challenge this? This is quite the aggressive take. Hunter's Fury being used, and I think it could even get a kill here if they're not careful. The saturate as well. The dash in and out from Potter. Finally some kills from Nongshim, but that was so close. Razor thin margin stacks. What was that?
What is going on?
Leviathan
sense.
dodges.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
No. I won't stand for this. Like, what were the dashes from the wailing? What was the shrouded step? And it was already a good clear onto the lurking Astra. Potter prioritizing another target, allowing Francis to get the kill, and just Nongshim waiting on fight. No, Leviathan, not like that, man. Unbelievable round we're witnessing here.
Yeah, we've had some pretty nutty ones in this series alone, and I love it. Oh my.
Truly a mystery, this game.
Next round, alright.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim do still need to rally back here, and not like that. Francis, it's a little too ambitious, you know, full sense. Can also play the top mid, Hunter's Fury now. Gonna come in courtesy of RB. Just aiming a little too low. Now goes for Heaven. Gets the tag on the Sephiroth, but that was the last bolt from the bow. Full sense, they're not even done accosting Nongshim right now. Steel Garden to make them guess even more. The Barrier Mesh is already in position, and Nongshim, they're wary to actually put the spike down here.
Yeah, and look at where the spike is. It's in the hands of RB. Does he really want to plant the spike as the Sova with the ultimate available to him? This is going to be quite the interesting take, no? All right, now it's just going to be fight for fight. There's 3 players around the corner here, and Dambi is peeking for the engage. It is so messy, Dax. I do not know how to follow this fight, but Sephiroth seems like he's coming out on top, and as soon as I say that, it's a trade for trade, and then Full Sense get themselves up and running 8-11.
You need to say trade a few more times. It's a trade for a trade for a trade for a trade for a trade.
Yes,
for a
yes,
trade.
more.
They're just fighting the corner. And we did see Full Sense use the Heaven position to make it tough for the close hold. But we were saying this a while ago, you know, Full Sense with these smokes, with this utility, they can keep Nongshim contained. And when it comes down to the Scrap Fest, they're convinced that they can win it. They're happy to make the trades. They're the ones on the defense. They know that they have the numbers after killing Francis early on. Yeah, so this is a much needed timeout for Nongshim, honestly.
This is the first one as well that they've used after what I think was such a rocky second half. I think there was so many times where they could have actually gone for the call there, but never know. Always going into the discussions, but you're absolutely right. There's so many layers that Full Sense has that Nongshim just can't tear or rather peel apart in time. They can, but then when they do, there's like 10 seconds, and that at that point, just not enough wiggle room to plant the spike, maybe play for post, and then see what happens after that.
They couldn't play for post. Their positioning was so tough because of Fulsen's presence. And you could feel the commitment there from Nongshim as soon as they set up the Barrier Mesh, but they were hampered by the Steel Garden. It had to be then and there if they were gonna bail out and rotate anyway. So it's tough for Nongshim. That timeout though could be so helpful as they want to try and rally back. Full Sense on the other hand, Leviathan here in position to try and tap into the smoke. We've seen the sprays be potent in this series. Goodbye Fake Out. But yeah, just initial noise made by Nongshim trying to draw some utility, some attention away, and yeah, and Sephiroth will respond with the drone and the hot tide.
Ivy should have his... Oh, Francis back to position here on the flank. Again, I really do like how much map control he can get for his team. Now the timing on this push. Oh, RB got caught! There is going to be a trade for Dambi, but the damage is so severe. He's going to go for it once again, and thankfully enough, he has X-Ross and Dambi to work with. 2 versus 2. Laz now playing Ring Around the Rosie against Francis. This has to be a pick for Francis, excuse me, or else. And he does. Step in the right direction. It leaves Potter in a 1 versus 2 with an operator as the primary weapon.
I mean, it's a long shot here for Potter. And I dare say he's just gonna give this one up. Look to dash on away if need be. That round was defined by more than half the lobby fighting around one smoke. Those X's are so clustered here, my friend, and you can see that it's just neither side giving an inch. They want the challenge, they want the fight, and it was a good start for Full Sense that they cleared out the initial members there of Nongshim, but there was that second wave plus Francis lying in wait. That lack of mid control hurting Full Sense here. Nongshim will get the 9.
I gotta say, it felt more of the weird encounter that we saw on A main. This is nuts. People were just willing to push through the smoke and see what's up, what will happen, and it just worked out in the favor I felt for Nongshim. Just crazy. One smoke, man. Just one smoke, and just they wanted to contest it.
Yeah, dude, these are just basically Rams butting heads against each other. Horns locked. I don't know, the whole Bambi thing with with dad or something like that, how antlers fall. I don't know nature. But I do know that
wow.
Nongshim will see a very clear A site.
Yeah. Well, Nat Geo, while seems like the pack is on the hunt. Danby, though. Either he has a field day or he gets dropped. Okay, it's somewhere in the middle, sure. That is going to be a picked up rifle here for Full Sense to use. Now, I don't
Full
think
Sense
it's
has an
spread
operator
out.
also.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the
Very far.
same predicament. They're in the same predicament that they have to save it for the next round. So X-Frost finding a Pinya. Wouldn't be too surprised if Full Sense here playing for exits. But Nongshim actually getting value in this round here. They're getting orbs. And yeah, this is a great call from
player
Laz.
standing.
I completely understand him giving up his life because him dying to either Francis or X-Ross right now could be a detriment to the long run here in this half.
Yeah, absolutely. You do not want to give any round clutching ultimates or, you know, tempo ultimates for Nongshim more than what is necessary, I guess. 10 to 11. You're absolutely right. 2 round difference, or 2 rounds taken from Nongshim, and now we're kind of back in business. Very neck and neck between these two teams once again.
We went overtime a while ago. Wouldn't be too surprised if we send.
Very true.
Very possible. But Full Sense needs to make Potter a factor here early on. And he has the right read with the operator to get the scan going. Potter scoped on in, but can't get the shot going through the wall. A little refract on away. The Tejo drone gets the intel. Full Sense with a staff towards A here. The Dart also looking to provide some intention. Cosmic Divide, we've seen this from Nongshim before. A paranoia lob here early. Francis now with a blindside through the smoke, but no one's there to contest. Leviathan could be a cheeky angle if he swings. He's gotten seen. He's noticed here, but the wall protects him, and the wall is his friend. Leviathan gets the kill, and it's Full Sense now with a man advantage on the retake.
No flanks for Full Sense here. It's all of them here in front of the site. What does Nongshim have? Oh my goodness, this is going to be the reckoning. Grab that timing from Ivy. Is he gonna get anything with the ultimate? Looks like that's a no. Okay, they started to go for the defuse. Ivy's getting some picks halfway, like you mentioned, but they are going through the meat grinder, and Ivy gets the 4K. Not the ace, but X-Ross is right there to finish it up. 11-11, make a wish, because we are about to get into the nitty and gritty of things.
Yeah, when Ivy says to bow down, you do not have a choice. Despite the reckoning, that single Gravnet made it so difficult for Full Sense to get any space.
Sit down!
And he knows it. He made them sit down. He made it happen. I dare say, I think off-cam also Danby stars, making it impossible for the spike to be defused all the way, and Full Sense now have to go for the timeout. Some incredible clutch plays here from Nongshim.
I have no words. That was insane.
Ivy said it for us.
Yeah. But I gotta say, with the Reckoning, what was that? I thought that was, you know, one of the stronger ults that Full Sense can utilize to just flush out the opposition. They're gonna have to challenge them at some point, and then if they get stunned, concussed, whatever.
You know, that's the thing. They couldn't because of the Gravnet. Literally, that Gravnet threw everything out the window there for Full Sense, because we saw in the replay, we saw the stuns. But
yeah,
just incredible clutch moments here from Nongshim. Ivy, he was struggling throughout that first half and then some. Now he's at 16 kills. X-Ross there with 17. All in all, look how close the kills have been between all the players on both teams, Asarai. It is neck and neck for good reason. It has been evenly matched for squads looking to get on the board. Nongshim now with momentum. Dimensional drift available thanks to the orb here.
There's about 3, almost 4 players nearing this A site. Well, what's happening seems like... Oh, I like the idea here from Nongshim that they just kind of maybe allowed someone to cook on middle, thinking that they might have a flank or something, and then just, you know, scout it out with a random drone or something. Anyways, Francis Gonna try to make an opening here. Opens the doorway as well with the help of X-Ross. Spots out one on window. He's really using this drift as a way to just get so much information. Now, while he kind of figures out what was up from the defenders, I mean, they're just gonna go straight for B. But yeah, like you mentioned, Harbor takes down Francis.
I mean, the peek out from Sephiroth was so well-timed.
Leviathan!
Of the reposition, and Leviathan, this could be straight to the heart of Nongshim. No one's looking! Leviathan gets ahead! 2 for
Spike
Leviathan
down
before
B.
he's felled. Now Nongshim struggling to
30
make the
seconds
space
left.
happen. Also a gun in the hands of Apinya. Damn B. He may no longer be on the duelist, but he's playing the entry onto the side. High tide to separate the two players of Nongshim. Apinya gets
remaining.
the isolated duel, and everything is left to Dambi now. Spike planted, a 1v3 ahead. Sees the first, but Laz will win it! And full sense, no problems whatsoever. They're the ones on map points.
I can't believe you can have a From the Shadows that
My ult is ready. It is over.
impactful from Leviathan. No one from Nongshim even thought to consider, hey, maybe we're getting flanked from this Omen. I don't know, maybe that wasn't part of the urgency that they had with the calls, but you know what? It's all according to plan for Leviathan and the rest of Full Sense. They'll take it.
There might be a small chance I didn't hear it given the corner he teleported, but exactly that, right? Heaven was open for business here for Full Sense. And it's a last hurrah for Nongshim now. Can they make it happen again? Will we see another time? Time for us to find on out, given that Full Sense is again on map point. Fakeout's gone. Sephiroth exposing the operator's position. Cascade comes on through. All these smokes. Again, making it tough for Nongshim to cross. But Francis wants to risk it for the biscuit. Leviathan, Sephiroth already in position. And Full Sense, they want to keep the fight alive. A 5v3. Leviathan already even catching X-Ross in the act. Nongshim at this point running out of room, running out of players. And with the spike out of reach. What can Dambi and RB really do here?
Yeah. There's not even, I think, any space for them to go for the flank. And if they try to do, there's just so much time will be wasted for that. So they have to just approach this straight up fight on middle. And then there's like a 4-man squad that just straight up challenge against Dambi. RB, though, you can't spell Miracle without R. But this feels like such a... Okay. Let's see. I'm just saying, maybe he's got the jeans in him. He's wearing the clutch jeans, left. Right? Size RB. He's gonna charge through the high tide, but there's like 4 people, and he doesn't even get the chance to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a series here, as that will be Full Sense claiming game number 2.
Yeah, we get the full 24 rounds yet again, and Full Sense, they don't want to be the ones knocked down the 0 and 2 here in their group. But that was a game of moments, my friend. That was a game where we saw some of the most incredible teams we've seen today. And where do we even start? I think really the conversation will begin with Francis. There were questions about him being put on this Yoru role rather than Dambi, rather than X-Ross, who's known to be that Yoru specialist from Korea. But he is making it work. Those picks early on defined the early lead that Nongshim got.
I don't know, man. I'm just... The Traps are right. I love the lead that, you know, that this team was able to do so. But then once you hit that second half, it was just a completely different story, all things considered. And even though there were some nasty rounds, some incredible rounds that we saw from Nongshim, Full Sense even had more so, honestly. And the amount of, I think, just unchallenged map control that Full Sense got was just something that I think Nongshim never really got to answer. And I don't know if that's a cause of concern as we headed like into game number 3, but you know, just something to kind of wrap your hands around as we have ended our second map.
I mean, we didn't really get too much of the lurk there later on from Nongshim. When we had some incredible moments from the ninja defuse, from the 6-player scrap, by the smoke, by the corner contest where it was just an absolute slaughterhouse. Full Sense were confident that they could win out on the contact points. And that was exactly what happened there in the end. Some great moments. Like, this was huge from Ivy off the Gravnet. There were times where you would just see Full Sense out in the open be punished by Nongshim. But in the end, we were talking about how double controller, so oppressive. The Harbor, the Omen, Leviathan especially, was critical junction for him to make a play. And yeah, you can see the results. Full Sense will make a map 3 happen.
Absolutely, and that's just going to be a finale on Ascent. Can't really, again, wait to see that because these two have been at each other's throats. That being said, we're going to pass it on to the panel to discuss what was this game number 2.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure what to make of this because I didn't think it would be this back and forth. I didn't think it would be this competitive. I actually thought that since Nongshim actually found their groove, found their rhythm in the first map, I thought they'd actually take this all the way, but I'm so impressed with Full Sense. They're able to withstand everything that Nongshim was throwing at them, even with that really weird G2-esque but not quite G2 composition.
Yeah, I mean, I think the players will have loaded into that server, like, number one, not knowing what's going to happen, and absolutely not expecting the game that just unfolded in front of us. Wild game, so back and forth, but full credit to Full Sense for managing to get this across the line, you know, even after that tilter of a ninja diffuse, they managed to make it work. So very impressed with the mental resilience there, and ultimately, I felt like their defensive half was actually very good. I feel like the game plans that they brought in, especially around B, made so much sense with how they were running this harbor. I feel like they really got maximal value out of almost every agent, but you gotta shout out this man Leviathan. I mean, that Omen all across the map really honestly sealed the deal for me. So good, so aggressive. Normally you just see people go on the site, use it to rotate. He's not afraid to take those risks. We've heard before how he might be one of the best aimers in this whole tournament, and he was trying to prove that here in this map too.
Yeah, it's also that instinct to be able to make that call for yourself, because when you're at that when you're in that situation, you know, the score is coming really close. Sometimes you do need a play like that, but you also have to feel it out. So this guy's instincts are on point, and I'm so impressed with him. You're absolutely right. That TP across the map was when I saw that, I'm like, okay, it's surely this is it. But that's the thing, we weren't also exactly sure because there were so many rounds where it was like we thought that Full Sense had this in the bag, and suddenly Ivy, you know, throws in a Gravnet and gets 4K. There were so many moments like that. Are you prepared for more moments like that, Morgan?
Well, I mean, I'm happy this has gone to a map 3. We get some more crazy Valorant to close out the day, so you absolutely don't want to go anywhere.
Yep, even crazier indeed. We have a map number 3 coming up between Nongshim and Full Sense. Don't go anywhere. Ascension Pacific will be right back.
Flexing like a winner, 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 winner. Winner. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else.
Welcome back to Ascension Pacific. Guess what? We are going into map number 3. We're going into Ascent with Nongshim and Full Sense. And we saw maps that were incredibly competitive between these two teams. And we saw on the side of Nongshim some strange changes. We saw a Dambi for the first time on Astra. And this was a...
Yeah.
How are we liking this, Morgan? Are we going to expect to see a little bit more on Ascent?
It's surprising, right? Let's put it like this. So normally, I think putting your Omen in a way makes sense. We've seen this before. Duelists can play this Omen because you have the ability to be aggressive, use the movement pools. These Duelist players like to be in your face. Something like an Astra in the push, you want to be the last alive, you want to lurk, you're going to solo anchor down these sides. So the role plays quite differently. So it will take some getting used to for him. So I'm very, very curious as if that's something we're going to see again.
Yeah, it's I'm not sure how to predict Nongshim at this point. And it was weird because, like, you know, back in Pacific, of course, we were like, okay, Nongshim, they don't need to change anything. This is what they do, and it's always worked for them, and this is how it's gonna be. And right now, I'm really not sure how to read them, except we know that Francis on the Yoru is working. So far so good in that side. But then you have X-Ross and Dambi still figuring out how they fit into this new Nongshim. On the side of Full Sense, you also see a lot of players like really coming into this comfortability against Nongshim, finding their confidence and really being able to pop off. But you don't see a lot of cohesion just yet. Like, there's more room for improvement on that side.
Yeah, I still think they have things to figure out. They're still clearly trying to settle into this tournament and having a little bit of a tough time doing it. I mean, map 1 was better from them, but it's still been very close, very back and forth. I think if Nongshim want to really reclaim that spot that they had in Pacific, they need to start looking cleaner than this. They need to start winning maps in a dominant fashion, which is something we've not seen from them yet. As we move towards Ascent, I mean, this is known territory, at least for both of these teams. They've both played this already in the tournament, so they will know what to expect of each other, so the prep can come in a little bit more. So I think that's going to be the key difference between map 2 and map 3 here, is the coach input can be a lot higher and they can have some pre-planned reads.
Right, because we just saw this from both of these teams, right? We did see Nongshim go up against NAOS, and they did take them into Ascent, and for Velocity as well, for Full Sense, rather, they did go up against Velocity.
Yeah,
on Ascent also. So ideally, they do have those compositions, so there should be no surprises for either team.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect not. I would expect this to be pretty stable now moving forward. I will say, Full Sense had a bit of a better showing on Ascent, managing to get more rounds off Velocity. Nongshim, I think it was 6 rounds they managed to get off NAOS, and it wasn't looking their best. So I do think they might want to relook at this map a little bit, touch it up, but they've had a little bit more time to do that now. They will have spoke about the loss there against now, so it's really about using what you've learned. And I think the big thing is they just have to find a way to settle into the server. This is not the dominant Nongshim that we've seen in the past. I want to see them play in a way that makes sense for them, use their own strengths, and more importantly, remember who they were last year. Like, they were the goats of this. So I think they need to kind of remind themselves of their own potential and their own top level.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In 2024, there was just about no doubt who would be winning Ascension, and right now here in 2025 Ascension, it's all up in the air because the team that we expected to do so, well, we're seeing them here with an Astra on their best neon. So at the moment, we're not exactly sure, but you're right. Full Sense did have a better showing against Velocity. This was the map wherein you actually had Full Sense have a lot of momentum in the first few rounds, and then Velocity actually managed to make that comeback. Hoping that Full Sense managed to remember what worked so well on them on those first few rounds, and this time like remedy whatever needs to be remedied going into this map against Nongshim, especially since they know that Nongshim, they are still adjusting, and they kind of, I expect at this point, it is map 3, they've already felt out how Nongshim are feeling in the server today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Full Sense have all the momentum right now. We're moving forward into map 3. Nongshim got to be feeling a little bit worried. They know they're this close now to falling 0-2 in the groups, a place nobody expected, not even themselves. As we move to this map 3, though, I think I really want to highlight Potter for Full Sense. I think when we saw them play Ascent last time, he did not have the best game. It was a lot slower, but we've seen his potential before over in Challengers SEA. If he comes alive, that's exactly what they'll need to be able to close out this series.
Exactly. I'm still waiting for that pop-off moment for Potter. I'm still waiting for us to see what the entire Southeast Asia scene has been seeing so far from this player, right? We haven't had those moments just yet from Potter, and we're starting to see it from a lot of his teammates. So I think it's just about time for him to have that moment. And for the side of Nongshim, again, the compositions, question marks in my head, but we do know that they are feeling good. You know, they do feel. I don't think they feel like they're at a deficit right now. I think the energy is high. We saw Ivy really, standing up and giving it to the other team too. That is nice to see. And I think that they will be kicking themselves for map 2, but I don't think they're taking it too harshly at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think matches like this are a bit of a double-edged sword because you know that it was so winnable, right? You were one round away, and that can give you a lot of confidence. You can go, we had this game. We had this game. It was these small mistakes. Or you can go, I can't believe we lost this game, and that can be the double edge of it. So I really want to see them bounce back and look stronger. Coming into the agent select now, Danby, he's off the Astra. He's back on the Waylay exactly as expected for them. And the same on the side of Full Sense, running that deadlock feist that we saw from them before. So no changes. All the prep is in play here. So exactly down the middle, a much more straight up map 3.
Well, that's what we say right now, right? That's what we say right now as we're looking at the agents. Like, we're not exactly sure because maybe we would have said the same thing, over in the previous maps. But it's been very, very competitive between these two teams. They are prepared to actually go head to head and really send it. So we are gonna send it ourselves into Ascent with Dax and Aserai.
Thank you there again, Meek and Morgan. Competitive doesn't cut it, I'd say. It has been the closest contest we've seen throughout the tournament. It has been the closest contest we've seen throughout the day. And you kind of know already what happens when you're on Ascent and it's the last map of the night, right? It's in the cards for us to go the distance, and it is all about redemption here for both Nongshim and Full Sense. That's right, this is a map both teams dropped in their first series. Nongshim versus NAOS, Full Sense versus Velocity. Only one can move to 1-1 after this one.
We saw how insane matches can go when it's Game 3 and Ascent, like you mentioned, and when everything is on the line. Honestly, again, they still have 2 more maps to go after this, but every loss that you take is just... It feels like it's too detrimental for your tournament life, right? So this is, I think, the final game where they have to perform or else.
I mean, a foot in the grave, basically. Over that standing. Francis, though, happy to get the first kill on the saturate! Jump for joy. They find the angle. Paranoia's gonna be the response, so Extros cannot peek on that as well as he would like. So Full Sense, it got so scary thanks to the slow. But for now, they're alive, and Nongshim closing the gap and trying to clear the corners here towards Cubby.
Actually, just back away. The double swing?
remaining.
Oh, that doesn't even make any difference. Sephiroth dropping down. Some divine punishment. My goodness. Down to Ivy. Oh, and he even gets spotted as the door was dropping down. That is insane.
That's unfortunate here for Nongshim. But remember how Full Sense kicked off the action versus Velocity, right? How many rounds in a row? 6, I believe, before things fell apart for them. So slow starts for Full Sense on this map. It is a bit of a stranger, really. Laz is already in position. They had a good hold over into Cubby. They had the numbers to just handle the peaks. And you said it, Sephiroth just dealing with 2 members coming his way. Time ticks. And yeah, just Ivy's gonna accept his demise too, despite the smoke, the darts. Trying to see if they can get the kill here for the extra orb, but no, it's Full Sense who should confirm the round. The swing out comes, and a single bullet for Leviathan will be enough.
Yeah. Even carry over some of their ghosts too, so lots of wins right there for our pistol. Let's look at that fight once again. This was so good. Like you mentioned, saturate to slow it down. Laz denies it, and then bam, bam, bam. Classic free gun, by the way. But in the hands of Sephiroth, it's just pure lethality.
Yeah, I mean, we got the duo doing whatever damage is needed by Nongshim. Francis again with another first kill. I want to bring this up since we did see our panel mention it a while ago, right? Potter needs to be activated. Only 6 first kills on the board. 13 Francis at that last one. It's 14. RB though, just unrelenting with the classic. The free gun's doing all the damage yet again. And Nongshim out of nowhere with the thrifty.
Oh, what? Okay. I was thinking that no one would top, you know, the classic highlight that we saw on the pistol, and then we just have this. Let's see. No one even decided to check. Not a gander, not a glimpse. And that just provided the downfall of Full Sense on an Eco Dax. Oh no, I think, you know what? I don't blame him. It feels like the pressure is definitely on.
Yeah, and immediate on the trade Full Sense here. Hero Vandal in the hands of Laz to try and do some damage. And we've talked about Laz, who's done his best for the squad. A double here already. Contesting into mid. Dambi. Phantom with the response. Will refract in time. The saturate also preventing any kind of peek out into the cubby. So control here for Nongshim. Such a strong point because Dambi's gonna go for the light speed and make it tough to really find the angle. The distraction into the isolation. Ivy finds Laz, and now the firepower of Full Sense has gone to the wayside. X-Cross as well. Ready, set, and steady. A kill again. It's Nongshim with a second round.
That was an ankle breaker, if you ever did see one. Just not sure where to look, not sure what to do afterwards. Nutty. This is such a Francis-coded thing to do. Just straight up challenge, get a pick. You either get out with a teleport or you don't. Doesn't matter. You've done the damage. And here it is. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, confidence. You can hear it in the voices of Nongshim right now. And the concerns for Full Sense early on already rearing its ugly head. Just some of the mid-rounding, some of the pivots here for Full Sense. You know, Velocity was able to make those calls all around them and take that sub because of it. Now Nongshim trying to do the same. Francis, the mid, and Afinia's deleted. Potter at least gets the trade going here.
Still, that will put a pause on Full Sense here, and still does paint a picture for Nongshim what the idea was. Seeing Potter in the front lines there, that's a big tell of what the attacking team is wanting to do. Now you're kind of seeing Nongshim try to cover most of their bases. They've left mid exposed, which is fine, because I don't think Full Sense would want to keep pushing mid, not knowing what was supporting Francis at that point.
Prowler sent RB here with utility to stave off Full Sense more so. As time ticks away, Full Sense need to make a decision, and fast. Gonna use Potter as a distraction to try and sell the A fake here. Laz also looking for opportunity, but Nongshim, they don't blink. Here comes Zambi and Ivy. The Arcros right down into the saturate. They really want to get catch onto Laz. And as time runs out, Full Sense need to pivot again. Potter makes the opening as Laz is caught on the other side. Now it's a yet again ripe for business. But RB wants to close things out early. No, the cash out here. And Full Sense will make it happen on A
10
side.
seconds left.
Man, I was about to say, did RB make a mistake leaving X-Ross to his devices there just by himself? Now it's a 2 versus 2 on the retake. No big ultimates just yet. There is a Razorvine in the hands of Ivy. Potter. Oh, the timing is going to be crucial here. Ivy is still holding as he backs away and around the corner. He's opened the doorway for his teammate. Ivy coming around and he spots out Potter. One more. If he clears him, spots him on Heaven, this is going to be big. Now the 1 versus 1, and it doesn't even matter to Zowie clutch. Provided by Leviathan once again.
1 is the number. The tap from that distance. Leviathan, he's the one with a chip on his shoulder versus a team that knocked him out from the upper bracket in last Ascension. He's been the mainstay. He's been the focus of Full Sense for such a long time. 4 kills on the board, 1 away from the Hunter's Fury, and utter precision in that last bout.
Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. Now Francis back with the operator in hand, still holding on to mid. Seems like Full Sense has a idea of what was happening there. Oh, the timing on this one's going to be crucial. X-Ross. He doesn't have it from the shadows. He's kind of trapped here.
He does have the paranoia, and you already have Dambi looking to find the opportunity to Sonic Sensor, though. Making it tough for the push to happen. Francis, actually in no man's land here in mid, needs to set up the gate crash. Will back away, afraid of the top mid angle. The flash comes on in, but there's no one there for Full Sense. And Nongshim will survive with the Aura this time.
Yeah, he'll keep that position because he does have the the drift to use. Compatible with the situation that he's in to get aggressive or get defensive, whatever he needs it to be. 40 seconds left into the timer. And clearing out this main position for the meantime. Looks like nothing's close by.
Out there for the intel. Full Sense again. Looking to knock
30
on
seconds
both
left.
doorsteps here and just keep Nongshim guessing. It's working out for the time being. X-Ross is the one isolated onto the side, but here comes Dambi now trying to get in position. Beautiful saturate, and Ivy has found 2 pristine targets. Ivy's not done! This is his garden, and there's no one who gets entry. Nongshim should be able to take the round, but Dambi's response. Yeah, you gotta wonder him on the Astra. There's that discomfort, but here on the Waylay, immediate saturates to assist the team for the angles.
Completely different face once again. Lots of head scratches, like you mentioned, when Dambi's on a controller, but on a duelist, even if it's not, you know, his signature, it's still one of those things that you gotta say, He's got the bite. He's still got the magic.
It's why Morgan lagged out a while ago early on. You know, Dambi picked the Waylay, threw the saturate to our panel. it has been hit.
Yeah, loading.
Yeah, it has been hitting where it hurts here for Full Sense, and they're not done. There's so much pressure from Nongshim right now, from the Yoru up to those saturates. The Blade Storm though out from Potter, and if you need a vintage Potter play, it needs to be here now. They're battling through mid. Looking to find an angle towards Pizza. Here as well, but no hesitation, Potter will come and get the head of Francis. Nongshim though tries to find an angle elsewhere. Last trying to line up the shot, not gonna happen as Ivy's in position. And eventually, Full Sense looking for the angle towards the side. The Cloudburst, the Nightfall though. Now Potter is forced to dash. They get the distance, they get the shot onto Dambi, and Full Sense are in the spawn of the opposition.
What a shot from Leviathan as well. You can see the Nightfall tracing everything or exposing the positions of the Full Sense players, but it's so awkward that I don't think Nongshim want to take this fight just yet. They're trying to spot something. They're trying to maybe intercept, but the read is not as clear-cut. They're kind of hoping that maybe they push onto A main, but because they haven't spotted X-Ross, I think they also have an idea that he's somewhere here, and the avenue, still better to go to B. And it seems like the read is good.
Yeah, this is such a good example that Full Sense has learned the lesson versus Velocity, right? This is a mid-round call that they need to hit the brakes. They knew that Nongshim had that meme in control. When the Nightfall came, they went straight into the spawn. And that tempo change for Full Sense, a bit of evolution on the map that we mentioned for both teams. That redemption is necessary. They lost out on Ascent versus their first opponents. Right now, they're neck and neck yet again. It's been the story of the series, how close Nongshim and Full Sense have been throughout the night.
It's been a wonderful story to definitely follow. RB and X-Ross. Oh, X-Ross has been spotted. Is he gonna be able to save the weapon? Opinio. Oh, brother. What a monster. He actually used the Sheriff. Shut down. One shot, one kill. Good stuff. And that is going to be a thrifty round for Full Sense here. And we are back again to equal things. Yeah, that was a beautiful shot from Potter, like you mentioned.
Look, it may be early, but I'm seeing it. I'm seeing shades of NKT versus SLT, man. It can happen. It could be here on this map. And remember, we were talking about how the consequences of losing the series would be immense for these two teams. You have 4 games in your group, and you go 0-2. It's going to be a tough climb over that mountain. And Dambi, okay, I'm looking at him towards Cubby. Francis again, though, from mid. And Nongshim just gets another freebie early on.
It's going to be operator to operator, though. Okay, drone is going to be used to help Potter walk up. That's about it. I wonder if Francis has learned his lesson, if he's going to peek Potter at this encounter. I think he just knows that he doesn't have to swing, because I mean, there's oh, what? Where? Yeah. How?
Nice lineup. That halt was perfection there from Nongshim, and Francis has just closed the shutters on pizza and more for the longest time. No delivery. It's Nongshim feasting. Finally, though, Laz opening up the market and opening up possibility onto the B side. The lanes, though, held by RB and Ivy together. Forces rotation here for Full Sense. It's still that Cubby controlled. X-Ross tries to go for the shot. Annihilation. Let's get the catch. No. Dambi also in position. It's just a trap made by Nongshim yet again. We've talked about mazes, but it's really Full Sense right now, looking to find the exit here. X-Ross in position. Now the cross from the opposition. Yet again, another crossfire here from Nongshim. No quarter, no rest. It's Nongshim with the round win.
In every single fight that they took on A short, if they don't die, what? Okay. Both my thoughts have been separated. Sorry. First of all, that A short fight, it was just either you die or you get tagged low enough that one more fight and you do go down. And then you see that just hold from Francis. How does he read things like that against Sephiroth? Absolute cinema.
Gonna fall back here.
I mean, it's been something Sephiroth has been doing throughout the series, and it's not too surprising to see it here on Ascent. Great read from Nongshim in the last round. But here now, Full Sense staying away from mid, knowing the operator's still a threat. X-Ross has been willing to play into wine for quite a while here. He has burned the paranoia though, so there's cause for concern. This time he has it from the shadows rather than step instead. Here, trying to go for the punish. Potter gets in the face, 20 HP after the classic shot there. But Nongshim, they still have numbers on the site.
That was close. But yeah, like I mentioned, still forces here for Nongshim. Francis has taken residence on middle here as he's about to get a pick. And again, they can't let him keep doing this. Sure, he's down to 50, but his effectiveness, his threat as the operator still remains.
RB in position. The collateral collection. It's 3 for free here for RB. And Nongshim, they're just getting away with so many different angles. Sephiroth, nice shot onto Dambi. Looking to bring the fight to Nongshim, but Francis doesn't miss. And Nongshim up to 5. You said it though, Asarai. That's either the second or third time that Francis is that deep into mid, and he still gets away with it.
Yeah. Every single time. Look at this. They just walk up, and he's happy to punish them for it. Sure, he might get taken down, but it feels like before that happens, he will almost always get that one starting pick first.
Yeah. Coming into the series, right? 13 first kills. And right now, he's just adding more and more to the tally. Showcasing what the Yoru can do. The timeout now called by Full Sense. And you gotta wonder what's the response here for Full Sense, right? They're staved off playing from mid because of the operator's presence. And we've seen them try to overrun Francis. There would still be angles for Nongshim to play. Trap on trap, setup on setup. And this defense from Nongshim just has so many layers that Full Sense need to peel.
I wonder how they're gonna, like you mentioned, right? You talk about how there's so many layers that they're gonna have to peel. What's the start? I feel like it has to be Francis. It all just kind of boils down to him. But then, how do you deny someone that, sure, you might force him out the first time, but then he has another teleport, and then he can just, again, as long as he has that dimensional drift, he can be indefinitely aggressive as long as, right? And you might just burn too many resources to fight him, and then he's just out of there, and he won't ever fight you up until you just keep burning more resources, right?
I mean, hey, conditioning's so important here, and Nongshim's the one who has the leash for now. Dambi, Francis, it's the same antics and the collateral from Francis! Utter strength proven yet again, and Nongshim immediately from the get-go in the 5v3. He's looking for another shot. Finally punished here by Laz. So many targets, too little time. Dambi now stepping up to the same position. The spotlight's on Nongshim here. Ivy has to hold by Market. From the shadows as well. The sheer trigger, convergent paths. But this is one road that Ivy doesn't need. Stays away. Looks for the angle. Last load to a crawl, saturate into play yet again, and Full Sense is trapped. Throw away the key, because this is one block that is unbreakable. Leviathan trying to shatter, defy those expectations. But Nongshim still up as 3, that spike in his hands though, giving him a fighting chance.
He's got the entire arsenal available to him. No shields, sure. Oh, he's
30
so
seconds
close.
left.
There's the peek out. Now they know. He's gonna take the fight to them. Is he gonna push through the door? Oh, he'd love to see that, but no. Priority straight. He's gonna try to at least get maybe the spike planet or just go for the challenge. He knows. Nongshim knows. He hasn't planned it yet. He's baiting them out, but they're not playing to his game, and they're just gonna spot out his head. Hold on. Okay. I was about to say, oh boy, and then an immediate trade coming out from X-Ross.
Know your enemy, and they know what Leviathan is up to. We've seen the clutch from the opposition multiple times. Nongshim just doing such decisive damage from the beginning of the round. It always feels like Full Sense are coming into these attacking rounds hobbling on one foot here, Asarai.
And I don't know why. Right? It just feels like...
I know why. It's Francis.
Wait, yes. This is Francis? Okay.
Yeah.
Just simple answer. Oh, that's alright. Why isn't it working? Simple. It starts with the F, ends with the S. It's Full Sense. No, I'm kidding. It's Francis. Full Sense does not end with an S.
Yeah, it ends with an E.
Oh, but it ends with Leviathan finally shutting the other Titan down. Ivy, though, playing the close quarter. They haven't pushed that aggressively yet, and he was just about to rip the Steel Garden, maybe to assist Dambi, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Still, attackers trapped, haven't yet pushed aggressively, but they do finally have the numbers advantage.
I mean, this is the best chance here for Full Sense. The two players that have accosted them at mid, but Francis and Dambi are gone. The rest of Nongshim will have to play anchors towards the site themselves, watching out for the main angles. And this is opportunity for Full Sense to make the mid lurk happen. Potter is just waiting for the go signal from the rest of the team, from Laz especially. Arcros comes into play, gets the install right now. Steel Guard is going to be the response here, and it will be the same from the opposition. It's all about pistols, despite it being round number 10. Left. They're going to wait things out. Time is ticking, though, for Full Sense. And Ivy looking to be very cheeky here. Into
they heard him.
Ivy, gets hit by the shock darts. RB though, catching out last. Now the swing out from Ivy, but Potter has been waiting for this moment. Leviathan with a third kill. All eyes on RB now. 10 seconds to go. Full Sense need to book it straight on up. RB falls, and Full Sense have the fighting chance here.
Spike planted.
Okay, X-Ross, he's feeling confident, man. He wants to go for the challenge. Similar to what we saw from Leviathan, he's got the entire arsenal. Question is, he's gonna find the first entry before anything. Well, that's gonna be a straight big no.
Yeah.
Could have been something though, but yeah. Just gotta stop them dead in the tracks before you even get started.
I mean, it was basically a clutch there from Full Sense. Time running out. Silence. And you can see, without the two duelists, just bothering them all throughout. They can set up, execute on the sites, despite whatever speed they need. They were stalled so much there. Between the Steel Gardens, plus the initial positioning of Nongshim. It was so tough for Full Sense, but they made it happen.
Somehow, right? Leviathan has awoken from the depths. Dambi? Whoa, he actually is just charging out. I love the aggression, but it will fall flat on his face. There was a pinch that we saw from RB, but he doesn't want to go through that that shear because there's no escape once he actually crosses that threshold. X-Ross taking a play from the Brook of Francis here as he controls middle, and he's going to be able to make something happen with that first kill. Potter is able to get the revenge once again. We're not done? Okay, we're done for the meantime. It looks like they're just going to be rotating and going to A.
I mean, they stacked up well here for Full Sense. They understand that Nongshim are aggressively pursuing the mid contest there. And we saw it, just punishing Dambi with the numbers. Extras as well, only getting a single target. But Nongshim, they're not out of this one as of yet. They have the setup of the Vice. And Ivy having to play danger close. This annihilation though could provide pivotal. Looking to launch it over onto Heaven. Potter actually would catch onto Francis. Razor Vines though, making it dicey again for Full Sense. They have a bit more time to work with. There's still the sheer to contend with. Now it triggers, the wall is up, but Ivy has gone down. Everything up to RB again. He's gotten the first. Apinya will get his 3K here as per usual, and Full Sense will find their 5th round.
That was such great composure from Full Sense here. You know, kind of just holding off and not really over-aggressing. They took their time, and they were also able to get the catch onto Francis. That was, I think, one of the biggest things, because it looked like Francis was so prepared to go for the fight there. They might have also realized it, and they just kind of swung even wider, so he would have missed that shot. It's one of those things, you know, that once you get accustomed to it, it just feels second nature now. And the threat that is Francis is still a threat, but not as when this third game started.
Hey, it took some rounds with Full Sense understand the playbook of Nongshim, and they have been put to the test truly here on the attacking side. It's still contended though. It's still so close in Full Sense. There is a world that they can tie this up to end the first half. RB, he's been racking up kills though for the past few rounds. A Spectre in his hands, but a Nightfall could be the bigger threat moving forward.
Oh, they spotted him too. Gonna try to run away here. There is some assistance with Ivy and Francis around the corner. Francis still has full flashes as well. It seems like Full Sense, like you mentioned, they do not want to fight where RB is just because of that Nightfall. It might just be a tad bit too overwhelming for them. And the call is just to go the other direction.
And speaking of the call, Nongshim sending out the Yoru of Francis to get the intel. Now they know it's all about a paranoia to play in feet. Ivy just getting spot here. Dambi goes down. Francis though in position again! And one more time we see the trap sprung here by Nongshim. Nightfall into play. Francis! The destroyer here! He's gotten 3. He's done so much for his team. And as Sephiroth tries to at least find some picks, time's running out, and there's just no beating Francis at this game. A 4K to end the half. And it's 7-5 in favor of Nongshim.
That was an incredible saturate from Dambi to slow them down. Yeah, sure, he was, you know, a lamb sacrifice to the slaughter, but it works out. And with that, like you mentioned, it is going to end our first half. And with that, we're going to go for a quick halftime break. And we are back. Dax leaving me up in the air, but you know what? It's okay.
I'm responsible.
We're buddies. We're max to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, pistol to begin.
Yeah, here we have it. Scrap again into mid. We've seen the challenge happen before, and this full stance already with the man advantage. Two for Potter. They had a better angle moving into that one. There's just NOMSHIM walking into frame. And this is a quick pistol here from Full Sense. RB will get a consolation prize with the orb. But yeah, it's just another example here, Asarai. This series has just been about fisticuffs. These two teams willing to battle one another. And it leads to some quick rounds just like this.
Isn't this exactly what we had on Sunset, right? Where
yes, exactly. We change the map, we don't change the results.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
The vision is the same. I love it. All right, there's like 50 seconds for RB to figure out a way around this. I do like this particular angle that he's taking. At least it's only one for the meantime that he's going to fight us up against Sephiroth first. So maybe. There it is, and then everybody just looks straight up just looks at him.
Is ain't no popularity, Chief. You can't all chat and say 1v1 me.
30 seconds.
There's no way.
I love this. He just took both of the orbs. Big brain.
Yeah. 2 orbs better than 1, and hey, RB at least looking to feast in this position of famine, and a Vineyard literally sticks the barrel to his temple. So a kill here from Full Sense, a pistol win as well. Mostly in this series, we've been seeing these two teams trade pistols as much as possible. And it's no different here on Ascent.
Yeah. As simple as that. Oh, that one's kind of interesting. But yeah, it was definitely just as simple as that. All you gotta do is just kind of imitate what NOMSHIM was trying to do here. And look at this. Nothing wasted. Full Sense immediately go for the heavy hitter weapons. As much as they can afford to do so. Multiple smokes. Oh, Sephiroth.
As you mentioned, judge in hand. And straight on through. There's the blender. But NOMSHIM do get some kills along the way. It's not done yet. And the judge hasn't picked up. Can RB bridge the gap and get up close? Because with the C's, doesn't really find much value from it. But at least NOMSHIM can get the plant going now.
That's insane. I thought they were only going to be able to get the one, but then it's more. Dambi charging out.
It's RB's third.
Oh my goodness! Okay, it's not yet done. He's still tagged. He's now picked up the Outlaw. He goes for the Bulldog. And Leviathan? Does he know? Is he going to be able to swing this? Now they spotted each other.
Where are you?
Haunt available.
Marked one.
Intel, halfway though on the defuse, and RB looking to make magic happen. Goes for the swing, Leviathan though catches him in the act. The effort from RB It was so close, but Full Sense, they survived to tie it all up.
Oh my god. The Viome is just... I wouldn't say lucky, but health was on his side. That was just about it. Look at that! He took another flesh wound, and he's just down to like 21. Yeah, exactly. But still alive, barely breathing, but still alive.
Hey, you pray to a god, and you gotta believe in it. Thing is, though, I think the god of the server right now is RB, despite the efforts of Francis in the first half. He is one away from the Nightfall because of all his efforts, from the spike to the 2 kills with the judge to a few deaths in the orbs. Nongshim does have a little bit of extra coming into their buy around here. And this bonus is so critical for Full Sense because of their losses. Mid again, this time firmly in control here for Nongshim.
Still though, Full Sense, like you mentioned, it's not the greatest of buys for long range. That's the thing. Apena and Laz making use of these corners or, you know, these tight-knit positions for them to really make do with the shotguns in hand. Ivy just backing away, does not want that heat. Apena now delaying as well on the other side here.
Yeah. It's going straight for A, but it doesn't affect the dice position. So Sephiroth still stable onto the site. Here we go. Dambi hunting. Apena's gonna be gone. But remember, there's still presence here for Full Sense, and Sephiroth has gotten one at the very least. The teleport comes on through from Exros as well. Wants to challenge into heaven. Sephiroth is left unchecked. He's gonna be a problem here. Leviathan 2 with the damage. And what looked to be pretty clear for Nongshim, it is falling on apart. Where is the spike? Why is the spike up here? And now Ivy has to climb and ascend the tallest mountain. A 1v1. It's Laz on the other side. Spike's gonna be planted here by Nongshim, yes! But look at the movement from Laz. Trying to sell the fake that he is coming in from the door. Vice versus Vice. Laz just rounding the corner, the peek out comes, and Ivy will keep it cool to still give it to Nongshim.
That was such smart positioning from Ivy. Again, he wouldn't know where his opponent was, but neither would he be aware, right? It's just so good. Okay, we're gonna see it again on the replay, but you're absolutely right. Why was the spike there on heaven? There it is. Ivy holding and Laz trying to scan him. That was such a great big brain position play. Kudos. But wow, could have gone either way, man.
And it's a similar vibe. The damage there from Nongshim in the second round of the second half. Now the damage by Full Sense in the third round is just denting the economy of these two teams. Nongshim, though, still with a relatively better buy after everything said and done. Potter hits the head of Ivy, crouches straight into his reticle. And Full Sense can get away with these judge plays all throughout the defense, given they're running the Vice Lock competition. Potter, though, up close, anti-flash, still gets the kill onto Dambi anyway. Finally, Nongshim gets some value, but they can't push this further. Ambition for Francis. Do we get the swing out from Leviathan? Full Sense, they're thinking about it. They double up, they take down Francis. Now Nongshim, they're forced to play towards B.
Yeah, there is going to be the wraparound for RB as he comes through B main here. But he will be forced back. I think he's just going to try to hold the cross if he can. Oh, that is so unlucky for Exros. Having to use the Shrouded Step just so he can get into the site. But now he doesn't even know if the site is cleared. So they're just burning so much time, second-guessing themselves. Now that there's no heat from the back of the site, seems like it is clear that Full Sense will be coming through somewhere on this retake. RB has positioned himself on the stairway. Exros, he has the paranoia. Stuns him down. Oh, the timing could be big for RB. The defuse starts already, and he has to go big in this fight. He's gonna have to go chase him, but there's just no distance, no wallbang, no position where he can get that. And the clutch just happens from Leviathan.
Yeah, just stick it to win it. Since Full Sense established their presence on the site, after the paranoia, it was an instant kill onto Exros, and that threw the plans of Nongshim out the window. Because you can understand it, right? The paranoia play blinds them. It's the perfect distance from market. But all in all, this is a lot more coordinated for Full Sense. They're keeping tabs on one another. The swing out from the smoke was well calmed there as well, and that's exactly the teamwork Full Sense needs if they want to make this win happen.
Whew. All right. Now, rest of Nongshim. I gotta say, it feels like both teams are like somewhat equal in terms of firepower. Yeah. At some point, if you do get the catch on both Potter and who is this, Sephiroth, their weapons might all be for naught. Oh, the timing. Oh, Potter's just so fast with the blades. The storm truly approaches. Saturate to slow him down, but he just gets away with the tailwind. Shrugs it off. Yeah.
Apinya. Still trying to make it happen. Arthur doesn't even need the blades, as the Bucky is brilliant enough. Another clean round here from Full Sense. A flawless one to boot to give them the lead.
Beautiful stuff again. About to say, but you know what? The Bucky is just incredible.
Hey, warning knife. Second one's good for it. It doesn't even need the ultimate at this point because it's just Full Sense corralling Nongshim straight into the lane with the Hunter's Fury.
Let's go, bro.
Just so clinical here for Full Sense. And remember the amount of control they can get with this roster, right? The Vice, the Deadlock, you add the Sova too, and the timeout from Nongshim as they're running out of opportunities to play onto the objective cleanly.
I like how they are utilizing Dambi and Francis, right? But feels like they're stretching themselves too thin. The thing that Dambi could do that, you know, Jet also does is a paranoia follow up with like a dash into the side to get a pick. But then because of how I think Potter is aware of the setup, they can't effectively catch him. And it feels like Dambi's just a fish out of water at that point. And he's just like, the heck am I supposed to do when he's not in range of me and he's not even crowd controlled or something of that to that extent, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're expecting Nongshim to be heavy on the executes with Dambi and Francis together. Dambi has found struggles. He's been playing more of a supportive role throughout their series so far, especially with the Saturates. And here comes Nongshim straight into the face of a paranoia. Expecting to push out. Burn the dash, I believe, from Dambi. On the other hand, Prowler too, getting used to get the intel. So both mains contested by both sides here.
That's insane too, because that's Dambi's ability to access the site. So how is he going to try to do that? Now, I mean, he has a converging path, sure, but without the dash, it feels somewhat... obviously, it will be less effective.
And with the Baron Mesh too, it's just Full Sense biding their time and looking to slow things down. Despite some of the wins here, Full Sense holding on.
Who's next?
The snipers on their arsenal. Looking to line up the convergent pass as well. Your ultimate for the intel. And now the slow comes into play. Over onto the corner. Ivy flushing out Apinya. Good meticulous play here from Nongshim to check the corners as much as possible. And X-Cross also with the off angle to find Sephiroth in the app. Spike planted here. Leviathan getting tagged through the wall also. More and more you see Nongshim look to at least widen their verge here as Sarai. Watching the flank, Laszlo finds a kill.
Still, there is one holding that position again on A main. That will be RB. Oh my goodness, the Steel Garden at this time as well. That is going to be such a plug for Full Sense. They have to wait it out even more so. RB now realizes that too. Leviathan trying to make it a more expensive endeavor, I guess, but he will get just shot through the wall by RB. Or not through the wall rather, but yeah, through A main. Still. Exit frag maybe? But in the end, it is going to be a Nongshim victory. The Event Horizon, so close.
I thought actually I would die to the Razor Bind, but he gets in position after it just closes on up. A good effort there from Full Sense. The flank finding value. This is exactly what the double duelists can do on the execute, right? They make that space. They give players like X-Ross the opportunity to aim for heaven and then some unexpected angles. Full Sense now will respond with an operator buy.
Love to see how this is going to work out for Potter. Immediately just pockets himself on Wine here. Dambi's already pretty close. Boosted up. Nongshim is aware of the control that Full Sense do have on A main, and they've committed the second smoke as well. That's a pretty big tell, I think, of something well invested for the defending team here on the specific spot on Wine, or A main in general.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That Wine hold for Potter and co. It needs to work here for Full Sense if they want to stand a chance. The operator shot doesn't find the hits. Nongshim, they're willing to give up the fights and let Full Sense link on away. They are regrouping though towards A. The flank from RB as well, looking to wait out the barrier mesh especially. But Potter's repositioned. This Nightfall. Or did he see the shadows there? But he will see the ultimate coming. Potter has the back on the way. Here comes Nongshim now in position. Apinya into the corner. The refract comes on in. Now Apinya has the angle. RB goes down. Francis too. And Apinya uncontested is a power position here for Full Sense to take advantage of. 2 for Potter. The cocoon wraps up Danby. And there you go. Put a bow on it. It's a gift that keeps on giving here for Full Sense.
Did you see how well Apinya's sound sensors deterred the push on A short? That was the biggest one. I thought he was basically free chow for Nongshim here, but that kill on RB, because of that sound sensor, made it so much easier, and then there was no more pinch from short. All they had to do, all Full Sense had to do, was focus on A main, and there you have it. Easy, clean defense from Full Sense.
Yeah, this is gonna go bad to worse fast for Nongshim if they can't make one of these rounds happen. And an eco conversion is a tough ask given the setup Full Sense has. They even get the scan onto Ivy. Watching out for Potter, who's positioned to look towards Cubby. They know that Nongshim loves to play for those angles. Pizza, Cubby, and this sheer will immediately expose the intention. They're pinging it already. They know they need to cross simultaneously into now the lair of Apinya. You also have Leviathan. Breaks the fake out, thinking about the drone. Daffy dashing forward. Already Full Sense getting to. And Leviathan is a wall that cannot be broken. A flawless here for Full Sense.
Oh no, Nongshim. Their opponents are 2 away from getting that victory. From such a strong start to now an incredibly tight situation, honestly, for both teams. But again, nearing the finish line is Full Sense. And they're feeling the hype, man. They're looking smiles all abound. There it is. Nongshim burning their last time out now at the 11th hour.
Yeah, and with a score like this, you gotta put the question up now. It's still possible for Nongshim, of course. But what if we see the team that had such an incredible record, an incredible victory in Ascension 2024, fall to 0-2 this early in the competition? That is such a scary thought here for Nongshim, and they gotta rally back if they want to make it. If they don't want that to happen.
No, for absolutely not, right? So, with that in mind, I don't know. We'll see how it goes as we get back into the game after this that quick timeout that we just saw. Ooh, look at all the stats as well. We haven't discussed it in a hot minute, but Leviathan and Potter, 22 and 20, 42 kills from just these 2 players. They've been on the warpath. Not even in the second half. Leviathan, even though they were struggling in the first half, he was already kind of
he was
in the road to clutch, right? He was just hitting some nasty shots and kills.
And remember what Morgan said a while ago. He's expecting Potter to be activated coming into this one. A comfort jet as well, allowing him to play his best. And Full Sense getting the right players activated at the time they needed the most. Sephiroth, though, in position, looking to at least spam whatever he can in hand. Potter, brave! And he dares just to find another win there. So he gets the pick, the first kill, goes in favor of Full Sense. And Asarai, this has been a series defined by Nongshim getting that first pick here. It's so different when it's Full Sense with a 5v4 ahead.
Yeah. That's insane too, because he pushed into top mid without, I think, without any support from B main, no?
Yeah.
Maybe there was a
Great.
recon dart that I didn't spotted from Leviathan, but that didn't help him given more information, but still.
Yeah, lineup, perhaps he doesn't have a recon dart anymore. But here was full sense, and the Pina is in the same corner, and he gets away with similar damage. Finally taken down here by Francis. RB, though, just running and gunning to catch out Potter.
Time to jump.
It's not done. Nongshim still in the chance here.
seconds left.
Set up the gate crash. Francis will commit on the spike plant. You gotta wonder if that still caught Nongshim, though, on the other side. Laz in position has the Arcros into play. Leviathan too. The heavy hitters right now. A full sense looking to clutch up.
Last player standing.
One comes in.
One enemy
RB
remaining.
gets one.
You have to be
Lazarus responds.
smarter than
RB
that.
again. Looking to play the timing well. All about the veterans here. Watching Laz. He will fall. It's RB with 3. And Nongshim will get to double digits here.
Wow, that took a considerable amount of effort just to push through. But yeah, seems like Francis back to his usual guys. And he's able to make that happen. RB, though, that was a beautiful 1 versus 1. And the eruption of the voices from the players of Nongshim as they try to resuscitate themselves. Again, it's very close, but it's also very close to ending. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, last map, and we're seeing ourselves go the distance again. Nongshim, though, off that timeout and off the leadership of RB. Just if you're looking for a veteran in this lobby right now, look no further. His story speaks for itself. RB also halfway into the nightfall. The rest of Nongshim look to group up with Ivy. They want to try to hit the B site here, but the operator again in position.
Potter, this could be a tell already for Nongshim that he is very nearby, but seems like he will take the beating on this. Oh my goodness, that is a great use on the Prowler there. Will be delayed, this attack from Nongshim, because of the Razor Vine, but Potter also not really a lot of avenues for him to work with. He's got to be quick on the trigger with this shot from the back of the site. He's about to get just picked, or rather swung by every single player of Nongshim here. And there it is. Beautiful. Leaving Laz on an island, and he will get overwhelmed.
That was so well set up by
30
Nongshim.
seconds left.
They didn't force the issue versus
Spike
the operator.
planted.
They went for the gate crash first just to make it tough for Potter to make the decision. And right now,
Player
Nongshim
standing.
making all the right decisions in this round. RB picking up the off. Apinia will back away to save a gun. But Nongshim, they ticked all the boxes there. And you said it, from the Prowler to the clear. They tracked down the opposition. They knew someone was posted up in Boathouse due to the Fade utility. And it's another round where we see this gap be as close as can be. We're going to 11 to 11. I really wouldn't be surprised at all if we go to overtime. But at this point, Asarai, it's a guarantee. Every single map in this series is gonna go to the end of regulation.
I believe it, man. I believe it. Look at this. Look at. I love how Francis went straight for the TP to the back of the site just so that he can dodge his opponent, because the rest of Nongshim just cleared, I think, the entryway or that position at the back of B spawn. But yeah. Anyways, you know, full sense. They're gonna clock in their last timeout as well. Gotta mull things through.
They've been clocked in for so long. We've had over 70 rounds of action here in a best of 3. Endurance, fatigue, it has to be a factor at this point. But these guys are running off the hype, man. Just another close game, another close bout between these two teams, looking to make at least an impact in the groups. You gotta wonder what's the call here for Full Sense. Potter, he's found value with the operator, but this time around, Nongshim have been getting answer for answer against him, using that utility, especially through RB, to make the distance close and to make the space happen.
Yeah, and it's been so effective, honestly, for this Nongshim roster. Now they've gotten themselves the 40k mark with the 2 players, Francis and RB, like you mentioned. Oh, and also RB having that Nightfall is going to be a nice cherry on top to kind of, just, supplement the offense.
In this map alone, right? RB has had this and an average, 4 to 5 rounds. We'd say even sometimes every 3 rounds it's a possibility. But here for Nongshim, playing it quiet at the beginning. Full sense also with the buy. Whoever loses this one, Asrai, is going to be quite broken on the economy coming into the next. And you can feel the pressure here in the air.
Yeah. Very slow approach. No one wanting to make the first step, at least for the first couple of seconds, maybe in the first half minute of this round. But of course, Nongshim has to create space, tempo. Potter, as well as Laz. Look at this, Dax.
Here.
The eruption.
There.
Hilo.
Him.
They
spotted it.
The silence that they've learned in Pacific. They go for the dimensional drift into the Nightfall to commit the ultimate to get the space. Hunter's Fury, though, it gets confirmation onto a heavy hitter. RB's gone this early on. One of the biggest clutchers here for Nongshim, already erased as we get the spike planted.
Yeah, not just that as well. They don't have the Nightfall. Dambi's down to 10. This is going to be a hellish post plant for Full Sense to hold, or excuse me, for Nongshim to hold on to. Full Sense now approaching every possible angle, nook and cranny added. Ivy, oh, he dodged it. Okay, kills. Apinya and Leviathan are down. Sephiroth fighting against Ivy. It's a 1 versus 1 where he might get overwhelmed, but he's the one that whelms his opponent. Francis, X-Ross, and Dambi gonna be on the site here. No, Francis is actually on the spawn. He has a beautiful backside placement if he times it perfectly, but here comes Laz. Dambi as well. Last player standing as he goes for the defuse, and I don't think there's enough time. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Nongshim now at series point with the Zowie clutch.
Yeah, thanks to Dambi at the last moment. You said it was hellish, but Nongshim, they're able to slay their demons. They rack up 3 in a row to put themselves in a position to win it all out. But this was the pivotal moment. The fact that Ivy gets away from that paranoia makes it tough for Full Sense to get that speed on the retake. They're hyped, they're feeling it. Dambi, he was at death's door, and he still comes up clutch.
I cannot believe this is how Nongshim pushes themselves to that point position. Potter, though, is going in for the pinch here. There is going to be the catch. Ivy does get a refrag, but this push from Full Sense. Oh my goodness. From hellish to heavenly. Full Sense with a clean sweep to push us into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, the Angels were still trying to get their harps, and the round was already over. The mid push has been effective from Full Sense. And that's how they started their defense. That's how they ended their defense. And Nongshim still caught the hangover from the celebrations there. We were saying it. This is a map that is built for overtimes. And this final series of the night, it refuses to end, as we will see Nongshim and Full Sense go into OT.
Incredible. Absolutely insane. Insanity. Nongshim now going to be on the defending side, as you were mentioning. Oh, Sephiroth, are you going to TP again? Well, not this time. Francis. Not sure if the drone actually spotted him holding an operator, but now they're going to figure it out once he goes for this swing.
Francis again. Signature up. Found so much value here by mid for such a long time. Ivy low left unchecked and just tears apart 3. 2 bits and pieces. Leviathan the only one standing. The only monster he fears here is RB, and Francis too. Nongshim are back on series points.
What a pivotal bait and switch. Right? Yep, Francis was not the least. It should have been the least of your worries. Ivy, you know, just you never know when he's gonna be sprouting out truly to his namesake. Poisonous opponent. And there it is. The only out of regulation tactical timeout here will be called by Full Sense.
You get one. You get one as OT comes into play. But what a response from Nongshim, right? They were blitzed by Full Sense in that last round of regulation. They respond with a quick decision of their own. And as of right now, this can actually help out Nongshim figure out too what their plan is coming into the next round to try and seal the deal. I do wonder though here for Full Sense, were they just caught too much in trying to catch out Francis? And it's something you mentioned, that Francis has been leading the charge, has been the catalyst here for Nongshim, and perhaps just a little too blinded on the ambition there for Full Sense, and they were punished accordingly.
And now, with everything on the line, we flip the script once again. It was this side, it was on the defending side that Full Sense, held on. Are they going to try to do something similar where they aggress on mid? Looks like, positioning-wise, looks like that's going to be a no. But if Nongshim do decide to press into this A site, there's only really one that's defending it, and that is going to be Apinya.
But Apinya has been a strong anchor all throughout, and with the utility setup here, it's not going to be the easiest approach for Nongshim at all. They send out the fake out. They're still Razor Vines also, courtesy of the Vice. It's actually the 2 Sentinels in position here, and Dambi needs to make that space happen. Throws a saturate. They also do get the clear onto the door, so a retake is the call here for Full Sense.
There was like 3 abilities that Nongshim had that just bypassed the Razor Vine. Absurd.
Cutting through.
But yeah, like you mentioned, it is going to be that retake.
1v5 and a countdown ticking to the fears here of Full Sense. Francis already in position to be the first one for contact. Apinya finding Dambi, and Apinya has gotten 2 here. Full Sense now with the advantage. That's confidence onto the site, and they're clearing out all these corners. Quick transfers from Potter too. And yeah, quick decisions. That's the name of the game here. What a retake from Full Sense.
Wow, insane in the membrane as always. And you're right, man. We're in for a long out of regulation, overtime, however you want to call it. That was just beautiful. Apinya just straight up marched into the site and deterred the first contacts, and then Potter just came in swinging. Now, I'm just gonna ask it. When are we gonna see the timeout from Nongshim?
I mean, they don't need it right now. There's still more to go. And speaking of more, the record yesterday was 20-18. We are at 13-13 right now, and we'll see if this is gonna go even longer than that. Opto here from Francis. If he's not at mid, he's here from Cubby. Full Sense, wary of that, but oh, the slow peek, you can't just do that against Francis. Sephiroth falls for free there.
Yeah, didn't even realize that Short was compromised. Absolutely right. X-Ross holding long for the meantime. He will get spotted there too, but yeah, no catches will be had still while that was happening. I think Potter spots out RB. Pretty bad for him. Oh, hold on. There's another one around the corner, and that will be trade for trade. This turns quick with the bodies just dropping to the floor. Still, as it settles just a teeny tiny bit, Nongshim do have the numbers, and that spike, again, is dropped somewhere here on A main.
Yeah, it forces the hands of Full Sense. They have to rally into A. And Nongshim, they know that with that rotation, they are preparing for the defense. The TP onto Wine. X-Ross. Play his namesake and go for the crossfire. Here we go with Nongshim peeking. Laszlo with the catch onto Ivy. 2v2. Who can come up clutch? Francis, no fear with the angle. It's Nongshim again, catching the opposition and getting back to map points.
Wow. Seems like it's always, the defenders that are rather the second round of overtime where it gets just so dang close. Anyways, yeah, absolutely right. Francis, so comfortable with the operator. He was just gonna hit every single shot at every single angle when you need him to. And this is what is giving Nongshim the edge when they're on defending.
And no timeouts for Full Sense now. They need to pull off an incredible defense just like they did in the round prior. Nongshim here. Bring up the shear, the barrier mesh actually seen quickly by Ivy. Can't go for the orb thanks to the shock dart. Thinking about perhaps now can rack up a few of those points for the Steel Garden here.
Drone for Leviathan on mid just to see if there's any kind of aggressive control. But no. But Jab's right. You're talking about the barrier mesh as well. And it should be around the time that it starts dissipating here. So they're trying to bring the aggression towards B. Obviously, Full Sense are aware of this. And that timely recon dart for Leviathan at least confirms his suspicion. Something's up.
Slowing them down.
Shim going for the execute. Dambi straight into the switch. Leviathan spotted, crossing on through, but he's still alive for now. Francis instead finding Potter here. And Nongshim, they're keeping Full Sense contained. The struggles here. Apinya though with a critical shot. Leviathan finally overrun, but Apinya's still here to fight. The C is catching him, tethering him. Sees the barrel, now the swing. And Nongshim, they just need 2 more here. Spike to the planted. Sephiroth looking to disrupt as it's going to be another countdown in favor of Nongshim.
Laz, though, his positioning is going to be crucial. He needs to get the kill onto Dambi here. He is down to half. And no, oh my god, has the tables turned? Ivy is the only one left standing back of the site. Doesn't get hit by the paranoia, though. He does have the HP advantage, somewhat, but the numbers advantage definitely not. Oh, gets hit! And Full Sense! I honestly thought they were down. Out!
Yeah.
But no, they're still here, they're still fighting, and we go for another overtime.
Yeah, just hit those shots and will themselves into the round win. I am in disbelief, because we saw the positioning there from Nongshim. They cleared out the Pinion Leviathan. They had Dambi here playing on the stairs. Could have been a crossfire 2 with RB. But Full Sense would win all the fights. It's been the case in the series. Whoever has the stronger shot wins. And we go to another overtime. 27 for Potter, 25 for Francis. The duelist leading the scoreboard, yes. But here we have it. Full Sense now. Trying to make the execute onto A. Comes out. X-Ross wary of the initial push. And Full Sense already closing the distance this early on.
Wait, they're about to go for the execute already. There is no stopping this team. Francis already about to intercept, but he gets hit by the paranoia of his own teammate. Still, he hits a shot with the shorty. That's huge. Dambi around the corner here, waiting for at least more recipients from Full Sense. But no, none to be had. They backed off. They don't want to take this heat anymore, this pressure, and they want to open up somewhere in the middle of the map.
Come on, it's Nongshim Red Force. The red light is on their side, and the stop sign seated there by Dambi. Set and ready. The initial push stopped, and them losing Potter just makes this so much more difficult. The rest of Nongshim also still in accurate positions. Ivy's around here by B. Francis already trying to set up from the CT angle here with the operator, but the re-engagement is clear from Full Sense. They want to make the hit again into a reality. RB jiggling, sees, comes on through. Containment again, Grafton's gonna be the response. It does catch out 2 from Nongshim. Apinya, can he capitalize on it? Shock dart flies on by.
Oh!
Francis now, shattered like the window. And Laz, that's a big double into the Steel Garden. Dambi doesn't care! But X-Ross, he has to stay alive here. 12 seconds. The spike is down on the ground again! And despite it's merely shorties, it's now X-Ross stepping on up! Laz, can he get the plant? Covering far from Sephiroth. 2v1, Ivy here, trying to make the spray happen. The swing! But they show themselves to the spray! And Nongshim, they make the defense work again! And they're up to 15 and up to match points.
Thousands! This is probably the best example of how good the shorty truly can be. Dambi and X-Ross using it because of that complete annoyance of an ultimate Steel Garden and still setting it up for a beautiful follow-up clutch from, oh my goodness, from Ivy.
It's unbelievable here, and Nongshim, they have that chance.
Thought it was done
to close
for.
it all out. Yeah, I mean, is this timeout? Is it tactical? Is it a tech? Either way, yeah, Nongshim, they're gonna call for the break here. This has been the closest game we've seen throughout the night. And that's right. What's the call? What do you think in full sense? Bring it back again.
That is a very difficult question to answer. But to be fair, I mean, every single encounter, every single problem, I think, has been just thrown both these teams' ways, and they found some answers, man. I gotta say though, I felt like that was more of just insane clutch mechanics from Nongshim, and that's always going to be a factor, right? Now coming into the second half, Nongshim finally calling their timeout. I don't know. We'll see. I really have no input on how they're gonna try to clutch this. This is impossible for me to figure out.
Hey, it's been tough here, and you know that fatigue is starting to set in for both of these teams. Apinya early on going for the grab net, slows Nongshim to a snail's pace. In full sense, trying to play the corner off angle again. Sephiroth this time elevated in this position though. Pyramid, okay, utility from the deadlock. And Nongshim have the angle for a short here.
Oh, that is a tag on Ivy. That's going to be very unfortunate for him, but Danby finds the opening. Francis as well. Ivy might have given that crucial crack into the A site. Now, Spike gonna get planted. Well, Spike gonna get planted for Francis here, as he does have the dimensional drift and most of things. Yep. It is planted on Jenny, though, so that's gonna be quite the interesting thing to kind of deal with. Oh, Danby with the judge.
Be right back.
Corner. The hammer. Leviathan with the 3K here. Francis also repositioning with dimensional drift. RB waiting here by Dice. But Nongshim have the angles of opportunity yet again. And straight on through. Leviathan actually sticking halfway onto the defuse. Popping play protector. Francis in position. And Francis! He finds the final blow. It was a long, grueling road. But Nongshim Red Force are back to winning ways. Overtime's abound. But it's Nongshim who takes the set 2-1.
I was about to say that, you know, having Ivy take such lethal damage, was that a bad thing for Nongshim? Seems like no. They just waited for him to make sure that no one was going to be at short. So all Nongshim had to do was focus on what was on that site. Made it easy, and the judge was just a cherry on top, an additional beautiful stuff. And well, that is going to be their victory, unfortunately, for Full Sense.
Yeah, neck and neck between these two teams. It was a showcase of mechanics. Nongshim able to weather such a grueling set and win it on the decider. We expected this game to go the distance, and it has provided us so many rounds of intense action. You gotta wonder, is that convincing enough though from Nongshim Red Force to make that case within their group? It's concerning, sure, but it's a win nonetheless, and it is something they can work with moving forward. That's 1-1 in the standings, that's right, and we're seeing how difficult it is to climb out of that 0-2 hole.
Yeah, but you know what? They gotta do it. They still have 2 more matches to go at least, right? And you never know. Maybe the odds will just change in your favor. We'll see. I'm still hopeful because that was still an incredible showcase from Full Sense. So still pretty hopeful about, you know, one of my favorite teams in this tournament.
I mean, some of our C compatriots would say the same about Full Sense, but just looking back at the series, it does seem like Nongshim getting more success when they run that double duelist. When they have Danby on the Waylay, when they have Francis on the Yoru, they just get more opportunities and honestly more value from things like the Saturate from their duelist players. But let's just look back at this series. And where do we start? I mean, Francis, he controls the pace with the operator. But this was another big step-up game for RB, who just provides so much value with utility, with the kills, and with the multiple nightfalls he had throughout the map.
He was also just, yeah, I agree. He's just incredible. That being said, I think one of my other players that I really just enjoyed watching on this one, not on the Nongshim side, but I think on the Full Sense side, Apinya, there was some, I think just on rounds that he was just firing on all cylinders. And I think that really put Nongshim here for a spell. And without him, I think that we wouldn't have gotten to this third game for at least for full sense.
Yeah. I mean, Potter was activated for a good part of the game. Highlights there, Leviathan too, just spraying down as many as he can. Apinya had some great angles and utility. Like, yeah, the Annihilation, a perfect answer against Nongshim and the Flood they were trying to do there. And multiple times, it was so dicey for Nongshim. They had to rely on guns like the Shorty to win the fights up close. But in the end, it did feel like Nongshim just had so much more comfort with the double duelist, and they handled such a grueling match and took the win.
Yeah, maybe at this point, they're never going to put Dambi on a controller ever again. I don't know. It feels like a risk.
I don't know. I think the Omen's fine, personally. I don't know about Astra, so we'll see what else they have in store for us, right? The comfort's so important for this Nongshim roster. Is what got them into Pacific to begin with, but that is gonna be it for us on the casting side. 16-14, an incredible final map. Mika, it's time. Let's see what's up with the panel.
Oh my gosh, just pure exhaustion coming out from the casters. Thank you very much to Azrai and to Dax for taking us through that 3-mapper and those multiple overtimes. Morgan, what is with these matches here at Ascension? There's just so much more. There's just so much hunger coming out from all of these teams. And this Nongshim versus Full Sense, I thought we were gonna get another 20-18 map here.
There's clearly something in the water over in Thailand. I am now banning Ascent last map of the day. That can't be allowed anymore. Some of us want to go home. Some of us want to go to sleep. But I mean, this was an insane match the whole way through. Every single map of this as close as it could possibly get. Just look at the numbers put up by both sides here. The thing is, with such a close game like this, it's won or lost literally by 1 round, which means it can be won or lost by literally 1 shot. It's heartbreak for this Thai team who now fall to 0-2, and their mistakes will just be flashing through their mind about how different they could have been feeling right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because it was that close, right? It just came down to 1 round or 1 shot or maybe 2, maybe 1 shorty, you know, that happens so many times.
Yeah.
And the mistakes were just so minuscule at this point, especially since both teams were really taking it to each other's limits. And you had Francis here, of course. We've been, you know, scrutinizing the Yoru quite a lot. I'm beginning to be on board. I'm starting to see it. You know what? This is working.
Yeah, I mean, this is a role change I can get behind. I'm a believer of the Francis Yoru. He looks so sharp with the operator. He's getting the maximal value out of a lot of his util. Incredibly impressed by him stepping up to this massive role. I mean, in this meta especially, having a strong Yoru is so crucial, and he's really managed to fill that role.
Yeah, I'm on board. I think this compensates a lot for the Dambi controller. A lot of times, we have still yet to really come into fruition, but Dambi on the Waylay, of course, we know that works really well. Oh, those saturates were just so annoying, but I think even more annoying for the side of Full Sense was Ivy. Oh my gosh, how many times did this guy have you know, my jaw was like on the floor. I was standing up, he was telling me to sit down, he was telling everybody to sit down. Oh, it was just chaos.
Yeah, I mean, well, Francis is technically the MVP. When I watched that game, I mean, Ivy had so many massive impact kills. I feel like he kept Nongshim alive at the most crucial times. He deserves massive amounts of credit there. Honestly, I feel like he's continuing to grow and step up. But let's be real, the same thing needs to happen to everybody on this Nongshim team. Yes, they got a win today, but they're still at 1-1 in the groups, and they need to be playing much cleaner if they want a real shot at making it back to Pacific. It's still early days, there's plenty of time, but look for this team to continue to improve.
Yeah, exactly. This is still Nongshim that isn't exactly at their, you know, the most ideal spot, right? And there is a lot of attention on them. There is a lot of expectation on them, and they're still not quite there. So there still is a bit more for them to go through. But this is very encouraging indeed. I'm sure a lot of Nongshim fans will be relieved. I jumped onto Will Chobra's stream a while ago, and I saw him doing this, and like, oh no, RB, why are you doubting yourself? Well, no doubts, or at least the doubts can rest for the time being. But yeah, on the side of Full Sense, this must hurt quite a lot. There is a lot to build off of from this. They were onto something here, but it was just those small little mistakes that are gonna haunt you.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's hard not to just keep replaying this back in your mind because in a game that is this close, in a 3-map series that is this close, I mean, I think every player can think of one thing they would have loved to do differently if they had the chance at it again. But what's so important is in this format especially, you're going to have to play a game again real soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. You have to get those little mistakes out of your mind and keep moving forward. They are not out yet. It's still early. They still have a chance, but it's all going to be about how they mentally reset. You can't let this get you down too much.
Yeah, there's no time. Absolutely no time. And for Full Sense, I hope they bounce back. In the meantime, we can celebrate though with Nongshim. I believe we have Francis on standby for a very quick interview. Francis, are you there? Can you hear us? Francis, 안녕하세요.
Yes.
저예요.
안녕하세요.
That's about it.
Thank you.
My Korean. Francis, we do have to ask, of course, about seeing you on the Yoru. You have Danby and you have X-Ross on your team, yet we see you on the Yoru. Can you share with us why you've taken on this role?
네, 일단 먼저 프란시스 선수의 요루에 대해서 얘기하고 싶은데요. 팀에 담비 선수도 있고 엑스로스 선수도 있는데 프란시스 선수가 요루를 기용하게 되신 이유가 있으실까요?
일단 담비랑 엑스로스도 충분히 요로를 잘하는 선수들이고 그런데 제가 좀 더 오퍼레이터를 잘 써가지고 제가 하는 것 같습니다.
Well, yes, Danby and X-Ross is very capable of using Yoru, but I think I'm better using at operator, so I think I was choosing Yoru for this time.
I like the sound of that. Morgan, this is really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up on that, I mean, historically, it's been very difficult to IGL from that duelist role. You know, it's very chaotic, or you might be left alone a lot of the times with that operator. So firstly, are you still the main IGL while you're on this Yoru? And if so, how are you managing to do it? How is it affecting your calling?
네, 보통 이제 IGL로서 타격대까지 같이 하시기에 되게 많이 힘드신 부분이 있을 텐데 이제 오퍼를 사용하시면서 혼자 남는 상황도 많이 생기잖아요. 혹시 이번에도 요루를 하시면서 IGL 역할을 같이 하셨는지 그리고 하시면서 어려운 부분은 없었는지 궁금합니다.
제가 요로를 하고 나서부터는 IGL은 RB 상민이 형이 맡아서 하고 있고 네, 맡아서 하고 있어요.
Well, after I started playing Yoru, RB is the one in charge of the IGL.
There you go. That explains
That makes
quite
sense.
a lot. Yeah, for sure. Now, finally, Francis, one more question for you. Nongshim is playing with a lot of pressure, a lot of expectation. On the first day, we saw that the team lost to NAOS. Can you share with us how the team processed this and eventually was able to come back in better form today, and especially through all of those close rounds?
네, 지금 농심의 경우는 중압감도 많고 기대감도 되게 많은데요. 첫날에 나우스한테 지고 나서 이걸 어떻게 극복하실 수 있었는지, 어떻게 다시 좋은 폼으로 이렇게 접전을 펼치는 경기를 보여줄 수 있었는지 궁금합니다.
일단 나우스한테 지고 나서 팀 상황은 좀 많이 안 좋았었는데 그래도 그 외부 평가나 그런 것들이 싹 다 좀 안 좋은 악플들이 많아서 그거에 대해서 좀 신경 안 쓰려고 노력했고 받고 있는 중압감이나 압박감에 대해서는 그냥 어쩔 수 없는 거니까 즐기자라고 해서 이겨낸 것 같아요.
Well, after our loss against NAOS, our team situation wasn't very good, and however, we didn't try to care too much about all the negative feedbacks and the negative comments. And regarding the pressure and expectation that we're getting is unavoidable. So I'm just having this mindset of enjoying everything.
Well, it certainly looks like Nongshim is enjoying. Francis, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for this interview, and good luck with the rest of your games.
Thank you.
I gotta love how we synced. I sync with Francis there with this this thing. We picked it up in Pacific, you know. Everybody does this, so now I'm doing it too. But that interview actually revealed quite a lot because we see that RB, of course, is sharing that role with Francis, and they may toss it out around quite a lot. So that sort of explains it, but also it adds another dynamic to Nongshim here, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense, right? For him to be playing the way he is and IGLing and on the operator would be spectacular. So I think to move it across to RB, who's on that initiator, makes a lot more sense. And I mean, I think you can see it in their gameplay. It's very RB influenced. It looks a lot like when RB was RGLing before. So I think that's a very clear fit there. They are managing to return to 1-1, currently sitting in third in their group now. This is the recovery they need to make because they are the favorites heading into this tournament. There's no two ways about it. We heard him there say they don't want to let that pressure get to them. They're just trying to have fun, but ultimately they have to make it out of this group stage first, and it's been very, very close so far.
Yeah, it might be one of those cases where, and if they keep thinking about it, they might just crumble, right? So I do believe that the team is approaching it in the right way, especially when you see Boom Esports on the other side, and they're up in 2-0, right? They were your, I guess you can call them batchmates in this ascension, in this whole adventure going into Pacific, right? And then you have NAOS, of course, the team that took you down in your first match here on Ascension, doing really, really well. So of course they have that over your shoulder. We're seeing our matches, our next matches coming right up, and it looks as though we are in for quite a ride this Ascension, Margaret. I'm not really sure what to think. I had a very, very firm opinion of what was going to happen in Ascension here, but it looks as though, like everybody else, I have to throw that out the window.
Yeah, I mean, we have no idea what's going to happen at this point. Motive looking to bounce back, Riddle looking to bounce back. I think tomorrow is going to be a day to watch for sure.
Yeah, and that bounce back is so important. I want to see what happens when these teams have that second take, as Full Sense did earlier, right? So it's going to be great to find out what happens next. Of course, none of this would be possible without any of our sponsors. We have to thank Acer Predator, Intel, Zowie, Imperial World, TT Racing, and Syndom for all of their support and for making this happen, because it sounds as though we're in for a ride this Ascension. And as Ivy suggested, Ivy, caution, please sit down and buckle up, because it's going to be a ride. He's warning us.
Very true. Very true. We don't know what's going to happen, but I can promise you, if it's going to continue being this exciting, this is an event you absolutely don't want to miss.
It is, of course. We are definitely living up to the name of Pacific. We are living up to the chaos. So we hope you guys, we'll see you guys tomorrow for more action here on VCT Ascension Pacific. Same time, same virtual place. And we'll see the teams as well, and more action to come. Thank you guys. Bye.
How is using the new monitor? I heard the XL2566X Plus is pretty good now.
I think it's nice. They came up with the new DirectX 2, I believe, and I always set it on premium. So I think there's a slight difference from the old one, and also compared to the previous version, I think the, how do I say, the image, the look inside of the game, I would say is sharper when it comes to the target.
GJ, I heard you're using the new XL2566 X Plus from Zoe.
I'm using this monitor and there's a new feature called Direct 2 which I think you should use. I'm using Premium right now. It makes the game feel way smoother. When entering A side of Lotus, I need to quickly scan for enemies after using my satchel. That's when Direct 2 helps me see more clearly and avoid motion blur. Like when you move the mouse around, the enemies just look way clearer, so yeah, you should definitely buy this monitor.
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไปแม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัวบอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลองมีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่นความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะแต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรคบาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยันแต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็นว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We